Okay, we're back. We're back. So the schizo stream is over, although we are still schizo, obviously. But we're going to be getting into some debates here on Discord. You know, just having some fun, seeing what's going on in the politics server and others as we're going along. I feel like the RAM, I feel like it doesn't like that I'm streaming and trying to talk on Discord. This laptop is kind of good, but it's also a little bit naff. So I'm trying to see if there's anything I can close here. So let me start things up here. No, it's not looking very good. I don't think there's stuff we can really close. That's okay. That's okay. We'll just have to live with it. Got a little bit of doesn't like scrolling up and down right now. Is it getting hot? It is getting quite hot. I'm thinking that the what do you call it? I think this laptop actually needs a clean. I think it needs a clean out, which we will do eventually, but not today, obviously, right now. Right, let's join the patriarchy server. Let's see what's going on in patriarchy. Maybe we'll have some fun feminism debates, maybe. Come on, why is it not joining?
But they shouldn't have the ability to choose who they partner up with if there's an age gap. Like, I think that should be shown. She's making an argument here.
Didn't you guys bring up
Mhm.
the comparison to say, well, if this person isn't capable of making, like, proper decisions in life, and should, because of the age gap decision, that this is somehow related to voting? Like, I thought it was you guys that brought that question up to her.
Yeah. Since they brought that up specific, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I'm just testing her logic. So we're not gonna get into the whole voting thing. I just simply asked her, right? So they're too stupid to be, or they're not smart enough or wise enough to be in these age gap relationships because, to her points, they're fresh out of high school, they're not mature enough, and they don't make the wisest decision. And I'm like, okay, but so they're not smart to be in these age gaps, but they're smart enough to cast a vote. I'm just looking for how this logically follows.
Background which would have benefited him in education and got him a better workplace. So
Elon Musk
I do
isn't
think
self-made.
that,
I have billionaire in my country who was literally living
but
in
I
a village.
don't
As a kid,
think
was fucking
billionaires
working with
are
cows and
self-made in
shit,
the
and then
sense
one
that
day he invented something, and today he's a billionaire. And now just because he's a billionaire, he's an evil person. What?
The point
I
is,
don't. Yeah.
it's not.
Well,
it's not that
can I-
billionaires exist that I have the issue with. It's that billionaires in America exist at the expense of your average private citizen. Right? That's not the case.
But
in
they
Europe,
also
but in
provide
America,
jobs.
that's definitely the case.
I believe
But
that
would you agree that
billionaires.
some of them have
I
like
guess it's
fair
maybe more
companies
accurate
and
to
they
say that
provide
it's the
many
corruption
jobs?
of billionaires that's
I don't
the
want
issue.
your company
Yes.
to exist if it's making people poor. Right? If your
I-
company is the
I-
reason why people don't have certain things,
Can
then no,
I?
I don't want
Yeah,
that.
but
Sorry,
it's
I
not
keep
like they have
interrupting you.
slave labor. They employ a lot of people.
They
Yes,
give.
capitalists
They
love
Let me
slave
exploit
you
labor.
are
them.
That's why they
working
love illegal immigrants. Yes.
If you can't
Yes,
afford your
they
bills, you are
exploit
working
them.
slave wages.
Yeah, Elon Musk was
And
against
all these
legal
fucking stupid
immigration.
He
progressives
was not
supporting it are
against it.
fucking
He fucking
retards. Yeah.
he partaked in it.
Yeah, and corporations are not hiring illegal immigrants. You're
Yes, they
delusional.
are. Yes, they
No,
are.
they're not.
Loads
They
of
are.
farms are. Yeah,
Why
it's
do you
like
think they're
40%
hiring
of the
them?
workforce are. Yeah.
You know, small businesses are the ones who mostly hire illegal immigrants, not billionaire companies, not
So the
corporations.
agricultural industry.
But they use them to suppress the wages regardless
No,
because
I
it
said
affects the
small
whole
business.
market. Affects the whole
Are
market.
you aware
They
of
don't,
the
but
majority
no,
of the food that
immigrants
you get?
actually increase wages from what I've heard.
I'm talking about illegal. She
Who'd you
mentioned
hear that from? A
Yes,
fucking
they
capitalist?
tend to
What the
increase
fuck are you talking
wages.
about, mate?
I never heard a source that they drive down wages.
Yes, they drive.
Yeah, so
Marx even
my
said this. Even
claim was
Marx
that
said this.
corporations don't hire.
Yes.
Okay, you
Yeah, I
can
don't think
calm
they're driving
down.
down wages, brother. American wages
Well,
have been stagnant.
Marx wasn't right about everything, so
Only
Marx
the things
also
that
He was
I
right about
conveniently
it.
What?
He was
believe.
right.
Only the things that I conveniently
No, he
believe
was
was he
right.
right about. Yeah, sure.
Why are you screaming? Calm down.
Yeah,
Go
because you're
drink a
being
warm milk
retarded,
or
mate. That's
something.
why.
Could I,
Yeah,
sorry.
whatever.
Let's take
Yes, ladies,
a
speak.
breather. Let's take a breather. All
yeah.
right. I know that you'll disagree with me, and you're entitled to every opinion that you have. You're entitled to your own opinion, and I understand that.
Thank
And
you.
even if I disagree with it, I
Oh
think
wait,
you
you
should
Irish?
respect what I'm about to say. Yeah, I think you should
Can you let
respect what
her
I'm
talk?
about to say. I personally have a very strong opinion about billionaires, truly because I believe they shouldn't exist. They are only billionaires through exploitation of workers and white-collar crime. And as I explained, another reason they are billionaires is through inheritance of money and sponsor of money from other billionaires or millionaires. A lot of billionaires and millionaires come from ruling class backgrounds or working class backgrounds where they have climbed the social ladder to gain a ruling class status.
Sure.
So
Okay.
no matter how you think of it, I know that not every billionaire in your mind will be evil, but in my mind, white collar crime is one of the most evil things that you can do. And
I agree with that.
guaranteed,
But
if you're a billionaire,
using your
you
own
would have
logic.
committed white collar crime to
But
gain
I
the
think
amount of money you can.
I
Yeah,
think
but
your
using your
Because
own
perception.
logic.
nobody.
The thing
Wait,
where I'm
wait,
disagreeing with you
wait.
is you're
He was
focusing on the
talking to me.
billionaire
Shut up.
status, not
Shut
the
up.
corruption
He was talking
status.
to me. Okay, listen. So, by your own logic, if you own a company, no matter how big, no matter if it makes billions, millions, or hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, you can still exploit people. So, are you just against people having any kind of business or company? Because you agree with me that even small businesses who are like really small, who make like couple thousand, I don't know, $100,000 a year, they can also exploit
but
people.
it's the mind
And
that
they're the ones
billionaires like
actually who
make
do
that much
exploit
money.
mostly because they hire illegal immigrants and pay them like $100 per month or some shit.
I mean, let's just
So
break
they
it down for a
exploit
second.
even
Even the
more.
socialist societies exploit people on a massive scale as well.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they make these like actions when they like force people to do job for free.
So
I
I
know
think
that
I
I'm
think
from
the issue
ex-communist
that we're
country.
really having is the abuse and corruption of systems rather than someone's status as a billionaire per se.
Yeah, but
I
I
really
feel like I feel like the biggest problem you guys have is that it's you're not actually against exploitation. You're just against billionaires exploiting people. You're
I'm
fine with
more against the
little people doing
exploitation
it.
than the billionaires, but when it comes to that. I don't like the corruption. I
Yeah,
don't
but
like
then
the
you
way that
should
they get
just be
away with
against.
skirting the laws and doing all the fucking shit that they do.
Yeah, then you should just be against all type of businesses because they all exploit people,
No, not
no matter if they're
necessarily.
billionaires,
That's
millionaires.
not true.
Okay, but it's also not true that every fucking billionaire exploits people.
It can be
Sorry,
true. I don't know if it is necessarily true, but on face value, I'll just say that's true for now, just for the argument. Just
Yeah,
because
I'm
of how
also I'm not a fan of
pervasive the
billionaires.
billionaires
I'm
are
just
in the
listen.
market.
I'm not against. I'm not pro billionaires. I swear. I don't like them, but I have this problem with people who are like, oh, he's a billionaire. That means he's like fucking Satan. Some
What
people
I care
just
about is
made a lot of money
how
because they
easily
invented some
available
cool
it is for them
shit.
to abuse and corrupt the system. That's what I'm bothered about.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so
it's
there
way
is a
too much
potential
money and
for
power
abuse.
for one
There is
single
potential
person
for
to
abuse.
have.
I agree.
Hold on, I want to hear the Irish girl.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on, IRA. Go on.
IRA is crazy.
that is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't
How is
even
that
fucking
crazy? She's
pretend.
Irish.
Bring the line.
Right. No, I said
Go
IRA is
on,
So,
crazy.
go
I
on
said that
with
like
it.
no, no, no.
Oh,
She
there's
said
no
she
one
fucks with
home.
it. She said she fucks with it.
I just find it
Don't you
funny.
have
Anyway,
your fucking...
I just
Okay,
find it funny. Anyway, I
I love
can
Irish.
see all of your arguments, and I do understand where you're coming from. I don't see billionaires as Satan. I don't have that much of a hatred for them. But what I do not understand and what I do not comprehend is how someone can be a billionaire in society. There is logically in my head no way that they can gain that amount of money with fair working wages, with fair profit, with fair like overall fair economic status, there's no way they could gain that. They would have to exploit workers,
Well,
minimum wage
hold
workers,
on.
maybe even less.
If I just say something
Yeah,
to
but
that is,
like I said, not only
hold on,
billionaires do
because
that.
part of the
Anyone.
reason, part of that whole the system that we have right now is totally corrupt. So yes,
Yeah.
in the sense of how it exists right now, it is very difficult to conceive of a billionaire that hasn't exploited that system and abused it.
Yeah.
However, it's not to say that there couldn't be a billionaire that has never exploited people, right? If you had a fair system. The issue is that we have a
Yeah.
corruptible and exploitable system that has been enabled
Mhm.
by politicians and businessmen and all this, all these kinds of
Yeah,
people, right?
I was mentioning lobbying earlier. Like, for example, when Google, you would know because you're in the UK, when Google had used lobbying as a tactic to raise their tax, or sorry, lower their tax from 4% to 2% by gifting politicians Google products. That is how they got their taxes down. So for me, that's a white collar tactic, and that's why I think majority of billionaires, the ones that you can think of that people praise all the time, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon, those types of companies that have proof of exploiting their workers, have proof of doing white collar crime, and have proof of lobbying. I don't understand how someone can support that, knowing that they're only billionaires because they have exploited the system.
Just
and
to be clear, I do not support that. Just so you know, I do not support.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand. Don't worry. I'm not saying you do. Don't worry. But I'm
Like,
saying
even if
like,
you, yeah, continue.
I was saying like, even if a billionaire does have that kind of money, whether it was inherited, whether they did it fairly without
Can I just say
exploiting the
something
system.
about that point, just very quickly, about the inheritance thing?
Yeah.
I'm not against inheritance, and I find that to be like a bit annoying when people say that, because to me,
Yeah.
the working classes, the only way that the working classes actually rose up was with property rights and stuff like that. To hand stuff down and work for it and hand it down to their.
Yeah.
That's the only way they ended up getting generational wealth.
Yeah. I know.
So I'm not sitting here. I'm not trying to shit on inheritance, because I think inheritance is something that we should be entitled to.
I don't think inheritance
So why
tax
then
should be a
punish
thing
people
either,
who get a
But I
lot
see
of
your
money
point in
in
how that can
inheritance?
be exploited, though. I do see that.
Yeah. Like what I mean is, like I was saying from my own personal experience, I deal and sell art, and so I've worked with art dealers.
Oh, so you're a money launderer, are you?
No. But I'm
Babes.
like aware. I'm aware of some of like. Luckily, my art dealer isn't this type of person, but I'm aware of some of the
But
people
here
he's
is the
worked
That's
with.
what
thing.
you think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the
definitely
problem
not.
is,
I'm kidding. I'm
beggars
just teasing you, mate. I'm just
people.
teasing you.
I know.
You know that
But
the main problem is
sorry.
that beggars see like lower class also as like evil people who have money.
Jews?
So it's all
There's evil
because
people of
of
any
perspective.
class.
Like,
Yeah, there's evil
no, but
people
here's
in
the thing,
every
like
single class.
beggars see lower class as, I don't know, lower class
If there's
sees
more of an
millionaires as
excuse, I'm gonna be so for real. There's more of a reason to be kind of evil when you're poor, because half the time you're doing it to fucking survive.
Bruh.
I don't think there's
Like
any
scamming
reason to be
Yeah,
evil,
example.
ever.
that's such
Yeah.
a modern
No,
I
thing.
Yeah.
think
just say scamming is morally reprehensible.
I can
if
I
No,
we're
could
it's just
talking
a
about
social
understand it, but I
mistake.
could never condone it,
yeah,
ever.
if we're talking about
Right.
Just like
crime in
No,
smoking.
lower,
same. That's my point. Like I can
Right,
never
we're
got you,
talking.
got you.
Sorry.
Maybe maybe it was just a bit lazy language or something, but yeah, okay, I
It's a
get what you're saying.
classic
Yeah.
socialist take. It's classic socialist take. It's fine. They do
It's
that all the time.
A lot of
okay.
people do scam people to survive. I know people personally who have done
Oh,
that.
he has money.
Yeah,
kill
and
him.
they're
the
just as
problem
fucked as
the
the
problem with
billionaires scamming everyone
scamming,
too.
yeah,
They're just as fucked in the head as them guys.
the problem is they're scamming other people who cannot afford
Who are
it.
working class, who have
That's it.
nothing.
Well,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
depends. Some of them do scam rich people, and I think that's better personally.
I don't think scamming.
I don't know, actually, I think morality
Yeah.
is actually a thing that you should care about.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think fairness is needed in
I
society.
think
that's
scamming rich people though is
from
fine.
I
Tiddy's
can
from this
understand it. Again,
Tiddy's
like I said, I
example,
can
it's
understand
obvious.
it, but I don't think it's a good thing. I just don't think it's a
Yeah,
good
it's
thing.
okay to
Here from
disagree with
Tiddy's
other people's
example,
points,
it's
even if you
obvious
do
that
like maybe don't
socialist.
understand or do. Sorry, I need to open
From
the
what
door to let
Tiddy
my
just
cat
said,
in.
it's obvious. It's
All I'm
obvious that
saying is,
socialists don't care about poor people. They just hate the rich.
It does seem
I
that way.
care about
It does
poor
seem that way a
people.
lot, I will
I'm
say.
just stating reality here. I'm literally just stating reality.
No, you just
A
hate
lot of
rich
people
people. You don't
scam
care
people
about
to
poor
survive.
I'm not
That
gonna
is
lie, I
literally
hate middle
true.
class people more than I hate rich people.
Why?
Okay, I get it.
Because
Just
they're
like I
kind
hate
of
average
like
IQ
they
people.
pretend like they are working class when they're not, and they gatekeep everything. They're just fucking sick, twisted
Middle
people a lot of
class?
times that
I think-
are not
I think-
honest about
I
their own
think-
position in society.
Yeah, I think we have a different definition of what's middle class. Maybe you have a different definition over the UK, but here, like working class is kind of, or the middle class doesn't really exist in America.
That's bullshit.
Everyone lives.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say middle class definitely exists.
Yeah.
It's not.
see
It's
it
very
as a
rare.
And it's all
I'd
about.
say.
It's
Like,
actually
a lot
about
of
money.
people are
So
not middle
it's
class.
not about money. It is about what you earn. It is about that.
That is what
100%.
class is defined
Because
as.
it's about your
That's what
material
Marxists even
conditions,
say.
what you live under,
Yeah.
your material conditions.
It's about cultural deprivation is mainly functionalist ideologies, but material and consumerism is Marxist views, and Marxists sort of always base their views on class and only class.
Yeah.
And class is related to
But if
money.
this
Sure.
British guy hates middle class, then he's happy that middle class is basically gone, right?
No,
It's just because he's British.
that's not the point. I hate the middle class culture more than I
He's
hate the
British.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. It's not that I hate that middle class people exist. I hate middle class culture and what it propagates.
What is
Something you
middle
hate,
class
you wish it
culture? No,
gone.
wait,
are we talking
everybody,
about, like-
hold on. This is important. What is middle class culture to you in the context of where you come from? What does it look like?
So it's people trying to pretend like they're working class when they're not. That's something that's just very pervasive in general.
What does that look like? What is
Trying to pretend like they've got the
pretending
same struggles as people that literally live in paycheck to paycheck or facing. I'm literally technically homeless myself.
Do
I'm at
they
my sister's
claim
right
that they
now,
have
but I have
same
no fixed
struggle?
abode. I am actually
parents are
homeless
like,
right now myself, technically.
Actually, yeah, no,
I
my
don't think
parents
middle
are like
class
that.
claims that
wow,
they have the
anyway.
same
No,
struggle.
hold on. And it's not just that, but they also propagate many different ideas that actually prop up the status quo, prop up the corruption of the rich as well, like mass immigration, for instance. Mass immigration is a tool of the rich that you can trace back to Aristotle. Aristotle even spoke about it. It's not a new concept, right? So this whole thing, yeah, even Marx spoke about mass migration as a tool of the rich. So what I'm trying to get at is middle class people, they live in a bubble where they're not poor, they're not rich, but they're living in a bubble where nothing really affects them in the same way as it does other people. And that's the issue.
Marx also
What did Marx
said
say?
that countries
What did
should
Marx
not
say about
exist.
Jews?
Marx had a lot to say about Jews,
Okay, now we're
actually.
gonna-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Marx was not right about
Ooh.
everything. Also, didn't Marx
That's true.
literally
He's not
say
right
that,
about everything.
like, countries and borders should not exist?
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
Didn't Marx literally say countries and borders should not exist?
I don't know if he said that or not, but if he did, then that was bullshit.
That was like a core part of communism, that the
What
state
prac-
cannot coexist with communism.
Yeah, no, I
That's
don't
right.
believe in
Yeah, that's
communism.
right.
What
I
is the
take
earning-
certain elements of
What
class
is the-
analysis from Marxism because I think it's important to acknowledge it. I don't think
Scourge.
some of that stuff was
Scourge,
good,
what
but
is-
not everything he said was good either, though.
What
I would
what is
actually-
Just like
Scourge?
Hitler.
What is? Oh my fucking god! What is
Sorry, let
Scourge?
them
I'm not sorry. It's fine. What Scourge? What is the bracket of earning that you would qualify as somebody that is part of a middle class culture?
It's going to be relative to the economy of the time, but as it stands right now in the UK, say if you're earning probably above 60k a year, you're pretty much in the lower middle class. And then if you're in the upper middle class, you're probably 120k. Anything above that, you're probably in the upper classes. And then the elite rich is like million plus, I would say. Roughly thereabouts. Roughly thereabouts.
Well, like elite rich, I say elite rich is like billionaires.
That's even higher than that. That's even higher than that. But like, but I kind of put them in the same bracket. I
wouldn't
kind
say
of put them in the same bracket. To be honest.
elite rich. Elite rich would be like upper millions, lower billions, or higher.
Yeah, but in Zimbabwe there are many billionaires.
Huh? So true.
Yeah, there's about 5 of them,
Maybe we
and
should
then like
agree.
99% of the populace are fucking slaves.
No, you don't
basically.
get the joke. You don't get the joke. You don't.
But
get
like,
the joke.
okay, I do
Oh, 'cause of
agree with the whole.
Yeah,
I
okay,
actually thought
yeah.
about it for a second. I do agree with the whole like middle class people pretending to be like lower class. My parents do that shit all the time.
It's annoying as
Yeah,
fuck.
They act
It's
like
annoying
they're
as fuck.
poor when I
I
like
grew up in
ask them for
council
money.
estates and that, and the amount of fucking middle class people that try and pretend like they're like, I can't go on my second holiday this year. It's like, fuck me, mate.
No,
No,
I
I want to slap the fuck out of you right
You
now.
can't go on holiday, period.
Yeah.
no, like
Yeah.
literally, I went to like a grammar school, and I was one of the few that like
I
didn't
know another
earn like
Northern Irish
lots.
person's
I
here.
have
What
no
the
money
fuck?
to travel.
Yeah, and like basically it was like 80% of the people at my school were like rich, like not
Let
rich,
me
rich, but
let me guess.
like basically what you
Did you
described.
go
Like well
to
off. Well off.
Knock
Not
by any
rich, but
chance?
well off.
Eh,
Doing
Did
alright.
I go to what? Sorry.
Knock.
No, the Abbey, the Abbey.
Oh
Wait a minute,
Jesus,
wait a
that's
minute, wait a minute,
worse.
wait a minute. Kate,
Yeah.
are you North or Irish?
Northern.
Oh yeah, I
Northern.
thought so.
I am as
I noticed
well,
that
but
accent.
I
I
don't.
noticed it.
Yeah. But basically, I had people like I wouldn't call them friends, but I was friendly with, and I remember the amount of times I heard them talk about how they were like instead of going somewhere in France, they were going somewhere else in France, and I was like, "Oh, right, okay. And is that your yearly holiday?" And they were like, "No, that's the Christmas holiday. You know, the summer holiday is happening as planned." And I was like, "The what
Mate,
now?"
I'm going Pontins. I'm going to fucking Pontins, mate. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, and just the way they just talked about it, and like they were like, "Oh yeah, no, like I'm gonna have to wait 2 months after the latest iPhone instead of getting it straight away." And I was like,
Yeah.
firstly, EO
Just no
iPhones,
self-awareness.
but secondly, like, oh,
Understand that.
I
like,
actually have a lot
yeah,
of respect
no,
for
'cause
middle
it's
class people who are aware of their position, and not to
Yeah.
they don't have to virtue signal.
and grateful for
They
it.
don't have to virtue signal
Yeah, I'm
about it, but they're
grateful.
just not being in
Yeah.
your face like a dickhead about it, right? And not having that
Yeah.
no
Mm.
self-awareness.
I come from I would consider myself coming from a middle class background, even if I have a single parent. My mom owns a nursery. We've
Mhm.
always had a stable income.
Yeah.
I'm able to get a lot of the materials and stuff from her and from my own money, and I live in an area where there's also middle class people. I'm aware of that. And the thing that annoyed me about it was I knew other middle class people acting like one of my friends, right? I'm not too friendly with her, but she's alright. We went into sociology and we were talking about different things in sociology. And she had brought up the fact that she had just got her new car, which was a Mercedes A-Class. That's her first car. And
That's
I
a
was
good
like,
car.
what the fuck? I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, I know, it's so pretty, like I love it. And I was like, that's incredible, but like that is a lot, that's a lot of care. And she was like, oh, it's alright, if I damage it, I can just get a new one. And all I could think of was,
What?
you are so materialistic, you could not care
They're just
less.
being
Right.
spoiled. That's
Can I
My
just say
my
something very
mother,
quick? Can I just say something very
yeah,
quick? Because I grew up in like a Christian environment. I was a Mormon growing up, and
well, Mormons.
Same.
I'm not a Mormon anymore. I am a Christian, but not a
Same.
denomination. I don't believe in denominations. I think they're bullshit.
Yeah.
And I have my own relationship to it now. It's a totally different thing. However, one of the things that really stuck with me, reading the Bible and stuff like that from a young age, was the materialist aspect. Like, you know, the whole thing where Jesus is talking about, well, if you want to get into heaven, then you'd have more chance of getting into heaven than a camel does going through the eye of a needle if you're a rich guy, right? The point being is that he's trying to say that your opulence, your excess, is not actually anything that is worth. It doesn't measure your worth as a person, right? And your value as a person. And people try to associate their materialism with how good they are, if that makes sense. And I just fucking
Okay,
hate
can I
that
ask you something?
mentality. I just hate that
Can I ask
materialist
you
mentality. It's
something?
bullshit.
I was gonna
But don't you
finish
think?
my
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
I was just gonna
I w-
point out, I had, after she had told me this, I had explained to her that she should really take care of the things that she's given because she should be grateful that she's able to even have the idea of having a new car after damaging one. And she sort of looked at me as if I was crazy, but I'm glad that I grew up with my mum because she came from a working class background. She came up in like, she grew up with a family of 8 where she had to share a bedroom with her 4 sisters.
Yeah.
Like, that was how she lived growing up. What had happened was my granddad owned a farm later on in life, but he didn't own it when she was a child. He was a farming worker, and
and he moved up over
her
time
mother
and
was,
took it over time.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So he hadn't owned a farm. He didn't have a very stable income. Her mother at the time wasn't working because it was a different time then. This was the 70s. You know, that was seen as crazy in Ireland that you
That's
could,
all
you
up
know,
the
a mother
troubles
could
and all
work.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
she
yeah.
had a good car insurance,
And
so she was chill.
she grew up in a very working class background, and she's always taught me to respect my environment, respect material things, always thank her for food on the table, always thank her for anything
For
that
sure.
she can
You had
buy
a
me
very
because she
good mum,
just
I'll
wants
say
me to
that.
have.
You had a very fucking good
Yeah,
mum, for sure.
she always wanted me to, you know, have the things that I couldn't have and be able to express myself, my create, because I'm
But
a very
didn't
creative
spoil
person,
you.
as I said,
She
I'm an
didn't
artist.
spoil you though.
Yes,
Yeah.
she properly raised me. Like
My mom did spoil me. She was kind of a boy mom to me growing up. It's
yeah,
really
my
not
mom,
good.
my mom,
I
my
think it's like
mom.
genuinely affected my development.
There's
It
different
does.
things my mum will
I
spoil me
consider
on,
spoiling
but
kids
she.
abuse, actually, personally.
I
Yeah,
would,
just like
yeah,
making them fat. It's same thing.
yeah,
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, yeah.
What?
yeah.
What'd you say?
I will say, like, I was a little bit spoiled when I was a kid. I was definitely spoiled at
You're
times,
a girl, that's
but
fine.
like, but
Well, I
I
think
wouldn't
if
say
you
that.
teach the kids the value of what it is that you're doing for them, that's not the same as
Yes,
spoiling.
that's what
Spoiling
I
is giving into them at
appreciated
any
her.
point in time, all the time, for whatever they want, right?
Yeah. Oh
That's
my
what
God, my
spoiling
mum was
is.
a nursery. Discipline was the first thing that
You
she
can
taught
spoil
us.
a child even as a
Yeah.
poor person. It doesn't have to be rich things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
giving into
So
them
price
all the
score.
time. That's what spoiling
Price
is,
yeah,
really.
like my mum, if I was always like excited about something, as I said, I'm an artist, but I'm also a musician, right? And so
What do you play?
I play piano. I'm
No,
on
don't tell.
grade 8.
I play drums.
So nice. But she grew up giving me piano lessons, and I remember one day I asked her how much they were, and she told me, and I was like, "That's far too much. Why are you paying for this? You've been paying for this for years. That
Just get on
takes up so
YouTube,
much
innit?
of your like profit." Pretty much. And she was like, "Because I know that you have a talent, and I know that it will benefit you on like later on in life." And I was like, "What
Yeah.
the hell?" Like even now, whenever my mum buys me things, like that are big and I know they're worth a lot of money, I can't help but feel guilt because I know the effort she's put in to get it and the
This is
money
why
that she's
I'm not
had to
against.
spend to get
This
it.
is why I'm not against like handing things down, inheritance and stuff like that, because working class
Yeah.
people should be able to do that, and all people should be able to do that, no matter what class they are. I think
Yeah.
the
I think
issue,
hoarding
and this
wealth
is,
after you die is so crazy.
say that again.
Yeah,
Sorry,
whatever.
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't hear that. Sorry, say that again.
Oh, I was gonna say, in hoarding wealth even after you die is so fucking crazy to me.
Yeah, you should pass it down.
Right.
And you should pass it
Oh,
down between
hoarding
all the
it,
kids
sorry.
and all that stuff, right? The thing that I'm
Yeah,
getting at
yeah.
is
Someone needs to.
I think like this shit can be abused, and it's not always used well. It can be passed down to kids who just frivolously spend it all away or whatever the fuck, right? Or
Yeah.
use it to create like abusive situations, like exploiting people and whatever. However, I just think the idea of attacking inheritance is not really the way. We have to be attacking how people abuse and corrupt the system. I think that's really what we have to attack,
Yeah.
mainly.
Yeah, Christ Court, can I ask you something? Yeah, earlier you mentioned like that what you own when it comes to materialism, it does make you, doesn't show that you're a good person, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But I agree with that. But don't you think that also, like, if you own a lot and you made it, and you know, by your that shows that you're a dedicated, hardworking person?
To a degree, for sure. Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, I'm not going to say it doesn't say nothing. I just mean I don't. It's not the be all and end all of what makes you a valuable person.
I agree with
I think
but I don't agree with the statement. Having something doesn't mean doesn't
No, I'm
say
not going to
anything
say
about.
if you worked hard for something and you reap the fruits of that somehow makes you less of a person. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying some people ascribe this idea that, because I've got a Gucci bag, I'm now better than the person who has the knockoff Gucci bag or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't believe in any of that. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, I agree I agree mostly with you. I
It's
just
like
wanted to see if you
material
think that
elitism. Like it's the idea that you're more elite if you have certain items.
No, no,
and
that,
But
I
they ascribe a
agree.
moral.
That's
Certain people ascribe a moral sensibility to
It's
that,
like
which
it's
is
like the
it was just
Supreme
fake in my
March.
opinion. That's that.
no,
It's
There's
my
like
no
the
moral.
main
Supreme
point
March
was
trend
that
with
my main
YouTubers.
point
They
that
did
if
it to
you
look rich.
earned a lot of money or
Yeah.
accumulated a lot of wealth, it can often mean that you are a dedicated, hardworking person.
Yeah.
It
Like I
can
mean,
mean that.
I'm
It doesn't
never gonna fault
always
someone
mean that.
for
But even
yeah.
if it does mean that, it doesn't necessarily mean that your worth and value as a human being is more than
I
the
agree. I
laborer.
told
The
you. I
laborer
agree
that
with
works
you.
under you doesn't mean you're necessarily better than them. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but we are also forgetting that the laborers can also be pieces of shit.
I'm not
Oh
saying they
yeah.
can't be. I said working class people can be evil. I said that
I
earlier.
know, and I also said that I agree with you, but I just want to make a point that it's not that black and
I
white.
feel like you're trying to fight me on a point that I never made.
I know you
What?
didn't. I just asked you. I never accused you. I asked you. So there was no accusation. There was a question.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's okay. I think this is the most constructive conversation I've ever had in this like server. It's crazy.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Because usually I go in patriarchy to try and troll people, and then I end up actually getting into debates, and most of their arguments are, "You're
Yeah,
just
I
a
mean,
woman."
Also,
Well,
I'm
at the
wearing
end
my
of the day,
Idaho
you are just a
abortion
woman.
the
rights
thing
thing.
is,
Yeah.
the thing is, I disagree with all of you. The thing is, I disagree with all of you, and I have like extreme views, but I'm able to talk. You know.
Yes, that's what I respect
Yeah,
about your points.
that's good.
Yeah, I prefer that
Not
too.
gonna
Because
There is an
troll.
epidemic
I've
in the
even
politics server of people just being like crazy little bitches.
I'm right, you're wrong kind of
Yeah.
attitude, which I hate.
Yeah.
I've been in this
Yeah,
server
like
for
I'm
many
so hard
years,
to do.
and just the amount of people that come in that are just like, and it doesn't matter what political persuasion they are. They can be fascists, communists, or capitalists. Fucking, it doesn't really matter what the fuck they are. Christians,
Yes.
Muslims, whatever.
I was
But they're just
literally
like
talking about
tapped
this
Yeah,
to
I'm
earlier.
so
fuck. Like
far.
they've got like
Like I'm
power
far to the.
shit in
I'm,
their head. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm like far to the right, but I can talk with like anyone if
Yeah.
they want
Yeah.
to talk.
Like
For
that.
example, I
That's what.
like your British guy Mosley. He's my favorite, you know. But
Oh,
here I
Can I
Mosley.
am.
Yeah, I
just
know
say,
Mosley. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
mostly.
guy.
No, and he was
yeah,
right
a
about
lot
a lot
of
of shit.
people.
He was
Well,
right
I
about a
think
lot
more
of shit.
people are
He really
trolls
was.
in this server than there are.
I'm
There's more
actually.
trolls in this server
You
than
can
there
actually
are
read my profile if
interlocutors.
you want, Chris Courage.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear
I
that.
think.
You can see his quote on my profile,
The
actually.
Rivers of Blood stuff.
No, that's
That's
Enoch
fucking
Powell. I'm
crazy.
Oh, that's
talking
Enoch
about the
Powell.
other
Sorry. Yes,
Mosley.
of course. Sorry, I
I
was getting
think
mixed up. Yeah, yeah.
I think there's more. I think honestly, I think there's more trolls and like retards in the server than there are like actually
I
good
actually.
January,
I
you're
have a
fat and ugly.
theory. I have a theory
Who the
that
fuck said that?
I have
What I
a.
mean.
I mean, he
wanna say
wasn't
this.
wrong.
I want to say this really badly.
Go on, say it.
Okay,
I
well,
have
I'm
a- I
also
have
a
a
mod. No ad
theory-
homs, please.
I have a theory that the reason, debate communities and things like that have become so sort of
I'm not even
elitist,
fat. What
no
the
matter
hell?
what
You're
view
obese.
you
Cut
have.
long ways, January. Cut long ways, you fat
Mate,
bitch.
shut up.
What the fuck?
What was that guy's name?
believe
Oh wait, are you
that
the
they
mod in
have,
here,
like, a
Cyber
lot
Snake?
of-
Are you the mod in here?
No, I'm the mod.
No.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Ninja's a
Right.
mod.
Big titty girl is.
Yeah.
Yeah, big
Supports
titties.
Arsenal. So sad.
Anyway, where did I
What?
go?
Who
I
said
lost my
that?
point. I believe that it's because of this like
Discourse.
new trend in social media where it's like debating is literally just turned into a massive argument sort of thing where like
Yeah.
I'm right, you're wrong kind
Well,
of
they call
idea.
it blood sports.
And I think a
don't
lot
they?
of people, I think a lot of people have now joined and got into debating to let out a lot of their anger and frustrations without
Oh, for
realizing
sure.
that the whole point of
100%. Yeah,
debating
for sure. Yeah.
is to communicate.
It's
a
actually
point that
similar
you
to how
have
why
and
people fight in the
understand
street.
others.
It's actually similar to why people fight in the
Yeah.
street. They got whole shit going on back at home, and they take it out on some motherfucker when they're drunk in the pub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it's like it's unavoidable. Oh my god, you're so pretty. What the fuck? Sorry.
Right, we can't have someone this pretty in the chat. Get out. Get the fuck out.
Get out.
Turn my camera on so that I can talk when it's appropriate, so that you guys can see that.
That's okay.
But I don't want to interrupt.
That's okay. No, you're perfectly fine. Yeah. So I definitely think I'm just a very strong believer in the fact that media is the main perpetrator of a lot of issues in society, especially nowadays, because it's all social media ran.
Well, you have to think about it in a
Like,
certain way, right? When you look at media, they're basically like the priest class. They're like the priest class of the status quo or the capitalist class, right?
Yes.
And if you go back into
Yes,
medieval
that's what-
times and you look at before the printing press was around, the priest class at the time would
cool.
just tell people any old shit about what was in the Bible. It wasn't even necessarily in the Bible, right? And they would just tell them any old
Vixel
shit. and
mogs
get them
me,
to
by the way.
Hey?
Sorry, nothing. I was just saying Vixel mogged me.
Yeah,
Am I
Vixie's
modded?
mogging everyone right now,
No,
I think.
mog. You mogged me.
Yeah, that's what I said. Mogging
That's
mogging
exactly
everyone
what
right now.
mogged means.
Like MOG.
That's what I said.
I don't know what that is.
She looks so
Is it?
scared.
Is it just my
She looks
accent?
so
I can't
scared.
tell.
It's like
Hang on, hang on.
She doesn't know what
Mog,
that is.
hang on, wait, please. Mog just means like you're so like physically
Chubby
attractive
face.
that you
Everybody
make me feel
else.
small. Like
Yeah.
you mog
I know what
the
it
fuck
means.
out of me.
I know what it means.
Just literally running down
You
my
like intimidate me with how fucking hot you are.
I'm not
Alright, Mitch, shut
intimidated.
up. Why is he in the chat?
You're
Bring
just
it on.
pretty.
That's
don't
what
know,
I
that's all I'm
say.
saying.
Bring
all
it
I'm
on.
saying is you're pretty. And it makes you feel
Alrighty,
insecure.
cry
It makes you feel jealous how pretty you are. I wish I
I
could
was
pass
really
with you.
intrigued by the.
I do fear though there may be some. Okay, so far there's been a good.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to speak over. There's a bit of a
No,
delay sometimes.
I'm sorry. Let's go
Yeah.
back to the conversation. I just wanted to say Vixel's pretty.
I just wanted to
Agreed.
say though,
Agreed.
even though so far we've been having a pretty good discussion, I'm not gonna lie, we may diverge on the trans stuff a little bit here. I'm not gonna lie on that.
Yeah, especially some of the trolls that are gonna come in here.
I'm not
sorry.
a troll. I do have genuine beliefs about it.
No, not you. I'm just saying like there happens to be quite a few trolls in here.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
where my far right side will shine if we're gonna talk about trans.
I
See,
don't
because
want to.
I'm probably
I
more
was-
on that right wing side in that I don't believe that trans women are women. I just believe they're trans women, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
not all that right, actually.
Women don't exist.
I wouldn't
trans
see
women
that as all
only.
that right wing.
Trans
I
women
wouldn't
don't
say it's all that
exist.
right.
I'm not real.
I'm not here to change your mind. I was
Let's
very intrigued
basically-
by the. I was very intrigued by
class topic.
the middle class conversation
Yeah,
you guys
Right.
had,
I'm
and
Fair enough.
sure Vix
Yeah,
is
guys,
probably
trans
saying
I have
people
no
are not real.
animosity to trans
issues.
people unless they're trying to force me to believe that they are literally women, and I don't appreciate that. I take it in the same
You're
way as
bringing it up.
religious
I'm
people
not.
trying
Yeah,
to tell me that I need to
They're
believe a certain thing
metaphorically
about
women,
religion.
duh.
You know?
Yeah,
I
guys,
don't-
trans people are not
I
real.
don't care to bring it up. It's fair.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
like.
Okay,
I
fair enough.
think I think
just
we
didn't-
should
I
go
didn't
back
wanna-
to the class.
I didn't
topic.
want it to come up later and then it become a big issue, so I just thought I'd kind of get it out of the way a little bit. But if you
Fair
understand my position and you're okay, that's whatever.
I don't need to.
Yeah.
I don't need to know your position on strawberries either.
Okay. Yeah, all right, fair
The
enough.
strawberries are
That's a fair point.
Fair
overrated.
enough. Right, class. Though,
Strawberries
we were
are not
talking about
fruit.
billionaires.
They're trans
Thank
fruit.
you. Okay, so the things I was thinking about, because like I couldn't help myself but think while you
Yes,
guys were
yes.
talking, and it was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah.
And I wanted it to continue, and then it went into like who are trolls on the server, and that's fine too. You guys can perfectly have that conversation if you'd like
Yeah.
to. I didn't want to interrupt. But if you'd like to talk about other things, I'd like to talk about the wage.
No, I
thing.
want to hear your
That's-
thoughts on that conversation for sure.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was like very productive because I've benefited and like I grew up super low class. Someone was talking about like sharing a room with 8 family
Oh,
members, whatever.
my mother was in a family of 8. She had to share a room with her sisters, and there was 4.
So my dad built a 4-tiered bunk bed for the kids in the house because we had 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom on a farm that didn't do very
Yeah.
well. And instead of a kid's room, he turned the like area that was like the den between the living room and the bathroom, the only bathroom, that's like right next to where the bedroom is. Very small house. He turned that into the kids' room, and it was 3
Aww.
original kids, 2 additional kids that were from. So he was remarried a second time. He had 3 original kids, and
He's
so they
building
were
a
there
small
for the
army,
that
you
was-
mean?
Yes, so
So
that was
cute.
I was part of the original 3.
I love when
But
people
then
do
he had
things
2
for their
more and
kids.
married into 2, so there were 7 of us in
Wow.
one
I
little
love when
room.
people do nice things for their kids.
You're
It's
like the
really sweet.
Weasleys.
It was. I remember like seeing my stepmom running through our room naked because she had to get to the bathroom often.
Oh my
I think we've
god.
all seen our parents naked at some point in our lives.
Yeah.
Step-
Can we get
I
Jim on
literally.
music, please?
We
Wait,
don't
is that
love it,
normal?
No,
I've
but at
never.
the
no,
end
we
of the day, it's a
cannot.
necessary
No,
evil
they're a
sometimes.
troll. They're being a troll, and they just made
Wait.
a pedo accusation. So I'm gonna
Step
report that
parent.
to Mod Mail.
Wait, guys, am I the outlier? I've never seen my parents naked, not even close.
Well,
Am
you
I the
better
outlier?
thank your
I-
lucky fucking
I've
stars,
seen-
mate. You better thank your lucky
I've
fucking stars.
accidentally
That
walked in on my dad naked, and that traumatized me.
No,
I
my
think the
ma just
closest.
drop it all down.
Hey, you want to hear something
I
bad?
think the
You want to hear
closest I
something
ever
bad?
came.
When I used to take a bath
What?
in the bathroom, my mum used to come in and take a fucking shit while I was fucking in the bath.
Yes, that's some. That's
The
some
Yeah, my mom was
the closest I've
brushing
ever
teeth while I
come.
was in the shower. Yeah.
The closest I've ever come is I thought mum was using the upstairs shower, so I went to go use the downstairs bathroom. She was actually using the downstairs shower in that bathroom. I walk in, the curtain's pulled, so I don't see anything, but I open the door and she goes, "Get out!" That's the closest.
Wait,
Didn't see anything.
is no
Didn't
one
see
gonna make
anything.
a
So
mom
that's
joke?
the closest.
Really?
That's the closest. So I've not actually seen anything, thankfully.
Yeah, thank you, lucky stars.
Is no
mate,
one
I'll
gonna
tell you
make
that.
a mom joke? Really?
But that was just the summers for me. And my mother was very pretty, and she married several times and always married up. So
Oh,
she
jeez.
benefited quite significantly, but she did, and she used us as like pawns to get what she wanted. So I never was in the same school more than half a year through elementary school. By 12, she kicked me out, and I had to go live with my dad and his sick arrangement. But he was divorced, and so I didn't have to deal with like the stepkids, but it was this convoluted thing where he he ran a drug house at the time, and that farm we grew up on and went to summer vacations in was a pot. Like he just grew pot there in the middle of Missouri in Harrisonville, and he switched houses with a buddy downtown in a very bad part. Yes, and bad part of town. And so I lived in like a very, very bad neighborhood from 12th grade or from age 12 to 16, 17.
Right.
And then my dad
That's
somehow
insane.
swindled a house from a retired couple in like Overland Park, Kansas, which is like, if you don't know it, it's one of the ritziest places ever.
Thought you said
So
retarded
you've been
couple.
like all up and down the spectrum in a way, like kind of.
Exactly. That's why I'm so interested and intrigued by this conversation.
Can I ask you about something actually? Because I have a weird theory, right? I have a weird theory about, because I have very strong opinions about the middle class, right? As you've probably heard before.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But I have a theory about the working class and the like the elite class. I think they actually have more in common with each other than the middle class. And I wondered if you've maybe observed that a little bit.
How about that one?
Hold on, not in terms of material conditions. I mean in terms of what they face in terms of how people treat each other. Like, so in working class environments, right, people are always kind of fucking each other over, trying to get their little fucking crumb of shit, right? And in elite places, people are kind of doing similar shit. They're backbiting each other, trying to get one over on people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's like a similar mentality
like
between these kind of groups in a way.
It's interesting that you see this through the male glaze, and I appreciate that, and I see that through this like fight or flight or like animalistic, or we're all like in it in a dog eat race kind of atmosphere. I don't see it that way. I see it, the best way I can describe it is everyone's seen the film Aladdin from Disney, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, I like the monkey.
So Aladdin is a street rat. He's bottom of the barrel. All he wants are the same things that Jasmine wants, are just to be seen and shown for whom they are truly, and have the opportunities to do that. both worlds have their limitations and their constraints. And I've talked to people, I've literally like met duchesses and like had tea with, like, I had lunch with Adam Sandler and his family once.
Wow.
I've had experiences that are interesting that like
he
are
funny?
above my pay grade of like where I'm from. So I feel like that street rat, but I also feel like Jasmine, and I
Yeah.
think you could see why.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that's interesting. And from my perspective,
I
it's
think
more that the way we're similar is a humanistic characteristic, and you're referencing that as well. You just see the negative sides, and I think I see the positive parts.
I think I
wait,
see the
Grice,
negative
was your
sides because I've
point? Grice,
experienced the negative
was your
sides a lot.
point?
So I guess maybe that's why. But
Goodbye.
but
Goodbye.
I actually take what you're saying fairly well. Actually, I think you're right about that. And I just wondered about your perspective
Right.
because you mentioned that you'd kind of been up and down the different kind of stratas there, and I haven't really. But like but I've always had this kind of like weird theory about it, where when I see how upper class people can interact sometimes, it kind of reminds me a bit of like how it can be like in the working class environment as well. So like
Yeah,
that's why I
British guy,
mentioned it. I
British
just
guy, I know
wondered if
what you
you'd
mean.
if
So
you'd
the
like kind of
difference is,
seen something similar. So
No, what he mean? I think what
so
he
the
wants to
differences
say is that
are
in the same way that upper class will screw each other over $1 million, lower class will screw each other over $100.
yeah,
That's what
But
he's
again,
trying to say.
I'm gonna be
so
honest.
that's a
what
good way to put it.
happens is people will justify their actions no matter what. They're always the good people in the stories they tell.
Sure.
There's no other way to determine. If you look through the eyes of any movie, through the antagonistic's eyes, they become the protagonist. And we see
Yeah.
this quite clearly when we see Ocean's 11, for example. The thieves are the good guys.
Hmm.
So, whom has that kind of priority, that's important, I think. And we see that quite clearly when it comes to people in wage discrepancies and different class structures. But who you are as a person is then determines your actions, and you'll justify those. So good people will do good things
Yeah, for sure.
dependent on class, and bad people will do bad things. And I think you're right in those suggestions. However, and this is the key distinguisher, is you're limited to the tools at your disposal, and the people in the upper class have tools that we will never be able to access.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
I'll be back in 15 minutes. I just need to pick some herbs from my rakia, if you know what
I might
rakia
jump
is.
into another channel. I'm not even sure if I'll be in here necessarily, but I think
I'm going to LGBT. This was fun, but everyone left.
yeah, I'm just gonna move between. I channel hop all the time when I'm in here. I just go into different ones and just talk shit with people. But I really enjoyed it though. Yeah, it's just nice to speak to people who can at least see where I'm trying to come from. Like I find in this country, a lot of people are not very aware of economics, not very aware of like class dynamics and stuff like that. They might be on a surface level, but not in like they've never really thought about it on like a deeper level. They might
You
go, "Oh,
won't
no, I'm working
find
class,"
a
but they don't
Bible.
really know exactly what that means per se. So
Dependent.
yeah, it's
I've
very
met them.
dependent.
There's specific. Here's a good example for you: is individuals that own lawnmower companies that mow like apartment complexes and stuff like that, and hire people to do it for them. These individuals own houses that are pretty middle class. I mean, but they're nice, and they're in a nice neighborhood, and they go, they have a nice school district, and they have a decent life. But they think that they've built this. They think that they, because they did the lawnmower stuff before, and they built that business, that they own it. And so they get like 50%, 60% of the proceeds of the company and hire people at like $12 an hour and work them into the ground until they can't anymore. Don't give them medical or any kind of things.
Well,
And
this is
once
why we
they're
need to
gone,
stop
they're
illegal
gone.
immigration.
Point is, well, no, they do this to white trash. They don't discriminate. This is the new slavery. This is the problem, is that they found a way to discriminate that is beyond race, but also in the South in particular. The other benefit to my experiential data is that I've lived all over the states, everywhere. California, Oregon, Missouri,
And they're
Kansas,
very different
Tennessee,
in how they
Alabama,
operate, for
Georgia,
sure.
Florida,
Yeah.
New York. I've lived in all these
So yeah,
locations.
you've gone all over the
And
place,
so-
man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also used to travel for work, and we had 19 campuses nationwide. So when I traveled, I've been on more plane trips than most people experience, their families experience in their lives, but just simply for work.
Mhm.
But like I said, I've
All
lived
right,
a
rub
lot of
it in. Why don't you rub it in? Yeah, bitch.
I'm not trying to. I'm like, I didn't pay. Like the funny thing
I'm
is
teasing
I
you.
don't
I'm
pay
teasing
for
you. I
things.
don't care. I don't
I'm
care.
lower class, but I have pretty privilege and I have white privilege. And I've been married twice. I've been very influential towards those marriages and helpful towards those individuals, and they've benefited me. Once I transitioned, everyone left. So like I'm lower class again, don't worry. But I benefited from
Well, I don't know how I would peg you as like, because on some level I do recognise that you've been
You
on the
wanna
lower
peg
class
me?
spectrum, but I struggle to see you necessarily as lower class, I guess. But I can see.
Everything you see in this room is free, or from a movie set, because I worked in film, and you get stuff for free as like bonuses.
I mean,
just
that's
for
kind of like an
working in
upper
film.
class thing to me. But
It's pretty sick, actually.
Yes, but I don't work in film a lot, and I've only made less than
so I
60,000
just
a
don't.
year.
This
for
is
the
kind of
last.
coming into that middle class area of like, oh, I'm like trying to pretend,
No.
you know.
So I was middle class. I'm lower class. I was lower class, got into middle class. I agree with you. And now I'm back into lower class. I haven't worked in film in 2 years, sadly. Well, a little bit, but it wasn't enough to make a career. Last year I only made $12,000.
Okay.
Pixel, hope I'm not being weird by calling you pretty.
I think you're obviously pretty.
Thank
I don't
you.
think it's weird to say,
I
is it?
No.
I'm not
I mean,
even
you should
really
see me
into
with my
trans
makeup
people.
on.
Listen, I was watching a video of John Bon Jovi when he was younger, an interview, and I was like, God damn, this man is fucking beautiful. What the hell? I was like,
I just really,
I'm not
I was
even
feeling a lot
gay.
of smart
I'm not
talk
even
tonight.
gay, and he's beautiful, man. He's totally
Also, is that
beautiful.
an Assassin's Creed shirt? That's so based.
What, is she wearing Creed?
Assassin's Creed.
Wrong Creed.
Like the game series.
I
She's wearing a
thought I
shirt
was
of
thinking
that.
of the
Pretty
other
sick.
Creed. Let me take you higher. That's what I was thinking.
Shut the fuck up, you
Good song, honestly. I haven't listened to a lot of Creed though.
Oh, we got some miserable cunt in the chat, have we?
One song I really like is Dear Agony by Breaking Benjamin. That's a good song I listen to occasionally.
I don't listen to Breaking Benjamin. That's for like pussies and stuff, I guess.
What? You don't
Isn't
listen
it
to
like
sad
emo
music?
shit? Isn't it like emo stuff?
No.
I was
Not
trying to
necessarily.
find.
What the fuck is this illness?
I was going to try to find a picture of my
Fucking mental
mom.
illness.
because
Fuck.
That's the reason. You are straight. I just have
Okay,
a
wait, hang
very
on. I gotta address something. Young
can't
man, if you're
believe
just gonna troll, I'm just gonna mute you, okay?
No, it's
Have
not
you-
even-
Oh, why do you have to mute all the trolls? I like to argue with the
I'm
trolls
going- Do not
sometimes.
interrupt
Fuck.
me. Do not interrupt me. I'm going to ban you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. No.
Okay. Okay, fine. Eat the mute. Eat that mute.
So this is my mom.
Good boy.
But like, she's older in this picture. She's older than I am now, so that's harder. It's harder to see, but.
Oh, she's a hottie.
Yeah.
She's
I
laying
mean,
it down
that's-
thick for the boy. Let's go.
I have
I'm
some
not gonna lie,
pictures
she
of her
was
when
kind
she
of
was
hot in that
my age.
picture.
Yeah, I mean, she was the weird, the weirder kind of motif of my life is that my grandma was the bastard child of a duchess from some kind of German country. I don't know what, but
Austria.
like very aristocratic. She was very crazy, but crazy for women just means that they talk too much back then. So she was sent
That's
to
not
the
what it means.
States, and I forgot her last name, but it was like super famous, and she became an actress and like had one kid when she was 16, and she was this bastard child that my grandma. And she was given to another family to raise while she could have her movie career, like cocaine induced like craziness. And she ended up like marrying a director and stuff like that. I know her name. I just don't want to say it because I want to talk.
My mom also had her
Yeah,
first kid at 15.
But like, so like then my grandma was like very like influential and like taken care of, and she like ended up marrying my grandpa, which was this like war veteran, like basically military rat who didn't do anything and was like very pathetic, but they loved each other kind of situation. They had 2 kids, my dad and my mom, or my dad and my sister, or my dad and my aunt. Sorry. And then they split up, and then she was sold. My grandma was sold to the richest man in Missouri at the time.
Whoa. Oh, so that would have been what? Wait, how? When? What year was that?
Jesus Christ.
50s, 60s.
No wonder she was crazy. The fuck?
70s, maybe.
No wonder she was crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Yeah, but then she went super religious, and then like tithing, like because she was basically sold off. She was an inheritance baby at best, because he was my grandpa, my step grandpa, has never worked a day in his life, has always had money, inheritance baby, but has never given a single fucking cent to any of his new wife's kids. Won't do it. He won't breed. He won't go across that line. He doesn't want to infect, like, super racist guy, this person, pedophile, like he can't, he has a restraining order against my sister, or vice versa, whatever, you know what I mean. Horrible man. We're waiting for them to die, but like we're not going to get anything out of it because it's
Written
like
out of the
it's
will
never
kind
going to
of
happen.
thing, yeah. All right.
Yeah, but she went super religious to kind of like justify her like bullshit excuses for existence, and like she's the one, my grandma is the one that goes on vacations like 6 or 7 a year, and cruises, and Italy, and this place and that place. And I remember growing up, I would get like literally from the cable company, they would get free watches, plastic bullshit watches that said Time Warner on them, and they would give that out as gifts to their grandkids. That's what I got one year for Christmas from my like fucking millionaire grandpa. Yeah, they would let us come and stay and eat dinner, and we would be able to look at their nice things, and every time they got something nice and new, they would like rub it in our faces. And
It's a bit of a slap in the face, isn't it? It is, yeah. I know what you mean.
I grew up like that. That was my.
This is why I'm a fan of inheritance, because you should care about your family and your legacy and hand it down. You should. And these people that
Well, there wouldn't be any.
people that try
It's
and
not my
poison it
family.
against their family or use it as a weapon against their family, I think it's bullshit, man.
But it's not our family. That's the thing, is they were like, it's an arranged bullshit marriage. Like he owns her.
It's still part of it though, if they've married and whatever. Like, I don't know. I know
No,
what you're saying in
there's
terms of like a
commitment
kind of
in his
in
life.
like a human respect. I get what you're saying, but legally,
There's no blood relationship there. That's the problem. He has a blood relation son. My grandpa, my step grandpa, he has a blood son, and he's getting everything. He's already gotten everything. He also has never worked a day in his life, but also benefited from that significantly. He ended up like creating a company that created some of the first e-bikes before they had like I rode an electric bike because like they wanted to test it on somebody, and like I was a stupid kid that they could let crash into a wall basically. Like in 2001 I was riding an e-bike. I got to ride a e-bike for a moment. But like, so there's like weird parts, but it's always from like this, like the stable boy perspective. It really sucks. But yeah, so family isn't as important as you think, and inheritance is potentially actually the thing we should fight. And you were saying something like, what should we do? I think the answer is clear. I think people shouldn't be able to create a serviceable product and manufacture a industry around it and then give that industry to their kids. I think that product, that thing that now houses a great deal of people and works with those amount of people, I think those people should inherit that thing. Period. No board, no like maybe a board within the congregations of like unionized members of sorts, but like elected officials of sorts, but
I don't know
no
if I
board,
agree with
no
that
nothing,
personally,
no
but
inheritance.
there's nothing to stop anyone if
The
they
people.
do inherit something like that to make it into that.
But they never would because this is the problem is like companies with somebody at the top usually have about 50% stake, and 50% stake means they have 50% ownership, which means they get 50% of the investment criterias and ability to invest in other things because of that ownership, because it's an asset. It's not liquid cash, but it's an asset. And when they maintain that, this is how Elon Musk is able to like purchase things with no money. So they just get
Yeah, because
loans.
he's
It's a
putting it
different game
on
at that
the
point.
assets. Yeah, I get
And
it. Yeah, yeah.
yes, and when kids inherit that, they have that same like get out of jail free card when it comes to any. This is why they can do anything they want and succeed, because they have a mountain of investment opportunities at their
I don't think that's
disposal,
true though,
and
because
that's the thing
I
that's
don't think that's true
unfair.
because most
I'm
people that
fine with
inherit money, they don't actually end up. A lot of them actually move down class brackets.
money is different than assets. That's what I didn't say anything about the money. I'm inheritance in the form
Assets are
of
still
money.
part of the class bracket.
No.
Yes, but that's the thing we should be attacking is the assets. Because that's the thing
Kind
that we
of.
need to maintain as a people control over is where we work, where the majority of a company is housed over. If 2% of a company's structure of employees is making 50% of the profits, that isn't a good thing. And that only happens through this mechanism. And it's only inheritably changeable if we give that company to the people that are within the company on the deathbed of that individual, instead of their kids or board members or just another individual.
It should never
You're
go
just
to board
handing
members ever.
you're just
Board members should never be entitled to inheritance in that way ever.
You'd be surprised.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying in the system we have now, they probably are. But I'm just saying that I don't think they should be. That's what I'm saying. But I don't. I still believe in inheritance though. And even if they fuck it up or they exploit it, I still think inheritance should be a thing, regardless.
I don't, because it's bigger than the person who creates it at that point. And that's like Amazon. I don't think Jeff Bezos' kids, whom we know nothing about, should be able to maintain and operate an industry and an operative network.
But then you basically say that no one should be able to ever do that, and I think that's wrong.
Someone we don't know. So this
It doesn't matter
individual
if you know
created
him or
it.
not. It doesn't matter if you know him or not.
But this is the problem with that, is this individual, Jeff Bezos, created it, and he has ownership of it currently. But what he's creating now is a network in which that if he, as an individual, fails, he can, as president, be taken out of the seat of sorts because it's so big. And it should be that way, right? That's how presidents lose ownership of companies, and it should be that way because
well, that's if they engage in that kind of structure for their company, yeah. Well.
Right, but an individual who inherits this doesn't. There's no election process. This individual
Yeah, I don't think it should be an election process.
This person can be a ghost behind a machine and just get a paycheck for the rest of their lives, and to no benefit to anyone.
That's not quite true though, because everyone that's working for them is getting a benefit from it, right?
They're not benefiting. You're now suggesting that working class is profiting.
I'm not saying they're profiting. I'm saying that if you can feed your family off a job, that is more or less benefiting from it, right?
Not in the structure. Not in slave labor.
It's not slave
structure.
Labor, though.
No, it is. So if you make less than 60,000 a year in the lower class system, and you have
that's
children,
slave labor, you're going to say.
Yeah.
I just feel like you're not actually a working class person to just even say something like that. Personally,
it's not.
It's actually quite disconnected. It's actually quite disconnected from the real world.
So I'm a sex worker. I work as a restaurant server.
Well,
And
that's where you're at
am
now. But
trying to
look,
get
at,
back
I
to
saw the
Toronto.
house you're in, and you went through there. I know you're living in a fucking nice place. I know you are.
I'm renting a place, and I have 2 roommates that live
So you're
above me.
renting
I
it.
live in
So
the
what? You're renting
basement
it.
level.
So what? You're renting it.
Can
I
you
don't give a
stop
fuck.
making assumptions?
Nah,
Damn,
man.
brother. I literally, it's a bottom
You make
loft.
more than I
And
do,
she,
which is
no, shut
sad.
the fuck up.
You
No, no, no.
make
Now
more
I'm
than
gonna
I
get,
do.
now I'm
I
getting
do not
fucking
make more
mad.
than you.
No,
I'm
it's
literally
literally,
homeless,
no,
mate.
shut the
No
fuck up. Shut
one
the fuck
person at
up.
a time. Let
No,
Patty finish.
no, 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 no. You don't interrupt me. Christ doesn't interrupt me. It's literally a bottom loft in a 2-story house that is literally shared with 3 other people. And literally, the only reason it looks nice is because she got a bunch of shit free from Facebook Marketplace and was a set designer. So can you just fuck off?
All right,
Like,
so
fuck
I
you,
was
dude.
gonna
So,
say.
so
getting a bunch of free
Literally
shit from
so
rich
fucking mad
people
about
makes
that.
you
You don't know
lower class
shit.
somehow. How?
It
Yeah, look,
is.
Do you
Oh
want
my
to
god.
get some
that's
free
You know
shit?
literally
what?
Go to
free
Facebook
shit on
Marketplace.
Facebook
Taking a
Marketplace
piss
is
for a minute.
not
It's
rare.
cool.
For a
She
minute.
didn't get it
I'm
from Facebook. She
sorry.
never said that before. So that's
but
bullshit.
isn't it best to
Hey,
be
their
rich?
pronouns
Because
are
you
they,
She said
them.
she
shouldn't
Their
got it
pronouns
through
are
necessarily
they,
fucking
them.
Hollywood,
about someone's
basically,
life that you
which is
don't
rich
fucking
people.
know. You made assumptions about someone's life you don't fucking know. That was my point, and that's why I'm mad.
But
Okay.
isn't it good to be poor because
Which is
billionaires are evil?
understandable. Like,
I love
also,
being
their
selfish.
pronouns are they,
You?
them.
So
Hold
Oh my
on.
god.
Hold on. I'm the greatest feminist of all time. I love abortion so much that I think that they should be mandatory.
True.
Based.
I'm such a good feminist.
Ooh.
I'm such a good
yeah,
feminist.
kill
I think
every
men should
woman,
also get
kill
mandatory
every female
vasectomies.
zygote in existence, all of them.
Yes. No, I'm
That's
such
so
a good
feminist
feminist.
of me.
I honestly think some vasectomies should be mandatory for people who like are MAGA.
Or trans, yeah.
That would be my presidency.
Yeah.
Mandatory
I was
vasectomies. Drag them at
Hold on.
gun.
Crowdfunded, including didn't Rothschild like he paid for a big chunk of it, right? But a lot of them crowdfunded for their plots. But all of this was given over to them. They just had to pay the British government, I guess, for homeland, and then it was right after, like they came out of the concentration camps and shit coming here. So like they were very like vulnerable. And
Hello. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? God, nobody wants to talk.
This server, I mean, if that was to ever happen, it would take a long time. But like my primary goal would be to like, again, like the only times I really mute, even in these own little rooms that I control, is just like when people are being like overly disruptive. Like that's the one, that's the problem in this server. I think that if was to be fixed, like it would just make everything better. It's just like the rapid,
I think it's
the
room to room though,
widespread.
right? It's just, you gotta, in a weird way, you've kind of got to do it room to room. Which is a shame. I know what you mean. Like, if it'd be nice if it was more uniform, but in a weird way, you kind of need it to be a bit Wild West in order for it to even exist.
Maybe. Look, I don't want to like ruin this anything, right? So I guess maybe
We got a great thing going on here.
well, yeah, but I don't even know if that's necessarily. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Because like I do feel like the culture in Destiny server in terms of like non-disruption is better, but it's just like they're very political. They're very like ideologically intolerant towards like people who disagree with them, and the mods kind of have this like kind of almost police-like mentality towards people. Like you can't talk shit
I call
to
it
them.
petty tyranny. That's what I call it.
It's just, it's just how cops operate. Like when you meet cops, like it's very
Not
You can't even
always.
call them
Not
fucking
always. I've
Johnnies,
had a
bro.
mixed bag with cops, but I think what I'm looking at is like a psychology of petty tyranny, which people with any kind of power, not just you're right to bring up cops in a way because I see what you mean by saying that. But I think anyone with any modicum of power, they can be a manager, the supervisor, they can be the cop, they can be, it doesn't. They can even be like an activist or something, but they can act with like a petty tyranny that is just trying to suppress everyone else around them, kind of a thing.
Yeah, the Stanford prison experiment basically is like the best example of this. Or
Yeah.
like any sort of resemblance of power you give to any individual, they'll abuse it. Eventually, they will abuse it.
I don't
And
know if it's
especially with
any
communities,
individual
you have
though.
to be.
Like
Sorry, go ahead.
for example, like I've ran my own like server for like years now, and it's like not super active, but like it's a little bit active, and like I am incredibly like non-interventionist as much as I
Yeah,
can
but
be
you're
without
the
too much of
owner
power.
though.
I
You're the
don't
owner. That's
subscribe to
different.
that everyone who gets power will abuse it. I subscribe to the idea that it's very likely they will. So it's just more like
Sure.
It's not that every single person is going to do that. It's just that more or less, most of the time, in any given situation, the likelihood that someone's going to abuse that power is fairly high.
Yeah, that's true. And I have seen like people change again. Like I do think there is a sort of like cop-like mentality that develops. Like people, like not in terms of like like oh like shooting people or something. It does
No,
seem
I know what
odd
you
to
mean.
me. It's
Just be like, I'm
yeah,
going to
it's
bring
just
you up on the most banal pedantry bullshit ever. Like, yeah.
yeah, or like this idea like it's always funny to me when like left-wingers are like, they see cops like acting like kind of controlling and like or domineering in some situation and they're like how the fuck can people operate like that? And then it's the moment you give them any kind of power to like regulate other people, like they immediately do the same thing. It is like it's I think kind of like a testament to human nature. I don't think that a lot of people actually like a principled problem with like shitty moderation. I think most of the time people are just like upset when it happens to them or when they don't have the power to do it to other people. I think it's like very much a power thing most of the time. I think the real test is when you give somebody moderation power, like how do they use it over like a long period of time? I think that's the real test.
Yeah, I'm gonna. What was it you just said there? About. Sorry, I had to go to the toilet. I could hear what you were saying, but I couldn't respond. There's something you just said there for a second that got my juices flowing for a second. Oh, fuck. And now I've forgotten it because I was trying to get back in the room.
Stanford prison experiment?
No, it was after that. It was he was saying about how they
You
don't
can't even
see it
call
in
them
themselves. They don't
Johnnies.
see it in
Like,
themselves. They don't have the self-awareness to understand that like they are basically doing what they despise, right?
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I think it's like there's a lot of people that just really don't like that, and when it's I have a disdain for those kinds of people who get that kind of power, and I've had rooms in here where I'm the mod or whatever, and I don't ban anyone. Like I don't stop anyone. I call it the racist chat. That's what I call it, right? And it's not because I'm actually trying to be racist necessarily. It's just because I'm trying to provoke people into coming in to just being like not PC and stuff like that, right? Because I don't believe in any of that stuff. It's not authentic. And I've never had to ban somebody because usually if they come in and they're being an arsehole, I'll just scream them out of the room. I don't have to ban them. I'll just fucking scream at them, tell them what I fucking think of them, go against their arguments, whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't matter. I don't need to ban them because I can just fight them on my own level. And like I try not to use that power unless it's like something really crazy. If someone was coming in being like, I'm a pedo and I'm gonna spread all my pedo shit in here, I might ban them on that level, just because that's like more harmful than anything else. But other than like some kind of really extreme thing, I just would never do it. And I know what you're saying when you see people who get that tiny bit of power. It's like it's literally having a room in a politics server is the tiniest bit of power you could possibly ever have. and people just wield it like they're fucking Stalin or some shit. It's just like, it's kind of disgusting.
Well,
It tells you everything you need to know about that person's character, really.
100%.
You know, something funny is the reason I pretty much hang out in this server, as far as political servers go, is because of the reason y'all are just talking about right now, having to do with like basically every other politics server that you would expect to have like more, just have more tact.
Like
And
freedom.
they do, but then they have all these moderation problems that it makes them actually worse than this server of degenerates.
Hey, it's Wyatt Shrew from The Office.
It's me.
That's why I hang out here, pretty much.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'd rather have the freedom of people to like basically the loose moderation and have to deal with the degenerates as opposed to basically moderators making the server not fun.
Yeah,
They ruin it.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit old school in the sense of like I'm from that 4chan era where to me it's like the internet is like the Wild West. Like I'm from the AOL chat rooms and whatever the fuck when I was like 10, 11 years old, just chatting bare shit. It like, don't give a fuck, and like when I look back at like how people could just be so pedantry or like pettily authoritarian and stuff. When I look back at that, I just go, okay, yeah, maybe I was being an arsehole then. But the way that they handle it makes it even worse in a way, because they're just kind of like, to me, it's like if someone's coming in and they're like being a mad racist or some shit, right? I just try and turn it back on them and like laugh at them, make them into a joke or something.
Well, I don't really,
don't know.
yeah. As far as like, I don't care what people's positions are, even if they're absolutely batshit crazy or like offensive. Hell, that's fine. I just what I don't like is like just being obnoxious and like ruining like a conversation, like coming in the room and just saying screaming anything, just to be disruptive. That guy can be muted, right? And like that's not
sure. I do think that even then though I struggle with that because I just go, I'd rather just fucking be a troll back. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's just maybe it's just the old school internet person in me, but like in my head, I'm just like, I'll just flame up. I'm in a flame war. That's what they used to call it when I was young, a flame war. So if they're flaming me, I'm just gonna flame them. You know what I mean? That's my kind of point of view.
I guess I see what you mean. It's just that it's hard to facilitate any sort of like constructive conversation ever if you allow every person who wants to come in and troll and be obnoxious to disrupt the conversation.
But I find that a lot of them just fuck off. A lot of them just fuck off though after about 2 minutes when they realise you're not having it. So like the ban button or the mute button, it in a way emboldens them even more sometimes because it's like you're kind of validating that they're. I don't know. I guess it works either way. I suppose. I don't know. I guess there's no real right way to deal with it, maybe, but because I'm seeing I'm seeing your point, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to like lay it out in my head, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
That's how I do it whenever I start a room, which isn't that often. Anyone can have any position they want. I don't care if they're a pedophile. I mean, that's the worst position I can think of.
Not gonna lie, I do actually kind of care if they're a pedophile. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, but just like if they're arguing on like some political, because like these people exist, right? These people are what is it called, like NAMBLA, right? yeah. So like these people exist. You have to deal with them in politics to some extent, right? Like they're real people that have political opinions. And so, I mean, I'll tolerate them. But as much as I hate them, but yeah, it's just the disruptive people that want to come in and fucking basically make it
or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. That's when I moderate. That's when I mute. Like other than that, I pretty much let whatever go.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I think that's fair enough. To be fair, I think I just have this weird complex around it, just because I can see how it can exacerbate the issue sometimes when you're trying to suppress something. So for instance, I've been in various servers where there's been like groypers and all this kind of shit, right? And they're coming out with all this like mad, like I have some sympathy with the ideas of Grubhub. Like, I understand that like there's Israeli influence and stuff on governments and blah blah blah, but the way that they come at it is like this like crazy, bigoted, like mad, hateful way. And it's a tough time talking to them sometimes, like trying to like rationalize with them. And
Sure.
I've not banned them, but there has been times I've felt like I wanted to, just because of like, it's like you're hitting your head against a brick wall kind of a thing, you know. But at the same time, I feel like if I ban them, then I'm almost giving them credence. So like in their head, they'll think, well, he banned me because I'm right about it all. You know what I mean? He didn't want to hear all the truth that I'm saying. And so that's why I kind of, and I see that not in, this is just in the Discord level, but I'm taking this just from the micro to the macro as well. Because when you see in society, the way society is going now, like the people are virulently against the identity politics now. It's basically become a situation where the white supremacists and all this stuff have got way more credence than they've ever had for a long time. And that's mainly due to these progressive types not being able to engage them and silencing them and banning them, so to speak, in like a societal level. And so like that's why I struggle with it, because I don't want to be a part of that exacerbation technique. I wanna challenge them. I'll troll them back or whatever the fuck. It doesn't really matter what it is, but I'll just fucking engage them in whatever level it needs to be. Just to, I don't know, just to find that level with them. So at least then they can't walk away going, oh, he banned me because he couldn't stand to hear the truth. I'd just troll them back, and they can't have that excuse. You know what I mean? They just can't have that excuse anymore.
I would agree with everything you're saying. It's just that what you're like, for example, jumping in the room and screaming the N-word 50 times, like that's not a position. That's not a belief.
No, okay, that is more fair enough. Where I think, okay, maybe ban them. Again, I might have a bit of a quibble on that, but I can see why that's more fair, like for sure.
Yeah. Let's break it out of like the terms of like Discord debate psychosis, because that's like what you're all in. Like you're like any example every other fucking sentence. Like, do you fucking hear yourselves?
Well, we're talking about it because we're in a Discord call. That's why we're talking about it. It's contextual to the situation we're in. But then I also created the micro from the Discord to the macro. Oh, he got kicked. Okay, whatever. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to fucking engage this guy. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter, I guess.
I thought like we kicked him, maybe not.
Did you kick him?
No. He left.
Oh, he just left?
Yep.
Couldn't handle the heat from this Anglo, this native Anglo. It's coming at him hard. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. Fucking everything's so crazy right now, man. And it always feels that way, but it always feels like it's always ramping up. Like everything that's happening with Israel and Iran right now, everything that's happening in my country right now with the grooming gang stuff. And even my country's getting involved with the Iran-Israel stuff as well. They're sending planes over and shit right now. There's been talk about drafts in this country. I think it was about maybe last year, but that's for the Ukraine war. But if they were talking about it for the Ukraine war, they're probably going to talk about it for the Israel war. I don't know, man. Shit just is getting weird, man. It's getting very weird. Sorry, I'm not trying to bring the mood down. There's a lot of shit on my mind, you know.
Scrooge, how do you feel about Starmer increasing the defense spending?
Who, sorry? Starmer?
How do you feel about, Starmer? How we're spending much more on defense?
Spending. Well, he probably should, considering everything that's going on right now. He probably should do that. And he should probably relax the limitations to joining the army and stuff. You should probably relax that a little bit. There's a lot of I tried to join the army a few months ago, and they wouldn't let me in because I suck out mental health help from depression and things like that, and they wouldn't let me in because of that. And I think they probably.
So you're acknowledging that there's stuff going on. There's war looming on the horizon and everything. So why would it be a bad thing to recruit? Or more like, I would say, like in South Korea, they do 2 years of mandatory military service for all men above a certain age. Would that be so bad?
I wouldn't be completely against it, no. I think the Tories were floating something like this just in the last election. I think it was going to be a bit more broad. I think it was more like government like nationalised things. So, for instance, instead of just joining the army, you could maybe join the NHS, or you could join like social services or something like that. But it would be a like kind of 1 year to 2 year, what do you call it, like a conscription or whatever. It'd be one of those, but it wouldn't just be the army. It could be other things related to the government to do those 2 years in, and you'd still get paid for it, all that stuff. And I'm not going to lie, I think that's probably not the worst idea ever. If anything, I think it could actually be beneficial to a nation to have people have a stake in it, to feel like they have a stake in
rather than just
where they're living.
using all our rather than keep using all of our a lot of our budget onto war-related things, then if you have a pretty well-trained army that could serve at any moment, we would also appear as a stronger nation, and then we could have stronger say when it comes down to negotiations with Russia, etc.
At the minute, Britain is in a weird place because we do have a okay military, but it's not obviously as powerful as others. It could probably hold its own to a degree, but not like it used to. So we're in a bit of a weird position these days, and this is why I think that he's right to increase the spending, but it's not just the spending that needs to be increased. We need to relax the ideas of how we even take people on to these things, because if we're going to be walking into World War III in the next few years, which I think is very likely, then why are we fucking around right now? Why are we even entertaining fucking around? That's stupid. We should not be being stupid right now.
You gotta be aim for first place.
Yeah, for sure. Get on that leaderboard. By the way, what's your name? Mary. Are you in the UK?
Correct.
You are? Yeah. Are you actually from the UK, though? Because you have a little bit of an accent there.
I'm not native, no.
Yeah, where are you from originally?
Italy.
Italy! Right, okay. Mamma mia. So...
so
yeah, I know, that's like so typical. I'm sorry I said that. So how long have you been in the UK for?
Since I was 14.
14. And how old are you now?
27.
27, so a long time then. 13 years.
Yep. I've been working for a long time as well, paying all those thousands and thousands in taxes to this country only to see it going down the drain.
Me too. In fact, I'm actually quite annoyed because I'm actually technically homeless at the moment. I'm staying at my sister's. This where I'm at right now is my sister's place, but I'm actually technically homeless right now. I have no fixed abode. That's a long story. I'm not going to tell this story right now. I do have a YouTube video about it if you really want me to send it to you. If you add me on here, I'll send it to you, but it's a long video. There's a lot of context to it. But fundamentally, I'm homeless right now. I'm looking to try and find my own place during this period of time. But the waiting lists are crazy long, and most of it is filled with immigrants and stuff. And it's just mad to me that like people who have never paid tax in this country are, it's not that they're prioritized, but they're still put in at the same level as me. I've been paying tax since I was 18 and I'm 34. So like, how the fuck is that even a thing? You know what I mean? Like,
because you said that you have your sisters to stay at. You should have lied and been like, I don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, I could have said that, but at the same time, then I might be fucking over other people too. I can't just be lying for the
You
sake of
have
it.
too much
That's
empathy.
making the system worse again. The issue is that immigrants are taking. It's not that. Okay, just to be clear, it's not that immigration in and of itself is always bad. It's that we've had mass migration for a short period. So we've had mass migration for about 10 years or so.
He's British. I thought you were American this whole time.
No, I'm UK. But we've had mass migration for about 10 years where we've had about 500k plus people coming into the country every year. And this has exacerbated this issue where we don't have enough housing, we don't have enough jobs, we don't have enough services to actually deal with it. And they're doing it on purpose because it benefits the rich to do it. So it's not that every immigrant is bad. It's that mass migration as a concept is bad. And we need to stop
Are
that.
you talking about legal migration?
It doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's the people, it's the amount of people. And if anything, in the UK, it's not the same as America. In the UK, it's actually legal mass migration that's the issue. People try and care about the boats and all that stuff coming in. They make up like maybe 100,000 people over the past 5 years. Whereas mass migration from Europe and outside of Europe, like India and Africa and whatever the fuck, like Middle East, that makes up the mass. That's the hugest part of it, is the mass migration.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an immigrant too. Fair enough.
The thing is, though, you have to. Okay, so I am in. Okay, I'm not I'm not intelligent or whatever in this matter. Like I don't
I'm glad
really
that you
have
can at
anything
least admit that. That's fair.
intelligent to say.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, but I'm speaking from feelings, like emotions. The thing is, we all know, like, UK fucked up a lot of, like, in the past. I'm talking about, like, fucked up a lot of, like, countries. They invaded them. They and not only that, but like so much like so much more, and also the fact that they stole as well some precious stuff, like gold and stuff from India, for example. And it's kind of like insensitive for me to say, like, they deserve it. UK deserves the mass migration, but at the same time, they don't. At the same time they do, because like it does. Like, for me, I'm a child of an immigrant, and we don't have that issue in Norway because I'm from Norway. But yeah, I'm from Somalia. Yeah, okay, thank you. So so we don't have that issue, but I can understand why that would be an issue. For example, I see it in our neighbor country, like Sweden.
Can I just
Like, they do
clarify
have
what
a
I'm
lot of
saying? Because I
immigrants.
feel like people get it confused a lot of what I'm saying. And when I'm talking
Oopsie.
about mass migration, I'm talking about the numbers. I'm not saying we should never have immigration. I'm not saying that immigrants are bad. I'm saying that.
No, I'm not, I understand that. I understand. I understand.
Okay. Okay. Good.
They don't have the capacity to they don't have basically the control to integrate these people. That's what I'm.
It's not even just that. It affects all stratas of the society and the economy of the society too. So it's not people like so basically economists are like the priest class of the status quo, more or less, right? So they come out and these economists will say, oh, it raises GDP, but GDP is not a measure of quality of life. That's actually a false idea. GDP is not a good measure to look at things in terms of economy. That's what you're basically saying when you're looking at GDP is this is what benefits rich people. That's what you're saying when you say GDP is rising because of it. It's not benefiting working class people and all this stuff. It's not even benefiting the immigrants that come here either necessarily. They're living in like crappy little hotels somewhere on a pittance. And they're doing it on purpose to drive up the demand for rents, house prices, services, police, all this stuff. They're doing it on purpose to fuck over everything, basically, so they can drive up the prices so that they can make more money. That's the point of it.
It's funny because 2 decades ago, you'd be put into a nice house like immediately as a refugee. Even if they didn't, they'd put you in like some nice hotel. Like they'd give you all these benefits.
I'm not
you
being put
and
in a
your
hotel.
children.
I'm technically homeless and I'm not being put in no fucking hotel.
No.
They've not offered
That's
that
just
to me
how
at all. I've
fucked
been
it
on the
is.
phone to the councils and stuff like that, but I'm registered homeless right now. I was literally speaking into earlier this morning. They're not putting me in no fucking hotel.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, even now, the same benefits the asylum seekers were getting 2 decades ago, they don't get that anymore. They're in the same spot as you. They get put in shared housing.
To
So, like,
a
there's no
degree,
benefit.
if anything, they're probably getting it a bit better because I'm not getting no hotel. They're getting hotels, but I'm not.
Yeah.
And I'm a taxpayer. They're not taxpayers.
Yeah.
I've been paying into this. I've been paying into
hotel?
this country since I was 18, and I'm not getting no fucking hotel.
Damn.
Damn.
I do agree with you that they should prioritize people who have worked here, lived here their entire life, compared to people who are just coming to seek refuge from other countries. For example, in France, I believe they have like this concentration camps. Like, it doesn't mean that they're making them do labor or anything. It's a concentrated place where they've got tents and stuff.
You mean in
The
a literal
refugees
sense,
come
not
to.
in like the colloquial sense of concentration. You mean in
Yes,
literally they're concentrated in a camp? Like, yeah, I get you.
quite literally, yeah.
Yeah.
So perhaps we should prioritize our own people, as you said, the taxpayers who, for whatever reason, now don't have homes, compared to people who essentially are economic migrants, because a lot of immigrants, illegal immigrants, or like asylum seekers that do come to this country are from places like France or some sort of like Central Europe, and they've had to go through all of these safe countries where they could have stayed, but no, they wanted to come to the UK. Yeah, there is that too. But the solution, is there a solution that you have? Because I don't
Well,
understand
the
what would
solution to me is
change
just
if you have less
stemming the
migration.
tide. Like the solution to me is just stemming the tide. I'm not saying deport people or anything like that. What I'm saying is it's a multifaceted thing. So you've got to say, okay, we need to stop mass migration. So we need to cap that at a reasonable level that is sustainable. So that's number one when it comes to immigration. Other than immigration, what we've got to do is we've got to loosen up the workers' regulations, because at the moment you've got to have retarded qualifications to do basic jobs and shit. We need to get rid of all that shit. We don't need basic qualification. We don't need qualifications to do basic shit. We should be able to just have people getting hired based on their merits and their competency, right? That's what
I disagree with that.
Do you have a
Well,
degree?
merits and competency, a degree is like it gives like that's your merit and competence. Like it shows off
I
that
don't
you
think
have
a
the
degree
merit
does
that you do an
actually
engineering degree.
necessarily show your competency. I
Well,
think
it depends on the job. Depends on the job, yeah.
I think you
But
should
like
be
what
able to
job we're
have,
talking about.
if you have like a small test that you can do before, say if you're doing low-level nursing work, right, where you're just putting a thing in someone's arm, you're wheeling somebody around the hospital and whatever, you shouldn't need fucking retarded NVQs and all these different retarded qualifications that you need to do 2 years worth of fucking education for, which you can learn. You can learn it within about 3 weeks. You can learn a
No,
lot of
I
this stuff in
disagree.
about
I
3 weeks.
completely disagree. I think especially if you work in the medical field, you need to be qualified. 3 weeks is
No,
not
you're
enough.
taking it to the extreme
not
level where I'm saying they have to be a doctor. I'm not saying they're a doctor. I'm saying they're
not a doctor.
low level medical work.
I'm not.
Like what?
I'm not
Like
trusting
barbers,
it.
hairdressers?
Yeah.
Wait. I'm not trusting a 3-week trainee with a fucking needle. Okay, that's not.
In a
That's
war
not a good
zone, you
example.
fucking would. In a war zone, you fucking would.
Yeah. Why are you giving like criterias of desperation?
No, because
Of
I
course in a
think
war
no,
zone.
because realistically, that's what the state of life that we're living in, right? Is we're all surviving, and I think if we really want to thrive in economy, we need to be able to be more flexible in this area, right? Now, okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I have all the answers, right? Maybe we can make these things. Maybe it wouldn't be 3 weeks, okay? Maybe you give it a couple of months or whatever. I don't care what you say. I'm just saying you can reduce this stuff, roll it back a bit, make it less stringent, and people better than me can work this out more than me. But I think you can roll it back. I don't think you need it to be
Your
as stringent
definition.
as it is. I think it
Your
locks a lot
definition
of
of less
people out of
stringent
work.
is
It locks people out of work. Is what I think.
I think
Your
it's
definition
ridiculous
of less
that entry
stringent
level
is like
jobs
when it.
require 5 years of experience. Like that's why I think it's stupid. Like you
Depends
see
on the job,
these
to be honest.
Yeah, you don't
Depends on the
need
job.
these
entry-level
like
jobs, bro.
ridiculous requirements all the time. I just think it kind of shoots everything in foot. But I know why they do it, because they're trying to up for certain skilled things. They're trying to up the wages on certain things, and they're trying to suppress wages on other things. And so I understand why they're having the system that they have right now in the UK. I get what they're doing, but they're doing it in a way that is, in my opinion, completely counter to having an actual flourishing economy, personally.
And look at these interview processes. You get through like 5 to 6 interviews, right? They waste your time with these assessments as well. I went to one of these group assessments where it was literally just the lottery. It was luck. Like they do this shit on purpose.
Yeah, they
I
do.
mean, the thing
They
is,
totally do.
one study has been done on specifically like interviews versus like just selecting people at random, and like the competency was basically similar. Like the interviewing people was just 2.7%. Like because like it's mostly your looks, charisma, and like the way you dress and like mannerisms that like carry you off in the interview. You can be like the most incompetent person in existence. If you know how to speak and you're not stressed the fuck out in like a interview environment, you can easily get the job compared to somebody who's like poorly dressed but like is competent for the job, as an example.
Yep,
I find in America there's a culture that's growing in America where people care less about qualifications and more about competency. And I think that's the way to go, personally. I think that is the way to go.
I'd prefer that. I'd prefer that a lot.
Bring back
It
apprenticeships and
depends
all.
on the job, though. It depends completely. Like on like I would not want to like be under the care of a dog. I know like you'd call me like stretching it to the extremes, but that's what I think of when you say to like less stringent qualifications. I think of like extreme jobs. Like would that apply to them as well? Like doctors, engineers,
No,
like somebody who
you would
builds a
have to
bridge. I do
obviously
not want that
stratify
person.
it. You'd have to obviously stratify it. But I'm saying that
Okay.
this exists for even the low-level jobs. That's what I'm saying.
Can
And
you give
that's
examples? Like
that's where the big problem is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of human bias, basically, when it comes. I don't think the recruiter should be human, if I'm being honest. It should be an
I
assessment.
don't know about that, to
Like,
be honest with you. I don't actually know about that.
Wait,
to
are
be
you
honest.
you saying you'd be uncomfortable for if someone didn't have any formal like university education, but say they did an apprenticeship under some, I don't know, let's even take an extreme example like a doctor, and the doctor has to sign off on them before they can do anything on their own. And if a doctor signed off on them, you would be uncomfortable with them doing anything?
If a doctor signed
Yes,
off
of
on
course,
it and
obviously.
they've considered them to be competent, I'd trust it.
With those
Yeah, because
corruption, obviously, like if somebody wants a job that is high paying, doctor is like the easiest one. Like you just go to somebody and you pay them enough money to like just sign off on you, and like you know some amounts of like medical knowledge, but you don't know enough or like to specify
I'm not saying they should be a
diagnose my
doctor. I'm
condition.
saying if a doctor signs off on somebody to say, okay, they can be some kind of nurse, maybe not the head nurse or whatever the fuck, but if they're doing low-level nurse work, which is just like doing like a quick blood sample, or they're giving them a
My
drip,
dad is a
they're
nurse.
giving somebody
My
a
dad
drip
is
or
a nurse.
something, right? That is
Yeah,
basic
so
shit that anybody
you
can learn within a
cannot
few afternoons.
you cannot do that. No, my dad is a nurse as an example. It took him 5 years to like just
To
finish
do a
like the
drip,
college as an
it took him
example.
5 years to learn how to do a drip.
No. It's specifically you need to like know about like bunch of pharmaceutical stuff, like the differences between like going into
I'm
like
not
that's
saying
just
that
what I
he should
learned from
learn
like
the
interacting with him.
pharmaceuticals. You're completely changing what I'm saying. You're changing what I'm saying.
I understand
Hell,
what
I'm
you're
a
saying, low
junkie.
level, yeah,
I'm
like
a
just
junkie,
changing
and I
like the
learned to do
needles and
it
stuff like that.
pretty quick.
I understand that.
Jesus
But
Christ,
it depends on
Foxy,
your
you're are
experience.
you a meth addict?
Yeah, I said I'm a junkie, and I learned to do it pretty quick. You know,
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, that's a 3-week trainee for you.
I mean, to be fair,
Oh, this is well, these are old scars. You know, these are from years and years ago.
Oh, really? So you're not doing it anymore?
But yeah.
I think you
No,
missed
I
the
still
vein,
do
huh?
it, but I don't leave scars.
Right.
Holy shit.
Where do you do it? Like between your toes?
Hopefully things change for you, man.
No, I still do it in my arm. You just can't see any like new marks because I don't miss anymore.
Yeah, I hope
Nigga, he's smart like that. He's smart like that.
Yeah, I hope you recover, man.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not really trying to recover.
I'm not saying you should be worried about it, but we care. We don't want people being hooked on this
Yeah.
shit, you know?
Yeah, I get your concern. Well, that's fine too. Because I don't, like I said, I don't care. I'm not trying to really push
Yeah,
it. But at
I don't
any
want
rate,
to. I don't want to condescend
the
to
way
you.
it
I
works,
don't want
like
to condescend to you because I've been an addict myself as well. So I'm not. I'm not trying to condescend to you. But,
Yeah,
no, I
totally
appreciate it. I appreciate
One
it.
thing I can say,
But,
Scourge.
like,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
it's like
Go ahead.
my dad's an MD. He just retired. He was in emergency medicine, and so and that's the way it works in medicine already. Is that your residency? Granted, yes, you have the medical school of formal education, but that is what your residency is basically. You are being. It's sort of like an apprenticeship. I mean, and you still have some studying to do as well on top, but you're basically getting checked off on a certain number of things that you do, like, oh, I've done 5 appendixes, so and then you go through this like checklist. You're supervised by a doctor. They eventually sign off on you, and you probably take your exit exam, whatever that may be, for your residency, and then you're an attending physician, right?
W. But that process, the entirety of the process takes about like 10 to 12 years, depending if you're going to become a specialist or like a general
Right.
practitioner.
Your
But
residency
one
will
thing
be
is,
anywhere from
yeah, go
3
ahead.
to 7 years.
like,
Yeah,
don't
one
get
thing
me
I
wrong.
can
I'm
say,
not
Scourge,
saying that we
that I
should do
agree
away
with
with all qualifications all the time. I just mean that I think that the idea of this qualification like culture has gone too far, where it locks people out of doing certain things. And I think
Yeah, I
there's a
agree,
lot
to
of
be honest. Yeah.
trades. There's a lot of trades. It's not even just medical stuff. It's like trades and stuff like that. I think like a lot of people could be doing stuff that if you just give them a chance, if they appear to be competent and they do well at it, why the fuck do they need to be doing 2-year courses in college to be fucking doing this? Get them working on the job, learn on the job. Within a few months, they'll be doing it just as well as anybody else.
I think
Yeah,
the best
some of it's
example is
wasteful, probably.
construction work and like like fast food work and like call centers. These like service jobs, and like construction is not a service trades, I know. But like as an example, in like trades where you need a certification is like electrician, plumber. These are like need, but like not all of them need that. Basically, if you want a construction, you can just go there and like be physically fit enough and not be a retard, where like you can follow instructions and that's all you need to do
And you
to
can
do the
just
job.
do that on the job in a couple of months. And if you showed yourself to be incompetent, you get fired. So it's whatever. Like at the end of the day, you're looking for people who are competent instead of waiting around for people to be trained up for years on end. Fucking make
I
it a
think at the
faster
same time
process.
you have to look at it from the perspective of the employer. Why would I like try to like sign in a person who's new, has no qualifications whatsoever, like comes into my job, is incompetent? I like have to pay him for 2 months to know, like a month is too
You
much.
don't
Like,
have to do
to
that.
know
You're still
whether or not
picking. You're still picking. Even with the job application part of it, you're still picking. So it's not about that. It's not about saying, oh, because they have no qualifications, I'll just take them on and guess. You're still picking about amongst them. That's still part of the process. I'm not saying get rid of picking who's competent or not. It's more about figuring out, okay, if I'm in this interview with somebody and they're showing some smarts, okay, maybe they don't have all the qualifications, but I know they could probably learn this shit pretty quick, right?
But you do realize, Kai, interviews, as I said again, it's mostly like halo effect, or like it's your charisma that shines, not your competency level. I can be socially awkward. It is. I put somebody who's more qualified. Like I can
But
find
that's
probably
true.
like a
That's
couple
true whether they have the qualifications or not. Because even if they have the qualifications, doesn't mean they're actually competent.
Yeah.
It's a better way of representing your competence. For example,
yeah,
I agree
I
with
don't
Brad.
know about that.
I've landed my first my first work experience, like the first job I've ever landed in my career. I did it like purely through impressing as a person, because I had no professional experience.
background.
I had no educational background. I actually dropped out of college.
So you're doing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I dropped out of college to pursue my career because I didn't want. I'm not an academic person. When I got to the interview, I prepared some. I actually printed my portfolio so I can show them my work physically. I was using like really professional words. I was confident. I think I kind of presented myself in a good way.
You
And
showed
as
yourself
soon
to
as
be
I went home, I
competent,
received
you
a call.
mean?
Yes, it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like the first month, I didn't know how to do some basic stuff. So I had to learn on the job because it was my
Yes.
first work
People
experience.
should learn on the job. Yes.
Yeah, I was learning on the job, you know. So what Rad is saying, you impress to get a job. You don't. It's not just competence. It's also
To a
charisma.
degree, you're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that there is not enough leeway for that at the moment. It might be different in different countries. People might have more leeway for this. Whatever. I'm talking about from the UK perspective. At the moment, the way it is in the UK, that kind of culture does not exist.
Which specific job sectors, or like just sectors as a whole?
All of them.
Mostly, all of them. Like you
Yes.
would have the. Like,
You cannot just
like,
show
and-
competence. You cannot just show up and go, I'm a smart guy and I can learn this shit pretty quick. You cannot just do that. You used to be able to do that in the 1940s. You used to be able to show up at Goldman Sachs, right? Or fucking some kind of investment place or some fucking construction place or whatever the fuck it was. You could be able to show up one day and go, I really want to do this job. And if I show you I'm competent, give me 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks to show you I'm competent. And then you can choose to take me on or not, right? And people would do that shit all the time. It was very common back in the day. Nowadays, you can't do that anymore. You have to have like 2 years of a degree, and then you can't even show you're competent anyway.
I think that like the whole 5 years of experience must needed with that degree is like that should be, if I'm like an employer, that should be the case for like high paying positions. If I'm like having like an like the average paying position, like let's assume, I mean, I'm going for like a nurse, and that the average nurse is like gets paid $40,000 a year, and I have like that position for 70,000. Of course, I'm gonna like ask for like more qualifications because I am paying like much more, right? So it will attract nurses from other hospitals, private hospitals, to come here and like leave their former jobs to like switch for like a higher, better paying job, as an example, I guess. So it's not like that these sorts of like ads or like job rates are not for just people who are just starting out, more like the people who are like already in the industry who want to switch out to like a higher paying job, but they already have the competency and the qualifications, I guess. But
I'm not talking about the higher paying things.
Jobs.
I'm talking about, because most of the jobs are not the higher paying ones. Most of the jobs that exist are for the lower caste people, I guess, if you want to put it that way. And the point I'm saying is that even for those lower level jobs, you still have to have all these retarded qualifications that don't even necessarily prove that you're actually competent at it, right? That's the issue, and it locks people out of going into one area or going into another, depending on what they are competent at. So, in my opinion, the way it works right now is actually inhibiting the labour market in a big way.
I don't disagree, to be honest.
Thank you.
I think for
I
like the
know I'm
neo
right.
jobs, you
I
can.
know I'm right, but it's just hard to get there
I actually
sometimes.
disagree. No, I'm not disagreeing with you from the start. For most of like the positions you mentioned, yeah, definitely. Excluding the nurse one. The nurse one, yeah, I don't want to be under there. But everything else
But
is,
there
yeah.
can be different levels of nurse. I just mean low level aspects. So like
You have to realize, like my dad is like a head nurse, been in the industry for like, I don't know, the
head
sector
nurse
for like
is a totally different
20 years.
thing.
I know, but like he was there is no such thing as like low level.
There is
I have
low
to say
level
this, because like
nursing.
if somebody comes in, like there's different diseases, right? If somebody comes in with like a specific disease that needs a specific,
That's not
like
what
you
we're
can't
talking
every
about.
time you have to.
A
Low
low
level nursing would be
level
more like
nurse.
A&E. A&E shit.
Wiping shit from people's
Yeah,
ass.
wiping shit or like
Ah.
doing up a wound or doing a drip on somebody or doing a blood test on somebody. That shit, you could learn that. You could literally learn that within a month. You really could.
I feel like the wiping shit part would be instantaneous, you know, because
Yeah. Listen. The
Uh-huh.
like you like putting an IV on someone. It might seem like a mundane thing to do, but I think you need experience to handle the risk factor of doing that. For example, let's say you're a low level nurse and something wrong goes. You need to be able to handle it. For example, let's say
But that's what the
a
high
low
level
level.
nurses are for.
Yeah, but you have to, as a nurse, even if you're low level, you need to adapt to the fly. Maybe other nurses are not available at that moment. For example, let's say you're put in an IV and you don't realize there's a fucking air bubble in the tube. You're gonna kill that person.
Yes, okay, but you can also learn about air bubbles pretty quickly.
Yeah, but
On the spot?
as a patient,
I didn't say on the spot, did I? I did not say
as a
that.
patient,
funny.
listen,
Kinda
listen.
funny
As a
to
patient, I would really prefer if my air bubbles didn't depend on a 3-week trainee. Okay.
But I don't think the 5-year training is necessarily helpful either.
Maybe
You do
maybe
realize that
over
it's not
maybe
needed.
like an
You
overtraining.
realize schools exist for like nurses as an example. There's colleges and there's schools. Schools like take about like 2 to 3 years, right? That exists too, but like you will not get like it's kind of hard for you or like almost impossible to get like to the position of head nurse because you don't have the pharmaceutical knowledge essentially. So like
You can learn that on the job. You can do a qualification while you're working.
PhD. What is the thing before bachelor's and like it's like 2-year training?
Associate.
Yeah.
Associate degree exists.
Yeah.
For example, right? You need associate degree for like nursing. That does exist. Which 2 years can be less if somebody's competent or like
It's still too
depending
long.
completely on you.
It's too long.
2 years?
2 years is way too long, man. Come on.
Like you just graduated high school. They can like start working at 20. Like I don't think that's
6 months would
long.
be good. I'd say 6 months to a year. 2 years is just ridiculous. Yeah. Like look at computer science degrees. Like half the shit you learn, you could learn in a 6-month boot camp.
But bro,
If you really put them to it, this is why I think it's more important to focus more on competency than it is the qualification itself.
I think you guys are condensing all the knowledge for like the amount that you can it takes to learn it. But I understand that, but like unless you have like an IQ of 160 and you're easily like the most fastest learner ever, it will take you like a bit of like
That's
time break.
not 160. I'd say.
You don't need to
above
be a fucking
115.
genius. You don't need to be a Mensa level
Above what-
genius
above
to be
what-
able to
what-
figure
what-
out
what
how to be a
number did you say?
low-level nurse and put a fucking IV on somebody.
Like
That's bullshit.
there's a report for this. Like the bare minimum to get into computer science is like 115 IQ. I'd say you can
That's
learn
not the bare
everything.
minimum. That's like the average of the major, which is like kind of it's actually inflated. It's probably lower than that. Specifically, astrophysics was like 130, which is almost impossible because of the amount of astrophysicists.
But you're
graduates
you're
there.
going into like these super specialist ideas when I'm talking about like the vast majority of jobs are not in that.
I was not like astrophysicists do not like they yeah. Look, I was just like
Like
rebuttaling
every time you try and make a point against it, you're going into these mad niche,
No, I was not
like
making a
super
point against
specialized things to try and make a point. And I'm
you
saying that
misunderstood me.
you should
You
still be able to
misunderstood
have
me.
qualifications for that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have qualifications for that. I'm saying for
misunderstood
low
me.
level stuff, we
yeah.
still have loads of these qualification requirements for low level shit that I don't think is really necessary. That's what I'm saying.
You misunderstood what I was saying. I said like you need at least 115 to like get into a computer science, and I disagreed with that because the study was like inflating the numbers.
To be good
I know
at
the
it, to be
study was
great at
inflating.
it, to be good and great at it. Like if you want to be an average programmer, then yeah, like you can. I'd say as soon as you get to the 90 IQ range, right, and you start computer science degree, you're never gonna be a good programmer. You spend your whole life like you're always gonna be.
That applies to everything. That applies to everything in life, by the way. Like as an example, a study was done on like Californian children, and like 1,500 of them, essentially like the top 1% bracket of like the population. Then they had like a subsample of like 0.1 percenters, like as in like 135 versus 145, and the difference was astonishing. Like the kids who were like 0. Both of them are like high IQ, mind you. Both of them are like extremely rare. The kids who like had higher IQs graduated from like PhD programs double the speed. They had more patents. They had more STEM degrees. They had more master's degrees by like about fucking like double that. Let me just reference it. Let me send the side chat.
That makes sense. Their processing speed, their mind, they're capable of grasping concepts
Can't be
on
that
a
high
deeper
IQ
level.
if they wasted all that time in school.
I feel like you just kind of interpreting what I'm trying to say here. Like, I do
No,
feel
just
that
we're
a
talking
lot.
about a completely different topic. We're talking about a completely different topic, which like
Yeah, I
you and
guess
like
maybe we've moved
Alfresh
on from what I'm trying to say. I just find that like a lot of low level stuff. There's a lot of people that are being locked out of this low level stuff. Like when you talk about trades and stuff like that, I think a lot of people could just learn it on the job. They don't need to be doing all these fucking courses and shit. They can learn it on the job.
By the way,
The person who's taking them on can judge the competency of that person. And if they're not very competent, then fuck them off and get another one that is competent.
But that's how it works in construction still. Like they still have that culture of like I just.
We don't
get
have
into
it
the
in
job
this
and I
country, though, is what I'm saying. In this country
Really?
where I'm at now, we don't
Really?
have it like that. Yeah, yeah.
Really, that's insane. Like it's construction. It's a bunch of like, not to call them anything. I used to work in construction. They're like not the most intelligent bunch. So
No, I know that. I know. But I'm just saying that this is how it's set up, and it's set up in a way where if you don't make that right choice when you're 16 to do that particular thing that they said to get that particular qualification, then you're basically locked out of it, more or less. Unless you have the money and
You know
the
who's a construction
stability
worker?
to go back and retrain into something else, which a lot of people don't have.
I would argue you don't even
You know
need a
who's a-
master's. Like a lot of these jobs, they get locked behind masters.
No.
Like it's not necessary to have a master's. Like a bachelor's is enough for those roles.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. Because I mean, if you have a bachelor's degree, presumably you could go and get your master's if you wanted to, right? Because you have you know, you've learned all of the prerequisite material you would need to go get a master's, and so it's just, you know, that's just whether or not you want to go do it or not, usually, not whether or not you can get in.
If you have like a bachelor's in computer science, and let's say you're looking for a role in artificial intelligence, you've already got the foundational knowledge. They don't have to train you that much, but they still insist that you have a master's.
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
I'm
I have
going to
a
hop into
bachelor's
another
degree.
room, but it was nice speaking to you guys, by the way. It's been a good conversation.
yeah, no worries with that. Bye bye.
No. Listen.
Actually, I definitely don't hate you.
Listen, Americans sound like Seth Rogen's laugh.
don't hate you, that's
Americans sound like burger grease personified.
It's not true though. It's
Here
just
we
it's
go.
literally
Have we got a
fucking
big
dumb as
issues
fuck.
of being racist against Americans in here?
40
Sound
Given
like
a
burger grease
fucking
personified.
name
You sound like
for
Seth
it,
Rogen's
though.
laugh.
Yeah, that's funny.
Fucking
Seth-
evil.
I'm more
Like
hurt
you're
from
such
Jake
a bad
Salt
version of
doing it
English.
than these two
What, you
Londoners.
calling
I
him a
couldn't give a
black
shit about
Jew?
them.
Is that what you're saying?
They speak a bastardized version of English that's not even a real language.
Yeah.
What
Well,
are
Josh,
they?
the room's starting to get boring, right? Because they're like chimping out again.
Because they took all the U's and all the root out of the language because they couldn't spell properly. It took their fucking big dumb
Fun
burger
is
brains
over
too
for
long to
kids.
wrap around a
Fun
U
is
and then
over
word.
for
Yeah,
or
lad,
fucking
where are
armor
you
on
from,
the
mate?
corner.
Where are you from?
Where am I
Fun
from?
is over, kids.
Are you
He's definitely from
south?
fucking. He's definitely from Yorkshire somewhere, or north.
Nah, he's not from Yorkshire,
No,
this one, no way.
Where are you
I'm
from? Where
from-
are you from, Christ?
He's from Yorkshire, but I'm from the
Whereabouts?
better part.
Nah, I'm from up north,
I'm
me.
from
I'm
the
not
better
from
part.
Yorkshire, but I'm
Yeah,
nearer Manchester.
Fuck off! You're not from Yorkshire. You sound like a Yorkshireman.
I lived in Yorkshire for like 3 years, yeah. I lived in
You sound
Leeds.
just like a Yorkshireman.
Oh, Leeds. I'm not far from Leeds.
I'm actually a
in
general
Manchester
northerner. I've lived actually all around the north. All around the north.
That's good.
And the south of Baltimore.
I lived in Manchester for the past like 5 years.
Oh,
And then
south.
I
And the
live in
south
fuck-
will have through your head if you're from.
I live in Whitby. If anyone's ever heard of that,
Whitby!
Yeah, my mum went to Whitby recently. It's a cool place.
that's all right.
Whitby, land of the whites.
Man said land of the whites. That's
What are
crazy.
you on about? Fucking the
That's
UK
definitely
is the
not
land
true.
of the whites. What the fuck are you even talking about, lad?
Maybe not where he lives, mate.
Overpriced fish and chips.
No, where I live in a Jewish area. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah,
It's
where
illegal
is
to live
that?
in a Jewish area in my country.
It is in North London, don't you?
Yep, that's the one.
What? Is you some
I
rich
used to-
bastard? Is
I
that what you're
used to-
saying?
I used to live in Barnet.
Yeah, I live
North
in a
London.
penthouse, mate. I would show you my penthouse, but you know, no access to
I
camera.
used to live in
Liar.
Barnet, and I used to work in Enfield.
Enfield.
I'm a liar. Josh, am I? That's an Enfield.
Drop me some money,
Bullshit.
mate.
Yeah,
I'm actually technically
to-
homeless. Drop me some money.
I used to work in a chip shop in
No, mine
Enfield,
in
and I used to
London, mate.
Get
I used to
on
work
government
Barnet or
assistance, bro.
I used
Oh,
to
it's
get.
this
I used to go
guy
to
that was
Southgate
in
all
the
the time.
LGBTQ fucking chat.
Oh,
that
you
was
see
fucking-
me? Yeah.
Just tell them you're like
Yeah.
fucked up in the head. Tell them you're mentally ill and trans, bro. They'll give you like
I am.
$1,000 a month pip.
I'm all those things. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't get any pip
sign up,
though,
bro.
unfortunately. I don't get any pip because I'm a white man.
I know wages
get
that are
dis-
on
I get
pips, bro.
disability.
You're not faking hard enough.
I get disability.
I'm not faking shit. I'm not faking shit. I'm technically homeless. That is real.
Well, no, but like you gotta like go to the psychiatrist and get diagnosed with some
How'd you be
bullshit.
how'd
For
you
pip
become
and shit.
technically
You
homeless?
don't have to go to a
Yeah.
psychologist, but you could go to a doctor and get some shit.
You don't?
You know
I mean,
what
I
you
don't
can do?
exactly know how it works,
listen,
but
do you know what's a
I
good
have
op-
an
you know,
idea.
Do you know what's a good option, bro? Do you know what's a good option for you right now? If you're technically homeless, bro, try and get near, like, go around asking about caravans, like static caravans on Jippo estates, bro. Go around
Don't
asking
even
about
start with
caravans,
this because you don't even know my story. I've made a YouTube video about this, and your comment about static caravans is very pertinent to what I'm talking about. It's actually very pertinent to my story, actually, but I just
What's
can't
the
be asked
YouTube?
going
Drop the
into my whole
YouTube.
fucking life story right now, to be honest.
Drop the
Oh,
YouTube.
that's sad.
I'll
That's
put
so
it in the
annoying,
side
though.
chat
It's
if you
really
want.
pertinent, and then I
I'll
don't
put the
get to know.
YouTube video in the side chat. Yeah.
Yeah, do it, bro.
It's long. It's long though. I'm not saying you should watch it. It's long. It's very long.
I'll give it a watch, but I can't, maybe not all at once.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
fucking,
two seconds.
Anybody with a brain
I
likes
went- I
long
was-
form
I was
content.
homeless. I was homeless, and then I went straight to a like this sort of area. I was like, bro, have you got a
He was
caravan I
like,
can rent
where
anywhere?
have you been?
And then I
You,
managed
you've
to get
just
one,
been
but
in
it was like
government.
by the skin of my teeth, and I'm holding onto it like a pot in a storm because the rents are getting crazy in England, and they're only going to get
Yeah,
higher.
insane.
And it's so hard to afford on
Do you know
welfare.
Spare Room?
So like,
By living in England,
You
man,
know
in
the
London.
thing Spare Room, the website Spare Room.
yeah,
They're doing spare rooms, literally a room in a house with other people, and you're still looking up upwards of £500, £600 just for a fucking room.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
It's insane,
That's
mate.
horrible, man.
And that's where I live in Wales, in North Wales.
The Jim that lives in London, yeah, he lives in a fucking penthouse. Is one of my good friends. I've known him called like over 10 years. He pays over £2,000 a month for his. It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
£2,000, mate. Mad.
Fucking ridiculous, right?
But this is the
That's
amount of
crazy.
people that's in the fucking country, mate. It's supply and demand. That's what it is. They've done it
What's
on
your thoughts
purpose.
on What's your thoughts on the? What's your opinions on immigrants? Elite,
I think we should
non-illegal.
invite 20 million more, and we should just raid Rishi
Mass,
Sunak's bank
mass
account to pay for them all.
mass migration as a concept and as a method is a bad thing. It's a bad thing. It's a tool of the capitalist class.
I agree.
That's what mass migration is. And that's why it
seen the way
exploded
Poland
under
are
the
dealing with
Tories. That's why it exploded under the Tories, because they are literally the party of the rich, literally. So that's why it exploded under them. This practice goes back to Aristotle. If you ever have
But, like, the
listened
rent
or
is just a
read
tax.
Aristotle's Politics book, by the way.
But the whole rent is just like a tax. The whole situation of like fucking this like renting situation is just like a tax. The rich are just taxing us. They have property we don't, and they're taxing us for it.
Yeah,
And
no,
so
exactly.
when
But
you're
it's supply and demand. They're doing it on purpose. They own all the properties, then they inject loads of people in to drive up the demand, and then the prices go up, and then they're just fucking us all over. That's why
and then they blame all the people.
immigrants themselves
like-
are not the problem. Although we do need to have less of them, but immigrants, I don't hate the immigrants. They're just following the incentives. That's like the Thomas
I don't
Sowell.
have any problem with any of them, bro. Like literally, if I was to find like if somebody was to rock up, I live in a beach town. If somebody was to rock up on my shores, I would get them fucking. I would shelter them. I would shelter them like they were fucking Jews and it was World War II. I'm not even joking. I'd shelter them.
See, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I don't hate
I'd
them. I just
I'd get them a family tent from Aldi. I'd sort them out, bro. I'd get them under the tarp. I'd sort them out. I'd give them some of my camping gear. I'd sort them out, bro. I'd get them all set them up. I'd set them all up, bro.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
Look,
you
look.
guys are way nicer human beings than me. My response if I lived on a coastal town would be to shoot their boats and watch them drown.
Listen, I'm sympathetic either way, to be honest with you, because I understand why people are angry. I'm angry too. I'm not getting no fucking hotel. I'm not getting no fucking shit. I've been a taxpayer since I was 18. I'm 34 right now. And I'm not getting no fucking hotel. So, you know, like, I agree that, like, there's a big problem here, but the main issue is the volume of people. That's the big issue, the volume. And there's a lack
Yeah,
of
and
building.
the thing is that the government likes to scapegoat them. The government are
Well,
going to bring a load in.
the
and then
elephant in the
scapegoat them
room
for the
is
problems.
sorry.
Like the government, you the government right now, like they wanna fucking try and hide the fact that they voted for children not to be able to eat during coronavirus. They wanna try and hide the fact that they fucking let the water companies flood the rivers and waterways full of shit, so now you can't swim in the sea or the lake or the rivers anymore because it's full of so much sewage. Like the government did all of these things, but they're gonna blame all of the downfall of Britain on the immigrants because they're gonna bring a load.
But it's the same immigrants that they allowed into the country for their own benefit
that's the point.
too.
That's the point. They're doing it deliberately to bring them in so that they can use them as a scapegoat. And then when they're not even doing anything wrong, they're just looking for a better life for themselves. Who wouldn't, right? Then then they get used as a scapegoat as if they're some sort of bad guy, bro. Literally, they're not doing anything wrong. But you would do that if you were in their position anyway. It's just
they're
because we
following
happen
the
to be lucky enough
incentives.
to be born. And then the whole hotels thing, right? One. English hotels are overpriced. We've been bitching about this for years. Oh, why does it cost $1,000 to stay in some shitty little... We've been talking about it in memes and otherwise for fucking years. And then we're talking about, oh, they're getting 5-star hotels. These hotels were empty because they were super overpriced.
Some of them have been paid, some of them have been built and created literally for that.
To a room in a hotel and acting like it's like they're getting luxury treatment. Like, oh, they're in a 5-star hotel. They're not living like fucking footballers.
No, hold on. No, because you're missing the wood through the trees there. Some of these hotels have actually been made specifically for these immigrants, right? And they're specifically set up with the government to put them in there, not the actual British public. So if the British public, like me, for instance, I'm going homeless, right? I'm at my sister's right now because this is temporary accommodation for me right now. But realistically, I don't actually have a fixed abode, right? But I could have been put in a hotel for a year or 2 years while I'm getting on my feet by the government if they were investing in the actual people of this country, but they're not doing that. They're giving it to people outside the country who's never even fucking paid tax in their fucking life.
Right, but that's my point. Like, listen, like my point is, right, is that they're doing that deliberately.
Oh, I know they're doing it deliberately. I know that.
Them, right?
I know that.
But the thing is, like, but the thing is that, like, when you're sat there thinking, oh, well, why does he get this and I don't, bro? If everybody who turned up at Dover from Calais got a fucking free Honda Civic, right, and a 1.2k a month and a fucking free hotel, I still wouldn't give a shit. I actually do not give a single fuck. The planet is dying. We've got all of these fucking problems in the world, and you want to talk about whether or not some guy gets a bit of chump change to play with for a month.
That's not chump change to someone who's going homeless, mate.
No, but I've been homeless and I still didn't give a shit. I was homeless, bro.
I mean, you can say that all you want, but I do give a shit.
No, but like what I'm saying is that like you're gonna cry about the unfairness. Life's unfair. Fucking Donald Trump.
Oh right, yeah.
Fucking flying palace.
Yeah, it's unfair. It's unfair when it is completely lopsided. It's lopsided as fuck. Wait.
What's America have to do with this, man? God damn it.
Rishi Sunak has what? 700 million just pops up on the Forbes rich list just like that because he's siphoned so much money from the poor and has been caught on film fucking talking about it.
That's another thing to deal with. It's not that there's only one thing to deal with, is there? There's multiple things to deal with.
It's the main thing to deal with that they're trying to scapegoat you away from, and every moment you spend...
I don't hate the immigrants, mate. I don't actually hate them.
No, I know you don't hate them. I don't care whether or not you hate them. It's not a problem for me. I don't give a fuck. My point is that every moment you spend just fucking crying about them and them getting more than you get, you're playing into what they're deliberately doing to scapegoat.
I'm purposefully blaming the politicians for creating the incentives.
No, I get that but you're blaming them for creating this idea, and it's like you're not blaming them for the fact that they are deliberately scapegoating through.
It's not just a scapegoat because that economic reality is real.
It is a scapegoat. They could.
It's not a scapegoat.
More immigrants.
But it's not a scapegoat in the sense that it's not real. It is real, but they do use them to create division. That is true. That is true. Yes. And I do agree with that.
Right.
But what I'm saying is,
so
the economic reality is still real, though. It's still real, though. Just because you're saying it's a scapegoat doesn't make it not real. It's still real.
I understand that. That's the point. I'm not fucking saying that it's not real. I'm saying that every moment you spend crying about this very real economic reality that they're creating deliberately, you're not talking about the fact that they give tax kickbacks to fucking oil giants whilst the oil giants were posting record profits during coronavirus.
situation because both of those things are a
No,
problem.
it's not. Wait. Why would you use a scapegoat? Why would you put government resources into making a fucking scapegoat? Tell me that.
Divest from the other things so we only just focus on one thing. I'm saying we can focus on multiple things at
So
once.
what are they covering up? So it's not a completely separate issue because the reason they're scapegoating all the immigrants is because they're covering up all of the dirty bastard shit they've just done. So it's not a completely separate issue, is it?
No, not completely. It's interconnected on some level, but what I'm saying is...
Save our women, save our children.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, even though we should be able to attack all these different angles of the ways that the capitalist class try to fuck over everybody, right? And it's not even just the British working class, they're fucking over the immigrants too. The point being is, we have to still be able to attack them on these angles. We can't just go, oh, well, we only need to focus on the billionaires getting the kickbacks. No, because then we're still missing out on what they're doing with the immigrants too. This stuff is, like you say, it's interconnected. We have to attack it on all angles. Or every angle that we're doing it.
Resources in this world. There's enough resources and land in this world to just house us, me.
No, there
you,
isn't.
Fucking listen. Shush for a second, right? You don't know how to listen. To house me, you, a whole load more immigrants. If we literally just raided Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson's private bank accounts.
The money itself will not grow houses out of the ground.
Well,
the
yeah,
money
that's
itself
how
will
you
not
build
grow
a
houses
fucking
out of the
idiot.
ground. It will not happen like that.
Yes, that's how you build them. Yes, it is.
No,
You've got
you have
a
to
load of
roll
money to
back
build a house.
regulation on how to build.
You're a fucking idiot.
That's not, no.
The whole government needs to get fucking rearranged. Like, it's not
A lot
just
of the time, a lot of
one-stop
times
shop.
houses don't get built is because of the regulations around building. And that you can't build on green belts, you can't build on brown belts. Because of the government regulations around it. And they're doing that on purpose as well. Like you say, it's all interconnected.
But my point to you is that the resources to actually be able to build people's houses, you can get them up. And there could be 20 million more immigrants. Wouldn't make a fucking difference.
It
really
would.
wouldn't. If anything, it'd be a good thing.
If
right?
we had
And
20
then
million
the
immigrants
problem-
tomorrow, we'd be fucked. We'd be
Yeah,
Haiti.
tomorrow is
We'd
a
be
fucking-
Haiti
listen,
tomorrow if that happened.
Tomorrow is crazy, right? Tomorrow I get you. Tomorrow is like, that's an exodus, right? But over time and with the right fucking implementation, of course you could have that many. Why not? The world's population's going to grow. Like, what do you think we're just going to stay?
Would
like,
it? I don't
rolling
even know if
nations?
it would. Do you know about the rat utopia?
Bro, you know we're not at war with Scotland anymore, right? And it's good that we're not at war. We could just go there
Oh
with our
my
passport.
god, that's totally irrelevant. Do you understand? Do
No,
you
it's
know
not
about how
irrelevant. How's that
population
irrelevant?
dynamics work out? Like, have you heard about the rat utopia before?
Go on.
So the rat utopia was a bunch of experiments that these scientists did with rat populations. They built these tanker things for them, right? To basically build them a utopian, what would you call it? Like not a society, but like a habitat for them to live in that would maximize their population, basically, right? So all these rats, they exploded in population, right? Because rats, obviously, they're like rabbits, you know what I mean? They're just like fucking like crazy, right? The population explodes. Gets to a certain point. They're not stopping it, by the way. They're just observing it, and they're feeding it. They're making sure that it's always topped up. They're not doing scarcity or anything like that, right? It's abundance for them, right?
Free to eat.
And what happens with these rats is that there's loads of these different demographics that's come out of it. That like these rats have like various different demographics. You can look into that yourself. I won't go into all the demographics, but there's very interesting parts to the psychology of these rats that come out of it, right? But the point I'm trying to get to with the rat utopia is there is a point where they reach a peak of their population, and then it crashes like a motherfucker because of certain things, and they're in abundance. There's nothing to starve them, or there's no shortage of water or anything like that. But their population crashes because of the actual level of the population itself. So you saying that like, oh, we can just have as many people as we want no matter what, that's not actually bearing out in like the reality of things. populations
reality
rise
of
and
rats-
crash
in the reality
due
of
to,
rats
due
in a
to
specific
extraneous
circumstance.
circumstances that you might not necessarily be taken into account right now. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but like you're talking about rats.
Yes.
It's not the same thing.
Well, do you guys like living on top of each other, bro? Like, I come from America where I grew up in a place where I had like one neighbor within a half mile of me. Do you guys even understand how that fucking is? Like, it's wild to me that you guys want to live in cities with fucking like crazy
I don't want to live in
people.
cities.
I
I'm
do
just
not
saying
want
that it's very obvious that the population is going to
Fucking
get bigger.
sounds like the other guy does.
I don't want to live in cities at all. It's very obvious that the fucking population is going to get bigger.
Potentially, but there's
And people
also
are
a
gonna
cap
move
to
around.
it. There's also a cap to
Population is
it
going to
too.
get bigger. People are going to move around, and then when you fucking, you know.
But do you not think you've got to manage it on some level to make sure it's not just going mental? Like what?
Well, yeah, you obviously got to manage it, but you got to manage it well diplomatically.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you can't just have mass migration just for the fucking sake of it.
But you just want isolationism. That's your thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I did not say we shouldn't have immigration. I said we shouldn't have mass migration. It's a very different
What's wrong
concept.
with mass migration? I don't get it.
Because it's the volume
Like, why
of
is it wrong
people.
for
It's the
multiple
volume of people versus the resources and things that we have allocated at the moment. It's a supply and demand. It's very simple supply and demand economics.
Yeah, I just don't think you're very intelligent, bro. That's the problem.
Why?
Jesus Christ, you're an asshole.
And like, there's no real rebuttal there. There's just no real. You're not even really coming against what I'm even saying.
I don't think there's anything to. I don't think you are saying anything. That's the point. That's why I don't have to. You're not saying.
You don't think I'm
people,
saying
like I said,
anything?
people, listen,
Okay,
listen,
let's say
people are gonna- the
you've got
population-
a
listen.
household. You've got a
Oh my God.
household of 10 people, right? And I've got a budget for those 10 people. Now inject 100 extra people into that. What would you think would happen to that household?
Yeah, it's fucked. But the point is, brother, that this isn't a household.
Oh,
an
it's
entire
fucked,
landmass.
is it? Fucking hell, mate. What the fuck? Are you saying I'm unintelligent? Fuck me. What the fuck are you talking about, lad? You're off
Bro,
your
you're such a
fucking head, mate.
I'm a-
Like, what are you fucking saying, mate? How many houses do we have in this country right now?
Not a lot, but you can build more.
Yeah, we can build, but how long does that take? But then every
Not very
year
long
we're
if you
having
put 'em up quick.
500k plus people coming into the country every year, and we're not even building that many fucking houses to do shit
Yeah,
with
I get
it.
you, that's bad, bro. Like, I'm not saying that it's good to have homeless people. I'm saying it's good to, you know, be diplomatic, have the world increase. And my point is, realistically, like I was saying earlier, that the population will increase, lots of people will move around, and you're going to spend your entire life crying about it. So realistically, just shut the fuck up.
This is just not even a fucking argument.
Yeah, but you're also not gonna raid Rishi Sunak and like take his
Yeah,
his
exactly. Yeah,
millions.
yeah, exactly.
So what the
Well,
fuck
you
is
don't know
your
that.
solution?
You don't know that.
Well, you're gonna read Rich Sunak on your own, eh?
Yeah, I'm on my way right now.
I think everybody knows that I'm actually chatting sense, and you're just chatting bare bullshit, mate. Full on.
Brother, I'm sprinting at top speed on the way to Rishi Sunak's house right now.
That's a bum raping.
I'm literally sprinting at top speed. I don't know what more you want from me. Like, I'm actually fucking...
Listen, I'm not trying to have a fucking Barney with you, mate, but like, it's just one of them where it's like, I don't think you're seeing the wood through the trees right now, mate. I think you're kind of caught up in like some random. I don't even know exactly where you're coming from in terms of your economics and stuff, but it's just I don't think it's actually fully informed. To be
I don't worship the same fucking god of economics that you do. I worship.
I
more
don't
ecology.
worship the god of economics. I'm talking about physical reality and resources. That's what the laws of supply and demand actually are about. And the supply and demand works in any system, whether it's socialist, capitalist, or whatever. Supply and demand is part of any system, no matter what you want to say. That's just like it's almost like a law of physics in a certain respect.
I don't think you understand enough about what you're talking about to even say what you're saying.
But you haven't demonstrated any opposition that would even demonstrate why it's wrong.
Well, no, because why would I have to at that point? Like,
Why would I have to?
Like,
Well, that's very convenient, isn't it? Why would I have to demonstrate why it's wrong?
Well,
What
no,
the
because
fuck
it
are
is
you
just
even
wrong.
saying, lad? Have you even heard yourself? Have you heard yourself?
It's like It's like saying demonstrate 2 + 2 = 9 isn't right, and I'm like, well, you don't.
No, that is not exactly what I'm saying. That is literally not what I'm saying.
It's self-evident, bro. It's just self-evident.
Okay, can anyone else in this room see what I'm saying here? Am I making sense, or is this guy making more sense? What's going
I
on?
understand you, to be fair. I understand you.
Yeah, you're the sense here, but
Thank
I
you.
don't know why
Listen
you're
to the
being such
American, he
an
must know.
asshole, THC. Like you guys obviously agree on a lot of things. I think you're just like looking for an argument.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
I'm
have
just
an
saying, like,
argument with him, to be frank.
No,
Like
I
I'm sitting
don't-
here
I
having a
don't- I
great
don't agree-
conversation with him, and
I don't
then he
agree
goes
with the
fucking,
idea.
oh, I fucking hate
I
Americans'
don't.
accents, dude. It's always just fucking,
No, I do.
oh,
I do not hate
cheeseburger,
Americans.
fucking
I love
grease
Americans.
that. It's like,
I love
bro.
Americans.
But I actually, no, but I actually do hate the American accent. How the fuck am I supposed to help that?
Well, yeah, but hate's a very strong word, though, my boy.
Yeah, hate is
I
a
don't give
very
a fuck.
fucking strong word. Exactly.
Yeah, and I
What-
use it with grace. brother.
What has
I'm telling you
American
straight,
done? What has
that's the truth.
an American done to you though to make you hate their accent?
Fucking spoken so boorishly, bro. They're so annoying.
That's fucking wild.
There can be
Yeah,
some
well,
obnoxious
aluminium is
Americans
fucking
for sure.
retarded, all right?
For
It's
sure, I
aluminum.
agree.
But like Americans. don't
Aluminum
even
took
think
us to
about,
the
like,
fucking moon, not aluminium,
see?
you fucking
Look, see, I was
dog.
halfway
No,
through a
it is
sentence
about
when you started
aluminium,
that.
actually. How dare you? We who created this language, fuck you.
Yeah, that's my point, bro. And Americans speak a fake version of English where they've been removed from the
Yeah,
root
but
of the language.
it's the English
and they
that
can't
like
even
got
spell
people to
properly.
the moon though, and like split the atoms. So
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
yeah.
Shut the fuck up, bro. So annoying, bro. Like Americans don't know when to shut the fuck up. They don't have a perception of whether or not somebody else is on the other line, like hearing what they're saying. They don't give a fuck. They're just like, yeah, I want to spit my big burger belch across the whole
I think you make a lot of assumptions without really knowing exactly what you're fucking talking about, to be quite frank.
I think I think the exact same thing of you, brother. That's the crazy.
I know
thing.
that's what you think because you're projecting your own insecurity onto me.
I'm actually a genius.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, mate. You've demonstrated that many times.
I've been told by multiple people I'm a genius.
Yeah. And what IQ do they have?
They were all like intelligent people.
Were they?
Yeah.
Sure, I believe it.
They would have to be. They would have to be to recognize the genius in front of them.
Yeah. A 90 IQ person thinks of someone with 100 IQ as a genius.
Oh yeah, like everybody thinks Kendrick Lamar's a good rapper because he's mid and most people are dumb. So I get your point, but you know, smartest in a dumb room. It's not not so
It's
bad you can aim
relative.
for that, you know.
Is what I'm trying to say. It's relative, yeah.
Yeah, it is relative. I agree. Definitely is relative.
Yeah, Josh, where are you from, mate? You sound northern.
From Whitby, bro.
Whitby. Fucking, where's Whitby? Is that northeast or northwest?
North Yorkshire, pretty much. Yeah.
Yorkshire, is it? Yeah. On the coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, sound. I've never been up there, you know.
Lovely place.
You're not missing much. Just the seaside.
See, I'm from
Yeah, but
North
it looks
Wales,
beautiful.
me. I'm from North Wales, but I lived in Leeds. I lived in Manchester for many years as well. But I'm living in North
Manchester's
Wales
a
right
shithole.
now. But yeah, it is a shithole. Yeah. The whole place is a shithole. It's been left behind
Manchester.
by the London government that don't give a fuck about the North.
Most cities in the UK just failing on every fucking aspect anyway.
Do you guys know about that?
I hate
I just put in the
Manchester.
side
Liverpool's
chat.
nicer.
Does anybody know about
Liverpool's
that?
a nicer city.
Liverpool's
Yeah,
all
of course I do. That's literally named me, that long boy. Like 40 minutes drive
Liverpool.
or something.
I went to
Dude,
Liverpool recently and it was the
my
most
English friend told me about Long Boy. It was pretty cool. He's dead apparently.
Yeah, he just
RIP
disappeared
Longboy.
one day apparently.
Yep. I mean, that's how animals die. Just probably crawled off and died somewhere. He's pretty long though. It's a long duck. I've seen a lot of ducks. What
So you're a
species
bit of
is
a
he?
duck lover.
I've seen a lot of ducks.
Yeah.
I've sucked a lot of cocks and I've seen a lot of ducks. If you know what I'm saying.
He's just a fucking regular duck. I think they're what they mallards or something like that.
Sucked a lot of cocks and seen a lot of docks. What, like sailors?
Oh, you're gonna steal all my jokes, are you? Like, what the fuck?
No, I said like sailors. There was an add-on, brother. You just didn't hear it.
Sure.
He was a domesticated duck, so he didn't really have a breed,
You know,
I
I
guess.
was doing like a misheard you.
Or no,
add-on
Indian
stuff.
runner duck mallard cross.
Yo, Floop and THC, what's up?
So.
Yeah, what's up, THC? Remember that time? What did you end up beating that person up that you said the other day?
No, I haven't met him yet. I'm not fucking. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, the nigga that you met. What's his name? The old high school bully.
Oh no, yeah, I've not seen him. I've not seen him again since I was clicking past where he lives today, and I was thinking, I fucking hope he says something, because I'll just take him one-handed at this point.
It's always nice when you get a comeuppance against some fucking cunt.
Well, like, bro, he used to bully the shit out of me. He nearly threw me on a bonfire I built when I was a kid, bro. And like, I've got real beef with this guy. And I cycled past him as like he hasn't said shit to me since we were 14, and I'm 25 now. And I cycled past him recently, and I hear him say fucking something. And then another time I cycled past him, and I hear him say fucking something again. And I'm like, bro, you better not be giving me shit and getting Larry again, because I'm a grown man now. Kick his teeth out.
Over here, bro.
Do it then.
I've only been bullied by one person. One person in my life, for real. And
When I
that
was
me.
young, some fat Mexican kid sat on me on a trampoline for like 5 minutes. It was
Yo.
really traumatizing.
That's fucking
It was
wild.
really traumatizing. He was so much bigger than me, bro. I was like 10 or 11. He was like fucking 15. And he was literally sitting on me. It was so hot.
You're getting
It
the
was such a
whats
hot
of
day.
tacos and
He was so
fajitas
fat,
coming at
yeah.
your face.
I
Like,
used to get bullied. Dude, in elementary school, I used to get bullied by this kid named like Zion. He was like some black kid. Right? I'm black, too.
Zion. His name was Zion.
Yeah. Over here.
Zion's a common name.
Yeah, over here in
Oh,
America, for black people. For black people, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, this kid, bro, he used to come up to me.
Wait, are you
Like,
black?
it wasn't
Are
even-
you black?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the only
right.
kid I've been bullied by. Yeah. And what's it called? The thing is, like, in elementary school, right? Like, my friend group had beef with this dude in his friend group. And I think I vividly remember us fighting, like, as a group. And then, like, like, friendly, whatever. I remember vividly, very vividly. It was
Oh,
on the
like kind of
playground.
like playground, like, oh, we're gonna punch each other in the chest. Not like a full-on
No,
fight, but
actual
like
fighting, like,
oh, real
men
fight.
fighting.
Okay.
Yeah, not no girl fighting, right?
Hmm.
I vividly remember we were just walking around the playground fighting. The teacher somehow didn't notice, but the only reason we got caught was because the girls kept yelling and they saw it and they were like,
It's always
kind
the
of like
fucking
instigating.
girls screaming, innit?
Yes, bro. And the teacher found out we had like I vividly remember like the principal sitting us all down and like lecturing us. They thought the fight was over basketball because the majority of us in the fight.
Yeah,
black.
because you're black, obviously.
The majority. There was one Indian kid that joined in, but I mean that was it. And
Yeah,
no,
but
few
he
white
was
kids.
like he was like a trade. He was like a draft. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was a cool Indian, but he did kind of stink. I remember him vividly stinking, and he farted in class a lot. Yeah, he was cool though. But yeah, and then they banned basketball for the rest of the year, and I think they made us wear uniforms too. I vividly remember it.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
rough, man. Wearing a uniform. We used to have to wear. Every school in the UK has to wear a uniform, and I used to be so jealous of the Americans not having to wear uniforms. Like, oh my god, man. Every time I saw a TV show where the Americans are not wearing uniforms in school, I'd be like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we wearing
I think they do.
goddamn uniforms?
I think they do the uniform over here. They don't do the uniform over here because non-uniform because there's worried like kids are gonna get bullied or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, because it might look poor or whatever. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's why we don't.
feel like
that's
uniforms are
bullshit, though. It's full on bullshit.
Yeah.
Because people still know they're poor anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I feel like it's better for everyone to just have clothes, set out to wear. Like,
No, I agree. I agree with that. I agree completely. Agree.
Yeah, because low key, bro, like if you go to school,
I'm not saying
you
that's why they don't do it over here because kids will
Yeah.
kids
I
could end
think
up
you're
wearing
right.
the
I
same
think you're
fucking
actually
clothes
onto
every
something
day.
there with that, but I still think it doesn't work, though. People still know who the poor kids are, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like shoes. Yeah, because
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
you can't.
100%.
Hold on, you can't really hide pigmentation of skin, right? So.
Okay, bro.
Hey, actually, funnily enough, in the UK, pigmentation of skin is not actually an indicator of who's poor or not.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
funny thing is, right? Like I went to high school recently. Like I just graduated, like I think a month ago. Right, so there's this epidemic, and I go to a majority black school. I went to, right. So
Now, that
you
was
see,
a lot of fun.
oh my god, it was ghetto as shit, bro. I went to the most ghetto part of the fucking city, bro. I'm in Dallas. Like niggas, bro. Like I went to the most ghetto school in Dallas.
Yeah,
dude.
Dallas can be rough as fuck, Yeah, I know about it.
Yeah, I went to Oak Cliff High School. Oak Cliff is the hood, bro. Like fully. If O Block.
I don't know the areas, but I know a lot about like gang culture in various cities because Traplow Ross and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I watch all that shit, and I watched pretty much every gang documentary you can think of. I've watched it, so I know a lot about this
Go
kind
to
of
your.
stuff.
Yeah, there was literally a shooting in my school this year, bro. Some nigga shot up
Shit.
the school. No,
Shit.
like he was shooting at somebody.
Oh,
It
but
was
only
like,
white kids do that, though. I thought.
no,
What?
no. It was
Nah.
not over like. No, he didn't shoot up at everyone. He was shooting at one specific person.
Well, that's
I
still a
guess over
school
gang.
shooting.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess so,
classified
right?
as a school shooting. School shoot. People say school
If you
shootings.
shoot on school grounds, it's a school shooting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the person was threatening him like to shoot up his house or kill his family, and I guess he got scared and he went to the school and he literally. I saw the video footage, bro, because I was in class and I heard the gunshots. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And they like made us go on lockdown.
I couldn't even
Yeah, that whole-
imagine that, you know. I couldn't imagine it. Like the closest thing I've had to something like that is I remember when in my school, when I went to my high school, we had it year 7. I don't know what you would classify that as in America. Maybe grade 7. I don't,
7th grade.
yeah, something like that. It'd be similar. And I first got there. It was known as a rough school. It was known for that in like our area. And I was there for I think I was there for a couple of weeks. It was like my first couple of weeks. And then a fight kicked off. You know, all the buses at the end of the day, everyone's getting on the buses to go home. And everyone's getting on the buses, and everyone runs to the front of the bus going, oh my God, there's a fight. Run to the front of the bus. We look at through the window, and this lad, I don't know how old he was, but some lad was getting on a bus. Some other lad come up behind him with a knife, stabbed him in the back of the head. And just like a big, massive fight kicked off and whatever. And it was like this big, massive thing. And I was just like, oh my God, what the fuck? I didn't even anticipate some shit like that would happen. You know what I mean? I knew it was rough. I just didn't think it would be like that. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was just like,
wow. You've been to Sadiq Khan's London then, have you?
Yeah, I remember something like that.
Yeah, it'd be totally different in London. Yeah, fuck, man.
Yeah, over here, bro, we use shanks. I mean, there was this gay kid that stabbed some gangbanger over like a cart or something like that.
Based.
Yeah, it was I don't even know. No, I don't think he was. I think it was a fake gangbanger. I think he was like one of those.
No, I'm happy that a gay man stabbed a gangbanger. That's great. I love that.
Yeah, I think it was a wannabe though, because because most of the
gay.
No, gang, like gangbanger.
Yeah, I'm joking, mate. I'm teasing you, man.
No, like, bro, over here, bro, you'll go into the restroom, bro, at my old school, South Oak Cliff High School. Look it up, bro. There's multiple, but anyways, right? You can go to the restroom. There'll be like 20 niggas in ski mask sharing one vape, right? Just like the one you have.
Sharing a fucking vape.
And ski mask and shit, bro, in the
That's
restroom.
fucking retarded.
Yeah, bro.
I went to school in a village of 2,000 people. I went to school with civilized people that didn't stab or shoot each other.
Oh, now over here, bro.
I'm happy for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Right,
yeah,
like
so
people
the thing is, that sounds
not
boring, though.
being like wearing shiesties in the.
I'm being dead ass nigga.
smoking
Niggas would
carts.
literally walk around the school with shiesties on. Like literally a ski mask. It will be hot as shit. It'll be fall time. Not cold.
They're sweating like a motherfucker as well. Like.
Yeah, bro. I'm being dead ass too. And then niggas would fucking. I would go on. They would record themselves having. They would talk about robbing people and robbing cars, like stealing cars in class in front of the teacher. They'd be like, "Oh man."
This is the thing that fucks me off about all this shit, because I'm from a working class background, so like, it's not the same as like being black or whatever in America necessarily, but I feel like the mentality is similar. You know what I mean? Like you come from like these rough backgrounds and that, and like there's similar ways that people think. And like I sometimes wonder, like, if when I was growing up in the council estates and stuff like that, like, what would it have been like if there was guns? You know what I mean? Like, what would it have been like if because there was gangs and stuff, but what would it have been like if they were organized over decades, like in America, where you have the Crips and the Bloods, where they've been organized since the 70s?
It's not organized no more, buddy. No.
I guess it's breaking down a bit now with the youth and that.
No, it's already
just,
broken down. All these young niggas, bro, it doesn't matter. And it's not even about gangs no more, gang. It's not Crip, Blood, GDB, whatever gangs, right?
It's like
Mickey,
Facebook
Cobras.
beef and shit.
Yeah, no, Instagram beef. It's not even about gangs anymore. It's over like, oh, you took my bitch. Oh, you shot me over a 3.5. Yeah, nigga, I'm gonna kill you. And then boom. Literally, bro, it's not even about,
But the gangs,
it's not even over block.
The gangs are kind of like friendship groups in a way. You know what I mean?
Literally,
Yeah. It's not that they're gangs in the same way that we would think of them in the past. It's like gangs now are more like, oh, it's me and my mates. You know what I mean? Like,
I've heard this guy. You're from Chicago, right? You're speaking about the lack of
Hell
cohesion.
yeah.
I've heard you say this before, but I feel like it's naive. I feel like you just don't know top level geezers like that. I just don't think you understand how the
No,
supply
bro,
line
you
works.
don't realize, bro.
it
the
is
majority of
changing.
niggas-
It is changing for sure.
It is changing. I get you, and it is definitely less like, you know, I wear blue, you wear red, and we shoot each other in the old days. but I
Sometimes
definitely
the
think
blood,
that,
some of the blood ones and the Crip ones will join together to make a new thing.
It's just more mental illness, dude. Like any of these niggas that are out here gangbanging can't fucking read. Like they're so stupid. Like
but like,
I
I
don't know if
feel like
you've
there's
ever
still
met
so
these
much, like,
people or
there's so-
gone to
No.
school with them, but they're not particularly.
Yeah,
No, but that's
you,
what I'm
bro.
saying is that I know the mentality because I've seen it in the UK too. It's similar mentality.
He thinks basically I see all these like young gangsters as like the idea the Sex Pistols, right? The Sex Pistols got paid in drugs, designer clothes, and bitches. They didn't get paid by the labels, and there was labels behind them. Same thing with these fucking guys, bro. Labels pushing them, blah 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 blah. But then,
But
they're not
who's
actually
behind the
getting paid any real
labels?
substantial value.
Who's
No,
behind
there's
the
no
labels?
organization, gang. There's no organization or
Yeah,
loyalty.
but you think that because you're naive, you're like
No.
a level three, you're like a level
No, bro, you don't
Freemason.
realize it, bro. I'm from
Like,
here, gang. I
I
openly
know you're
see
from
this
there. That
every
doesn't
day.
mean you're the king of it. That doesn't mean.
Bro, I openly
brother.
see this every day. You're not around
I
this,
know
right?
you see it, brother. I know you see it, and I know you see fucking people every day. But these are low-level people you've spoken to and see every day.
No,
like
bro.
you're not on the upper echelon of this shit. You don't know who's running this shit.
No,
No,
if we're
you're
talking
both.
about like
I
higher
feel like
people,
you're
the
both
only
right.
higher
You
people
are
are
though,
not-
I
THC.
feel like you're both right. I feel like you're both right in the sense of there's these new gangs that are just young ones that are just like doing crazy mad
Yeah,
shit.
but
And they
you
don't
know
really
how
care
far
about the
most
behind
of
past.
they
But
the
there is
older
still
gangs, they don't
there
even
is still
gang
established gangs that exist as well that have existed for decades.
No,
as
Christ,
well.
let me tell you how it is, bro. I kind of agree with him, but I don't agree with him on the part where it's organization. I feel like the only people that are running, you know, the young niggas is like the older niggas who, you know, didn't die, right? But they're not doing anything. They tell the younger niggas what to do, like kind of.
But that's what an
Right, but my point
organised
is
gang
that, like, have
is.
you ever
That's what an
listen?
organised gang is.
Have
Is
you,
they're
have you,
It's not
organising from the
organized
top
though.
down.
Only on occasion. They do whatever they want.
Have you ever spoken to a level 3 Freemason? Have you just spoken to
An
a
older
Freemason?
dude?
Who the
level
fuck
three?
has?
Like,
Nigga, I'm in shit, bro. You're acting like I haven't talked to an older dude before who used to gangbang.
Like an
Kinda
OG.
just
No, I
like
get you've talked to no. I get listen. You've talked to an older dude. You've spoken of. You've been in the Chicago. You could be the king of the Chicago underworld for as far as I fucking care. You don't know what you're talking about. If
I
you
do
don't
though.
think
I
that
do.
supply
What are
lines
you
and all of this
talking
other
about,
shit
bro?
isn't
Bro, I'm
false.
telling you right now,
This is what this
bro.
guy was trying to do to me as well. He's trying to do it to you now, like trying to tell you like to know what the fuck you're about. Like it's crazy, man.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, bro. I'm telling you.
I do though. I've
Nah.
been here, bro.
Right,
You're
but
trying to tell me.
you're not even willing to pass out my point. You're not even willing to pass out my point. about
I'm
the fucking,
saying I agree with you to a
about
certain
the
point, but I feel
Freemasons,
like
right?
you're wrong.
My point
You
about
don't
the
It's just
Freemasons
a
and how it
dumb
relates to you,
argument,
brother.
man. Who
The point
cares
about the
about
Freemasons and
ghettos
how
and
it relates to
fucking
you is that a
gangs?
level 3 Freemason isn't going to know
Bro,
what
I'm
the fuck he's
telling you
talking
right
about.
now, dude. That's not how it works anymore. We're past that point in 2025 where
It's
there's any
changing.
organized crime.
It's
It's
changing
just
big time, yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
we're
No,
yeah,
but
we're
I
past
also,
the
I
1990s,
obviously I don't know,
2000s.
but obviously I
Well,
don't
there's
know.
organization, but it's
Yeah, I want
fewer
to hear
and far
Josh. I want to
between.
hear
Like,
Josh.
Obviously I don't know this, but there's definitely I agree with both of them. Obviously I'm not from there, bro. But
Yeah,
I
it's a
agree with Salt.
minority
I
now.
agree with Salt as well. There's no way shit like that operating, and there's no kind of
Yes,
organization.
I'm telling
I
you
just
right
can't
now.
see that.
well, who's moving the
Josh, I'm
drugs?
telling you
Like,
right
who's
now,
moving the
dog.
guns and shit? Like,
It's
Yeah, there's
both.
got to be some kind of
It's
organization.
both
Josh, I'm
things
telling
at the
you,
same time.
the
There's
CIA.
new
Hold on, let me
gangs
tell you
that
how
are
they
just
get these
mad
guns.
young ones, and then there's older gangs that are kind of
no,
controlling
no,
them a little
no.
bit.
Niggas
But
go and
it's
steal
changing.
guns from
The
cars and
demographics are
shit and
changing.
sell
The
Yeah,
them.
and
demographics are
let me tell you
changing.
something else. They
Listen,
put guns in crates in Chicago,
In the,
gang. Hold on,
if you
THC,
zoom
real
out,
quick. 2
listen,
seconds, 2 seconds.
go on.
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told THC. They put guns in crates and put it on abandoned subways. CPD.
I agree.
Yes, they
I
put it
agree.
on
That's fine. But
abandoned
the point,
subways
But the
under
people that are putting
underneath
them there are the
walkways.
older gangs
listen,
that are organized. That's the
it's
point.
no. It's an entire it's an entire city. And so when you zoom out of the city, right? Zoom out of Chicago with your fucking little spidey senses, right? Imaginary spidey senses. Picture the whole city, right? Do you think that the average little dickhead that you know that may or may not steal guns, cars, and shoot and gangbang friends is a vestige of the real like crime and underworld? Just a
I
fucking
mean,
symptom.
They're kind of on the like trapping maybe and like selling drugs. But
He's
that's
a
just
symptom, bro. He's not one of the kingpins, and obviously you don't know kingpins like that because kingpins are on a need-to-know basis. Why the fuck would they tell you what they are and aren't up to? You're nobody.
hold on, gang. I'm gonna
There
tell
is
you
some
one
truth
thing.
to that. I would agree with that, to be fair.
There is
That's what I'm
people
saying. I
that
agree
sell
with that.
shit,
I agree.
but they're not gangbanging. They're not gangbangers. They just sell to the gangbangers so they can continue their
I think maybe
degeneracy.
we're confusing the terms a little bit because I think THC is saying that they're all gangbangers up and down, whereas you're trying to say that like the gangbangers are just the youth that's doing like the shooting and the crazy shit, right? Whereas we're trying to say that like there's kind of like these tiers to it almost. But I will say that I agree with you as the national druggie.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say I do agree with you that there is a definite change in the culture over the past 10 years with the young ones. It has changed a lot with how they operate, big time. And the older gangs are losing a bit of control. These young ones are gaining control, but the young ones don't have the same goals as the old gangs. It's like there's a whole mishmash of shit going on. It's very
And so that's why the young ones die. Have you not noticed? All these young, dumb, dipshit gangbangers get set up. They're like patsies. They die. They do all the dirty work. And the guys behind the scenes, they're all right. Like there was a kid that went missing.
but they're not gangbangers though. They're just selling guns. The trappers, right? The trappers, they're making money off trapping, right? And the people that sell the guns, right, are the older dudes.
But this is
most
why
of the
I think
time, right?
this is a problem of definition, because I think THE is trying to say that they're all gangbangers, basically, right? Whereas you're trying to say the ones that are on the ground doing the shooting, they're the gangbangers, whereas the one that are selling the guns and stuff, they're not the gangbangers. Whereas he's saying they are the gangbangers too. So it's like a
don't
definition
care about the word
thing.
anymore, bro. Throw that word in the bin. Throw that entire word in the bin.
But you get what I'm trying to
but
say.
that's
I'm trying
the
to say
point
there's
of
a
this.
definition problem here. Like you get what I mean?
Like the word of that word is annoying, bro. I don't want to. So annoying, bro.
Yeah, I know. In the
What do you
UK,
mean annoying? That's
gangbanger
what they
doesn't
are.
mean that. I know what you mean. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
No, it's not because of that. It's not. Listen, it's not because of that. It's literally just because, like, obviously, I don't care who is or isn't one. Right. My point is, it's the fact of the matter. Higher ups and the hierarchical structure to the nature of how it works. And because some guy may or may not be semi-affiliated or involved or will have spoken to people and has lived in Chicago, he's not going to be like privy to the ins and outs of how it actually works and operates with the organized crime. Obviously, just because he's lived there. Like what? Like my fucking grandmother's lived in this town her whole life. Do you think she knows who the fucking all the drug dealers are? No, of course she doesn't.
I'm telling you, I know this personally because my whole
wait,
family.
like listen, no, listen, bro.
Yeah, see, I have ties. I don't tell you this, but I have ties. I know what's going on.
Let him finish his point, though, bro.
Go ahead.
He's got ties. You know what I'm saying?
Well.
How do you know? How do you know that I know all this stuff? I'm telling you, and I'm certain that this is true. Nigga, I've been in all my generations.
Hey,
have been
don't
in
call me
America.
the N-word. I'm kidding.
I get what a Freemason is, right? You understand what a Freemason is, right? And so a Freemason is in a tiered knowledge system, right? And it's on a need-to-know basis, right? So when the Freemason, if you're speaking to like a level 3, he will tell you straight up that like, bro, all we do is like, it's just like a scratch your back, you scratch my back business thing. Like, it's just like, yo, I'll sell you a canoe if you come and repaint my front yard, and that's just business. Yeah, that's what it is for level 3 guys, brother. And so for level 1, 2 thugs, of course it is just smashing into cars and robbing guns and going around the street over dime bags, because they're low-level thugs. You're just not thinking on the level of a fucking, of what's actually going on here. There's an entire supply chain. You're not thinking
I'm telling you right now, dude. I know I'm agreeing with you to a certain point, but you're trying to associate them all with each other. It's different people that do, they're different
Well,
type
they'd be
of criminals.
associated with each other in the court case, wouldn't they? Because the police would be like, right, well, you were sourcing your guns from here, and you were sourcing stuff to sell from here, and then that was facilitating the whole empire. So everybody's
Man, can we
implicit.
just talk about the socioeconomic state of the world?
Yeah,
Like,
you're talking about James Smith. Is that?
Literally are.
Yeah, I don't care about talking about gangbangers anymore. I already know what's going on. All my generations of my family that have been in America have been in the same place. So that's all I need to say.
Yes, you've lived in America a long time, and your family has. You know the whole.
Yeah, in the same city. So
my family's lived in the same city for this whole time. Doesn't mean they know if it rules.
See, it's different though, right?
CIA guys in the bushes.
Yeah, but if your family is actually actively involved in that as well, it's a different thing, isn't it, right?
Yeah, but it depends what level that family's operating at, though.
Yeah, for sure. But what
That's
National
obviously
Trumpy is trying to say is that
right?
he's
Like, you're not
got
trying to
more
incriminate himself,
ties
but
to that world than his fucking nan does. That's what he's trying
Like,
to say.
for example, obviously, I know this is completely irrelevant to fucking Chicago, right? But for example, you said you lived in Leeds, right?
I have done, yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, I don't know if you've ever touched drugs, whatever. But you know yourself, Leeds, Bradford.
like, yeah.
That's run by the fucking Asians that sell brown,
Yeah.
white, anything, bro.
They ride
They're
around
very
in cars. They ride around in cars.
Yeah,
stuff like that,
BMWs, fucking Vauxhalls, blah blah blah, Audis,
Yeah.
whatever, fucking whatever.
They give out business cards, some of them.
You even get the young Asians, so the tier 1, tier 2 guys chilling at the fucking unis, shotting coke on a weekend, blah blah blah. You get the Asians in Leeds and Bradford are very fucking organised. I just struggle to see how any operation would work without any organisation.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
I
that's
agree.
Wait. There's supply of the drugs. There's supply of the drugs, and then there's supply of the guns, and then there's supply of everything. So these guys obviously have a level of organisation.
Exactly, there's got to be organisation. Otherwise, how the fuck would things work?
Exactly.
Sometimes, well, it's a little bit like the army in a way. Like, it's a need-to-know basis. Sometimes the low-level drug dealers don't always need to know where all the drugs are coming from and everything like that, right?
Have you ever watched The Wire? Have you literally ever watched?
Yeah, I've watched The Wire. Yeah.
Just once. Yeah, and it's literally like the average low-level geezer might think he's the average. You know, there's a lot of intersecting games of playing.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's House of Cards. If you zoom out on Chicago, in the entire city, there's like
You're breaking up.
There's all
man.
sorts
You're
of
breaking
gangs
up
and
like a
different
motherfucker.
groups of people playing around, and it's like Game of Thrones, you know?
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay,
So people
I'm
just
gonna
act like they know-
tell you there's ranks to this,
I
right?
need to get out of the supermarket, but
See, there's a difference, right?
Oh, you're in Tesco, lad.
There's hustlers and there's the regular
No, I'm in Lidl.
thugs. That's the only two differences, right? Literally, these people that go out, buy the drugs, buy the guns, whatever, right? And then the thing is, most of the time, the thugs be the drug dealers too. That's the thing, right? Because how are you gonna make money and buy these guns? You need money, right? And most of these niggas ain't gonna work a job. So how do you think they get their money? And most of the time, these gangbangers also are involved in selling guns. Not like actively, but definitely to help them make money.
Well, it's part
But
of the
not-
whole industry of it, right? They're
but there's always
trying
another
to
guy,
either
like,
sell
if you-
drugs, sell guns, they're pimping, or whatever the fuck they're doing.
were
They're
a police
robbing,
officer, bro,
they're
like-
doing whatever they can to bring cash in for the gang or whatever, right?
Yeah, because my uncle, right? He's an older dude. He's in jail now because he's a dumbass, right? Most of his life, right, from a certain age, he told me from a certain age, like 14, so he was 29, then he got caught. He was doing his shit, right? He was no gangbang, but he was a trapper, right? So he did his little shit or whatever, stole his little guns, right?
So he wasn't part of a gang, but he was trapping.
Yeah, he was trapping. He wasn't no gang. I had one person in my family. I ain't really taught him like that. So he killed somebody, right? And he's in jail too. He's in Cook County, right? He's a dumbass.
I've heard
too.
of Cook County as well. It's rough up there.
Yeah, of course, because the fucking guards don't fucking care. They don't get paid enough to deal with nobody over there.
They
So
want it
it's-
to be hell. They want it to be hell.
Yeah, of course. Literally, Chicago is corrupt. This whole city's corrupt. Very corrupt. Terribly corrupt. It's awful.
It has been for a long time. Very long time.
Yeah, exactly. And the things with Chicago gun laws, right? Like legal, if you want a legal gun, if you want to be a legal gun owner, right? You can't have more than like 10 rounds in your gun.
Yeah,
right?
there's
So
loads
that's-
of restrictions, isn't there? The restrictions are big in Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that you can only have 10 rounds, but the criminal can have like a 50-round drum while robbing you. It's
Do
crazy.
you know that most self-defense shootings are resolved in one round?
It is. I mean, that's true, but either way, right? The other person has more rounds. Kill you.
Or just whoever's the better
that's a
shooter,
pretty
to be
dumb
fair.
argument.
Yeah, but they
That's a
have more
pretty dumb
chances
argument.
to kill
And
you.
if anything, they're restricting overall like ownership of weapons. Like they don't want like law-abiding citizens in cities to own guns. They want fucking criminals to, apparently.
It's not that they want to, it's just like the byproduct.
I don't know.
of
I
what
feel
they
like in
do.
Chicago they should be rolling around in MRAPs with 50 cals on top. With the shit I've seen,
It
young
should be
niggas will just
Mad
pop
Max out
off.
there.
Young niggas will just pop off at groups of police, like actually, like how you would in Iraq, like how Like it would be in real combat.
yeah.
Like they're moving in groups. I've seen it. It's actually
Whatever you
insane.
do, don't go to
I saw
O
a
Block.
video
And they'll get
online,
away.
and it
They'll
was
shoot at the police and they'll get away.
Yeah, you know
And
what's funny,
they'll
right?
start the engagement. Like they'll ambush the police and run away and get away with it.
Yeah, you know what's funny, right?
Military should be in that city.
I saw a video, right? Because I used to use social media a little bit, right? I don't use it no more because terrible, right? But the people were posting a video of some kid that went to my school, right? He was 17 or 18, I don't remember. I didn't even know him though. He was getting dumped at. There was a whole video of him getting dumped at in downtown Chicago. Right, this is supposed to be North Chicago, most safest part, right? Niggas was trying to run him down. They were chasing him. Literally 4 of them, broad daylight. Police should be. If you don't know, North Chicago is pretty safe compared to the other sides. I'm on East
South
Chicago.
side and East side is.
No, South is pretty. No, South is a little bit way more safe than it was like 10 years ago. Right now, out west right now, bro, is what you should worry about. Out west is definitely the new South.
Is that
if
King
you don't
Drive
know,
and all that shit? Yeah.
Yeah, out west, bro, is definitely way worse now than out west used to be where like all the trappers stayed, like where they used to do their little jig, like yeah, nah, like all that dancing shit like 10 years ago.
You mean like you know DJ what's his name? Fucking they did all that footwork shit.
DJ.
It might be before your time. It might be before your
I've got a
time.
question for Druggy, actually. I've got a question for Druggy. Was King Von really about that life then? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm from East. And either way, right? I'm gonna tell you one thing.
What was that young? I'm not gonna say that word, but what was that young guy? That small guy used to run on King Von. What was his name? Lil Troy, something like that. What was his name?
See, I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Have you seen Trent Ball Ross's documentary on King Von?
Yeah, I've seen that shit.
Mate,
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Mad shit.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, gang. There's way worse people than him. I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Police are failing if people like that exist, bro.
No, there's way worse people than that. I knew a dude, right? I didn't know him personally, but he's a rapper that died like last year. This nigga had 11 bodies at 20, right?
Von killed 20 plus.
No, that's incorrect. They're lying. No, that's a lie.
It was something like 7 to 9, maybe. That's what they say.
Yeah, the thing is that's normal in Chicago though for these gangbangers. You know, Chicago's the most gang-populated city in America. There's 300
There's a whole history to it. There's a whole history.
Yeah, he's not the most dangerous nigga in Chicago. There's way where 15 bodies. Literally, a nigga that caught 17 over here went to jail. He's in jail for life. He's fighting
17 bodies. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, and apparently a year. That went viral around here.
Yeah, I have no other words other than calling the military.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, CPD can't do nothing. Like,
no, they need to drop. They need to drop like 500-pound bombs on like city blocks.
Signed in the white men. Send them in. We'll sort it out.
Yeah, I promise you, bro. King Von was not the most dangerous person in the.
He wasn't the most dangerous, but I think the reason why people talk about him because obviously he was so famous. That's why.
Yeah, he was a rapper. That's why everyone's glazing him. He's not.
Well, and he literally rapped about his murders. And he was in jail at one point. They knew he did it, and they had insufficient evidence.
He's got some good tracks as well.
No, the thing is, they released him because all the witnesses were killed. Like all the witnesses.
Yeah,
died.
insufficient evidence. Yeah, what I said.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole thing was right. Like, there's people out here that don't rap, don't be on social media. I know people. There's serial killers that walk here every day.
These are the actual shooters. A lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah. King Von was a regular.
Yeah, we just need Judge Dredd out on these fucking Chicago streets.
I've been reading Judge Dredd recently. He's fucking sick, you know. He needs to read Judge Dredd. He's very good.
King Von had normal stats for a Chicago person, unironically. That's like normal stats over here. And that's sad. That's really sad.
It is very sad. It's very sad.
Very. People glorify it. And I've literally watched people in my class admit to, oh yeah, I murdered this. Like, kind of make like underlying jokes, like implying that they murdered somebody in class, right, in front of teachers, out loud. I'll hear them like, you heard what happened to old buddy on whatever street, 79th in Maryland, and like laughing and shit, like in the background. I'm telling you, this happens. You would not believe.
What a great culture.
No, I believe it 100%. I believe it 100%.
In class. Yeah, and they'll be in the corner of the classroom vaping, right? Like sharing the vape, like trying to hide it, but they're not really doing it well. But the teachers aren't going to do anything because they're scared. These people, there was a video that came out of some, like 10 little kids, like 30 guns in their backpacks, showing ARPs. You know what an ARP is, Floop?
A retarded ass fucking weapon, yeah.
Yeah, and an AR pistol, like under their fucking pants, in the gym, broad daylight.
Well, here's the thing that I don't understand, right? If you're illegally carrying a firearm, why wouldn't you put a stock in like a sight and a foregrip on it? Like niggas are retarded.
Yeah, niggas won't even put no fucking.
Yeah. It's I'm gonna rock a buffer tube AR with a $10 fucking airsoft scope. I've literally seen them on their Instagram stories. Like you know who Lil Tay is? I'm from down the street, man. I'm on that Lil Tay.
That Asian
You know
girl.
who that is? The Whip It guy on Instagram. You
I
have
thought
to know
Little
he is,
Tay was
National
the
Guardian.
Asian girl.
No, Lil T, man. There was like a meme about him
Lil
like
T.
a year and a half ago. The
But
dude
yeah,
that was doing.
but the reason they don't
Galaxy
do all that
Dash.
shit when they don't put all the accessories on it is because they want to conceal it.
What'd you say, National?
That nigga's from Atlanta, bro.
Yeah, but I saw on his gun, on his Instagram story, his ARP literally has like a $10 airsoft scope on it. And he still has like the back rear sight block on it and the front one, so it's like it doesn't even work. It's the most retarded firearm I've ever seen on Earth. I should have took a screenshot.
Let me show you something real quick. I just want you to take this in real quick, right? I reactivated my Instagram just so I could show you this, right? This is the average nigga on Instagram. Just look at this. This a nigga from Chicago, right? Look at this.
Give me a second to fucking. That's fucking crazy.
20s.
Culture. Great culture.
I just wanted to show this because
These people just lock them up in prison. I don't even need to see a crime here, bro. We need dudes that like their job in the government is just go on Instagram, look at people's stories like this, and lock them up. Lock them up. Mr. Backdoor, yeah, lock him up. Lock him up.
I'm gonna jump into another channel, but it's been nice speaking to you guys.
Don't lose your life over drugs. Not worth it. While showing.
I'm definitely not gonna do that for sure. Yeah, see you guys later.
Don't go to Chicago.
124% debt to GDP ratio.
Aggressive, but grizzly bears are cool.
Yeah, grizzly bears are fine. That's why you have
grizzlies are
to
chill.
chill.
Even though they sometimes
But
do.
my favorite beer is a polar bear. I love that beer.
Oh yeah,
They're
beautiful
Coca-Cola
bear.
bear.
Terrifying.
Well, the good news is you'll never meet one, so even like nowhere will you get to go where you can meet one, like nowhere.
Well, I'm probably in Antarctica or South Pole.
Maybe.
So how do you get back in the game? Do you wait till like how many rounds?
There isn't that many like get rich quick forces when it comes to this type of stuff. I might be wrong, because if that were the case, you wouldn't be making the amount of money that you're making right now. You'd be making much less, and you'd have to work much harder for it because of the amount of competition. So
It's
since
not
you're not working
determining-
that hard and you're making this much amount of money, I'm fairly certain that there just really isn't that many people trying to sell other
The one
people
he
on this
mentioned,
shit.
though.
They would rather just make the money doing it and introduce the competition. You know?
So the reason why I see what you're saying, but I see
Yeah, you
the
get
reason
what
why
I'm
you're
saying?
viewing.
I think
I see what you're saying, but I see the reason why you're viewing it the way that you're viewing.
It's loads of people who graduate the same year having the same problem as me. So it's like it's kind of would I want to do this or work at McDonald's when I can actually like build stuff that I can show to employers.
Well, you're able to do that in Mackie D's. You can sell like you flipped 10,000 patties. They're gonna be like, blimey, mate.
Does someone auto become like owner? Like
Well,
no,
so-
just become owner unless.
They're just gone. So like
they're
all the
gone,
moderators
so-
are still here.
Yeah, but who can change anything then?
Well, so
Thing of guilt ever.
What kind of comparison is that?
It's an analogy.
It's not a good analogy.
Okay.
What
Well,
are we talking
I
about?
spit on grandmas and you say the N-word.
I will say this. Sometimes, even when you're innocent, it's better to not say
Oh, I thought you were
anything.
gonna say, I thought you were gonna say it.
I'll say it.
Go on.
You'll say what?
Go on.
Nicaragua.
Oh, smart guy. I would have.
Nincompoop.
Get him gone.
What are you guys talking about? Okay, I forgot. These guys can't take a joke. Okay.
So,
whoa.
Maybe it's not a good idea to start the video here. I'm not sure. I might even just cut this out. I'm not too sure just yet.
The fuck? How did that happen?
Yeah, what's up, Christ?
What's up?
Are you Christ?
I am Christ.
Really? Do you support Israel?
No.
Do you like Jews?
I like Jews.
When are you gonna come to defend us?
Maybe when you repent. How about that?
Oh.
How about you pay back your loan?
Jesus don't have no loans.
Pay back your loan, boy.
loans.
Pay back your loan.
I agree. Yo, Zionist, are you British?
We never took out no loans. Yeah. We're Jesus up in here. We don't have no loans. We're poor. Tell me a time Jesus took out a loan.
It depends. If you are a Protestant, it's fine. If you're not, it's a big
I
problem.
am no denomination.
Right.
I don't believe in denominations. They're for idiots.
What that means?
Hey, I think we should have more Iranian oil in Europe.
Cool.
You know, like why can't Europe be friends? Why can't the whole European Union be friends with Iran and Israel, and get like Israeli goods and Iranian goods?
Because
why do we give a shit?
When you pay back your loan, then you can maybe do some trade.
Listen, I don't believe in usury. How about that?
You motherfuckers, you take all the money from the Jews.
No, you motherfuckers are always trying to charge extra for your little loans, you little bitch. How about that?
No, you take money when you need it,
you taking money from your little loans and your usury. How about that? You ain't going to be getting one over on me. I'm Jesus Christ. I'm the Lord and Sailor. I'm the Lord and Sailor.
I have an idea. Petrol is too expensive in Europe. And that causes inflation of food. That makes tomatoes more expensive, right? Because the trucks have to use petrol to deliver your fucking tomatoes. So if you want your tomatoes to be cheap, if you want your bananas to be cheap, you need to have
then you
Iranian
need to enslave Africans, and then you can do it.
No, you don't need any Africans. You just don't need. You don't need any niggas. There's no need for niggas in Europe, right? There's no need.
Where are we getting the bananas from then?
Zero need. But they can make the bananas in Niggerland, right? In Nigeria.
Where the hell does Niggerland? Where is Niggerland? Tell me.
In Nigeria, right? So in Nigeria, right? The Nigerians, the niggers in Nigeria can make the bananas, and because of the cheap Iranian oil, you can transport it from Nigeria to Europe, right? But if you put sanctions on Iran because they hate the Jews, right? What the fuck do we have to do with
No, we're not
Iranians
sanctioning
and Jews,
Iran because
right?
we hate the Jews. We're sanctioning Iran because they got terrible fashion sense. That's why we're sanctioning them.
Yeah, but what the fuck do we have to do with the Jews? We have Poland. We have nothing to do with the Jews. We have nothing to do with the Iranians.
Wait, are you Polish?
Right. Yeah, I'm Polish, right? So we have nothing to do. We're in Europe. We're far away. We're in a distant, far away
land.
It doesn't really
far
concern us.
away in a time far forgotten.
So but considering that we have a free market economy, right? Why is it illegal to buy oil if it's a free market economy, right?
It's not illegal
if we truly have a free market economy, yeah, but it is illegal to buy oil from Iran. That's why there's such that's why there's such inflation. That's why petrol is so expensive. That's why
No, I
food
thought
is
it
so
was.
expensive.
You're right to say it's to do with sanctions and stuff like that. I don't think you're wrong to say that, but there's oil coming from different sources, and you can
Because
buy whichever one you
why can't you
want.
buy oil?
You can buy whichever one you want, but then you are kind of making a choice of how that's going to affect you if you do buy that oil, right?
Well, why can't? Okay, because I don't see any like Iranian oil stations, right? There's no Iranian oil stations that charge $1, like that charge 20p for a liter, right? You can't buy petrol for 20p a liter anywhere. In Poland, it costs £1 per liter. How much is petrol per liter in England?
I don't know. I don't drive, so I actually don't know. To be honest.
In America, it's like I don't know. It's less than £1 per liter, right? In Poland, it's about £1 per liter.
Okay. Well.
So what I want to know, the salaries in Poland are much lower, but why is the petrol more expensive than in America? Right? Maybe they have a freer market.
Well, America has
in
their
America.
own
Have much
petrol and oil reserves.
Yes, but also they have they have a very free market economy, right? So they can just they don't buy from Iran, but they might buy from Egypt, right? They might buy from Egypt.
Well, they get
or
it
whatever
from
the fuck, right?
themselves a lot of times.
Oh, they might get it from themselves, but it's probably cheaper to get it from Iran. I think
Why
it's
would it
probably
be
much
cheaper to get
cheaper
it from
to
Iran
get oil
than
from
versus
Iran
themselves?
because they have the cheapest oil on the fucking planet.
But when you're
Iran has the
factoring in
cheapest oil
like
on the
getting
planet.
it from there, it's not just the price of the oil; it's also getting it from there and refining it and all
Well,
that kind
how
of
much?
stuff. I don't know if that's
But
necessarily true.
already refined oil, right? If you get rid of the expensive, safety licenses, if you get rid of the expensive safety licenses and taxes on transporting oil from Iran to Europe, we would have much cheaper petrol. Because you could technically just put it on the fucking truck, put it on the motorway, right? And just reduce all the unnecessary costs, like expensive licenses, or just make like a free, cheap license to transport it from here to there, right? And just transport a fuckload of oil.
I feel like I came into this
Europe
conversation a bit halfway. I'm not actually fully sure exactly what point you're really trying to make, to be honest with you.
Well, I think that I think that Europe has nothing to do with Israel, right? Yes,
Wrong.
Why should you, well, okay, so the UK put sanctions on Iran or whatever the fuck, right? Because Iran hates the Jews and somehow is virtuous to be like pro-Jew or whatever the fuck,
Not necessarily.
Not
necessarily.
What the fuck does Europe have anything to do with the fucking Middle East?
Well,
right?
there is
We're living
trade that
in
comes
Europe,
through the
right?
Suez Canal and
How
all that
far
kind
away?
of stuff too, and that's basically up there, right?
Yeah, but what about petrol prices, right? Iran
But
has
petrol
cheap petrol.
prices can be
Right,
indicative
I
of
want that cheap petrol.
other things too, right? So it's not just about just how cheap it comes from one place to another. It's kind of how it relates to the governments and what governments are being funded by that sale of the of that petrol.
Yeah, but it's cheap. It's
Yeah, but
cheap in Iran.
cheapness
So
isn't
why
always
don't we buy
necessarily
it from Iran?
everything in the terms of why people are doing XYZ things that they're doing.
Yeah, but why is it illegal to buy oil from Iran? That's what I want to know.
Well, they're doing it because they're at war and shit. That's why they're making it a difficult. Now, I'm not even sure if it's illegal necessarily, but it's just they are making it difficult. They're making it difficult. How is it illegal? What do you mean by illegal?
It is illegal because Iran is a terrorist organization.
No, but when you say illegal, if somebody
Iran
bought
is not
oil from
committing
Iran,
terrorist
what would
attacks
happen if they
Israel
bought
is a terrorist organization.
So Iran is threatening the UK, right? They're not threatening Poland. They're not threatening Germany, right?
Well,
They're
that's just
threatening
because
America. They
UK
hate
have said
the
that we're going to
UK,
send
the
jet
Jews,
fighters over
the
there.
Americans.
That's why. So it's a war thing.
Yeah, so I understand why but it's like in Poland, in like every other European country, we can't buy Iranian oil, and it's fucking cheap, and it's like why?
But what?
Why?
I don't understand why.
Because the
I don't
Germans.
actually know. I don't know. I'm
Do
just
you know
saying.
why?
I don't
I'll tell
know
you
why.
why.
It seems weird to me. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do it. I think it's just a war thing. I
I
think it's
know
a war
why.
thing.
Because there's oil monopolies in Europe that want to sell oil for expensive prices. They want oil to be expensive. They don't want oil to be cheap. That's
Yes,
why.
there's probably some
So they want
trade
inflation.
war stuff
They
going
want
on with
inflation.
it
They
as
want you to be
well.
poor.
There's probably some
You know,
trade
and it's
war
like in
stuff
the
going
European
on.
Union, right? A necessity to be in the European Union is you're supposed to have a free market economy and
No,
a democracy.
that's not true.
Right?
No, the
Now,
EU is not a free market economy. No, that's not true.
Well, no, not anymore. But
No, it's
that was
never
the
been.
basis to
Never.
join.
No, the
That
EU has
was
never
the
been a free market economy.
that
Ever.
was the yeah, but not anymore.
No,
Not anymore. It isn't.
never. It's not about no more.
Right?
Never has it been that. It's never been that.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Well, that was pretty. Like that's why Poland joined. Like Poland before we had like a controlled economy, right?
Hey,
and
Luke
then
Belmar, let's
The
we
EU
went
move
puts
into
up
like a free market
regulations
economy.
on all manner of
move
things
up.
in the EU. That means it's regulated. That
Oh,
means
never
it's
mind.
not a free market. It's not a free market.
Yeah, well, so then what? Yeah, but it has to be somewhat regulated, but not that much regulated. It
No,
has
it's
to be regulated
massively
for safety.
regulated. The EU regulates it more
Luke
than
Belmar,
most other
root
markets.
down to the bottom channel, Tilfo's room.
Wait, like very bottom?
Yep.
It just causes regulation is too expensive. Like I just want cheap fucking good shit. Like I want cheap good shit, and I don't want my shit to be overpriced. You know.
We all want
I don't
that,
think anyone
but
wants
we're
their
living
shit
in a
to be
world where
overpriced,
wars are
right?
going on. That's the issue, I guess.
Yeah, I understand wars are going on, but what the fuck do we have to do anything with the war with Israel? Like, what the fuck do we have? We have nothing to do with this. Poland has nothing to do with it.
Because they're
We
trying
have
to
we
pressure.
have
They're
zero
trying to
business there.
pressure the country into aligning with UK and US and all that stuff, right?
Well, in terms of, I think like in terms of NATO, like in Poland, we're in NATO, right? So we can
You are in NATO,
we
right?
cooperate in terms of. Yeah, of course. So in terms of like the defense of the UK, defense of America, of course, right? But so far, Iran is not exactly they're not they're not doing anything to the UK. They're not doing anything to America. The UK is safe. America is safe, right? Iran would be fucking stupid.
I don't
Right.
know about that. I mean,
To
maybe they're safe from Iran, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily safe from the impending World War III that is probably coming.
right. So Israel is not safe from Iran. Israel is not safe from Iran. But guess what? Israel is not in NATO. Right, so why should we stop trading
But
with
they are
Iran?
an ally,
Like I don't think we should stop trading with Iran. They are an ally. Well, they're not really an ally of Poland, to be honest with you.
Not necessarily.
They're
not
not
necessarily to Poland.
They're not
per
our
se.
ally. Israel is not our ally. They're not an ally
But
of
they
ours.
will be considered if you don't want like the invasion of Muslims into Poland. That they are kind of a bulwark to that.
Well, the Jews are bringing Muslims to Germany, right?
Are they?
And America and in the UK. They making like fucking interracial porn. They're making like they work in like recruitment agencies sending niggas to the UK.
Yeah.
You know, I mean this is what they do, right? Listen, at least they're not doing that to Poland, right? I don't see them I don't see Israel as an enemy, but I don't see them as an ally. It's just a country. That's just like where Jesus is from.
I kind of agree. I'm not like necessarily fully pro Israel per se either.
I'm not pro. I'm not against. They're just a country.
I'm not
it's
against them.
like
I'm not
Zimbabwe,
for them either. It's a bit of a weird one.
It's like Zimbabwe. It's like Zimbabwe, right? Yeah, I don't have any business with in Zimbabwe, right?
Well, that's not true though, because a lot of our countries do have business with Israel in that they have information contracts with them. They do military things with them. They do sell and trade with them as well. So I don't know if it's as quite as simple as just going, oh, we just have nothing to do with them just because I feel like I don't really care about them. I don't think that's quite true in terms of like the economies of the countries. But also
Hell
there's like
Hitler.
there's a broader aspect with Israel that they are almost like they're kind of like situated in such a way in the Middle East that they are kind of like stopping a lot of these Muslim countries from gaining so much power that they just overwhelm the European countries. So in a way, they're kind of like a doorstop.
Why not just deport all the Muslims? Listen, I have an idea, right? Because here's the thing. I don't think we need Muslims in Europe, but we need Muslims to sell us oil, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't even know about
That's
that
the way I think about it.
necessarily. I don't even know about that because America could sell us oil.
Hell Hitler.
Yeah, but they have expensive oil. They have expensive. America wants to sell us expensive
Well,
oil.
the prices
and
are
Iran has cheap
relative.
oil.
The prices are relative.
Hell Hitler.
Well, the price, okay, so 20p for a liter of petrol is fucking good, right? So 20p
Sure.
for a liter from Iran is good, right? Plus transportation costs, even fucking 40p per liter. It's fucking good prices. I'm spending like £1 per liter on petrol.
Should have just let the Germans
in
win
Poland,
World War II.
right? It's cheaper. I think it's the Germans trying to fucking increase prices in Poland.
No, we
like
should
they
have let
think
the
that we're not
Germans
gay
win World
enough
War
and
II. This wouldn't be
not
a
Muslim
problem.
enough.
Hell Hitler.
No. Listen, I don't like. Listen, you fucking. Are you a Muslim Hitler supporter?
Hell Hitler.
No, he's an
Hitler was a
Arsenal
legend.
fan, which is even worse.
Listen, I don't like Hitler. As a blonde person, I don't like Hitler. Right? He was not even blonde. Right? He didn't do what's good for blonde people. He just killed a bunch of blonde people.
Who did he kill? He didn't
Everyone
gas no one.
talks about the Jews he killed. Listen,
Hitler
everyone
fucked
talks about the
over
Jews he killed.
Poland
Do
in
you
a
know how many
very
blonde
big
people he
way.
killed?
Let's not like try and pretend that.
Yeah, that was Winston Churchill, my friends. That was Winston Churchill.
Do you know how many? Listen, do you know how many blonde people died in World War II? Right,
Do you know how many people got gassed?
But what I
do you know how
do
many
know,
people got gassed in the chamber in World War II?
I have
zero.
no idea. I have no idea how many
Fat
people got gassed.
zero.
But what I know is that 50 million Europeans died in World War II.
It's
50
always the
million
Jews with
white
their
people,
six, isn't it?
right? Whether they were Jews or white or Christian or Gypsy or whatever the fuck, right? There was somewhat European, right? And 50 million Europeans died, right? Many of those were blonde people, right? And that's not good for blonde people,
Yeah.
right? Because this is what Hitler caused.
We
right?
got to look out for
As
the
a blonde person,
bimbos.
I don't support Hitler, right? I am pro-white, I'm pro-European. And I don't think that war in Europe is good for blonde people. It's just like the opposite
I think you're
of what is
right
good for
about
blonde
that.
people.
Actually, I think you're very
Right,
right.
like making blonde factories, making cheap petrol, right? Making cheap petrol, making cheap homes, cheap food, right? Making cheap petrol means cheap food, cheap homes, right? This is how you make lots of Europeans, right? If you reduce the price of oil, you reduce the price of housing, and then you reduce the price of food. And if you keep the salaries the same, then what happens essentially is you have you have an increasing population because people can afford to have bigger families.
Potentially.
It's hell Hitler.
There's a lady in the chat.
Yo, what's good?
Not you.
Lady.
Not
So
you.
what we have to do? We have to deport every nigger from Europe.
Fucking hell, that's racist.
Every nigger.
That's true, every
Muslim.
nigger.
This motherfucker's been like Hail Hitler and all this shit, and he's like, wait a minute, that's racist.
Yeah, hell Hitler, man. To the world, man. What a legend. What a guy. What a bloke. Should have let
Hail
him win the
Hitler.
war, man.
He's just one of the boys, you
Alhamdulillah,
know.
man.
Exactly. He's just one of the boys. There you go. He killed him. He gassed out a big fat zero. Zero.
Listen,
No one
I
was
want to hear
gassed.
what the girl has to say
gassed
about
a lot of
Hitler.
people. Like, he did gas people. Like,
Listen,
that's
a
not
woman
like
needs to speak in this chat room. What does she have to say about Hitler? Tell us now.
He's a great man.
He was a great man.
Amen.
Yo,
He was a sexy man.
There's Mr. Paintermansky. So, what's your thoughts on like Nawrocki winning the election?
Nawrocki in Poland, he's the president of Poland. I think that he's all right, but I don't like him that much because I got a fucking ticket. Because the Polish government, this is the thing, right?
the time being, Pencil, I revoke your right to speak. Okay, I revoke your freedom of speech. You will say fuck all, sir. Fuck all. Okay. Good day to you, Christ Scourge. How are you today, sir?
Hello.
Do you know who you look like? You look like Stampy Longnose. Do you know who Stampy Longnose is?
Oh my god, he kind of does.
I see it.
Wait, I
You
actually
can put a
see it
picture in the
now.
side chat. I'll have a look.
Wait, hold on. I need to get a picture.
I do
Yo, you actually look like
I do
Stampy.
appreciate
That's fire, bro.
that you have the avatar of Colonel Gaddafi, by the way.
No, it's an alien. It's just some random alien. I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I've read the Green Book, okay? He's way more soy than I am. That's not even close.
Nah, you look so similar to him. It's creepy.
It is kind of similar. I'm not gonna say it's not similar, but he's way more soy
When he's
than I am.
older, like the first is from when he's a lot younger. You know what I mean?
Okay, do we have any Reform UK voters in the chat? Please
I
let me
voted
speak to a
Reform in the
Reform
last
UK.
election, yeah.
Oh, so what is the biggest problem facing the country right now?
Mass migration, for sure.
Mass migration. Okay, lovely. This is, see, you're falling right into my beautifully placed trap already.
You can try.
Okay, so what issues are the illegal immigrants? Wait a minute, let me speak to this guy. Everyone. Oh, all right, hold on. Just a second, sir. I will get to you.
I just want to interject there. Arsene Wenger for Prime Minister.
I think I
Right,
should be
okay.
the Prime Minister.
Well, to be honest with you, I think that Pencil's mother should be the Prime Minister. But let's move on. What is the issues? What is the issues that illegal migrants are causing, Mr.
I did not say illegal migrants. You've already reframed the question.
What? Right. Sorry. Mass migration.
Yes.
Let me requote. What is the issues that these people are causing?
It's the volume of people. It's a supply and demand situation.
What are we running out of supply of?
Houses.
Food.
Services. Houses.
Right,
Classrooms.
okay.
Hospital beds.
Well, we will start off with housing, okay? Because I only, as a human being, I can only process one argument at a time, right?
Yeah.
So we
I
can
understand.
we can
It's
go
kind
into.
of dumb. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go.
Listen, we're not going to use ad hominems here because that
Yeah, no,
instantly
you were
shows your
trying
lack
to
of
be.
intelligence.
You were trying to be passive aggressive as fuck to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm moving on. So housing supply, not just demand, is the core issue. Okay, so the housing crisis mainly stems from insufficient supply and not demand. You know, this has been going on for decades. Many countries, including the UK, failed to build enough new homes to meet overall population growth and changing household needs. Okay, so I mean, I think that it's not necessarily a migrant problem, it's a government policies, planning restriction and land availability problem. These are the bigger drivers of housing shortages rather than migration numbers. For example, the UK needs to build around 300,000 new homes a year, but has fallen short by tens of thousands annually for many years. This has been going on for decades, you know? And this is not caused by illegal migrants. So migrants contribute to housing demand, but they also contribute to the economy.
Yeah.
Look how crazy
Yes,
this guy is.
exactly!
I can feel him looking into my eyes. Hold on, I need to unmute him.
Why did you mute
Right.
him in the first place?
Yeah.
Because he was
Listen to what
screaming
I'm
like a
saying.
banshee.
Listen to what I'm saying, because you're halfway there, mate. You're halfway there. You're like a half-brained person.
This is the average
You're hair-brained.
UK
You're hair-brained. You're half-brained. So listen to what I'm saying, right?
This is the average Reform UK voter, everyone. Average Reform UK voter. Go ahead.
Not even going to let me say what I'm actually saying.
Go
So,
ahead.
yes, the demand is being artificially pumped up with the immigration, and there's a lack of building of the houses. Well done. You're very smart, aren't you?
So what do you think about School of Economics, like the London School of Economics? Would you believe
I
that
don't
this is
give
a
a fuck
trustworthy
about them.
institution? Okay, so they done a study which found that migration had a small
So
impact
you're
on
going to
housing
listen to the
affordability.
capitalists? Is that what you're saying?
It's nothing to do with capitalists.
They
We were
are the
talking about
capitalists. They are the
We were
capitalists.
talking about the London School of Economics,
They are
which
the
is an
capitalists,
education
yes.
establishment.
Yes.
Sir, Please,
They are the priest classed for the capitalists. Yeah.
Please calm down, okay? So in 2018, the London School of Economics found that the main causes were limited supply and rising demand from domestic households. So it's a myth. It's a myth. The housing crisis is primarily due to insufficient supply and planning failures. And I can quote you a study to prove that.
But what happens when you have insufficient supply and then an increase in demand? What happens then?
The demand has been the demand is not caused by. I've just quoted you a study that proves the demand is not,
You did not quote
caused
shit.
by migration.
You did not quote
I did.
shit. No,
Right, you
quoted
need
a study that
right,
said there
you
was
need to calm down, okay? Because I'm not going to listen to you shout and scream. You need to calm down and speak to me like a normal human being, like a civilized person. I know that for you rage-filled reform... This is... Right, for everyone in the channel, this is what Reform UK preys on. A man who is angry about people who are brown and black, okay? And he screams and he shouts about them. I don't scream and shout. I talk with passion. You know? This man's just a banshee. Right, moving on. Moving on.
You don't know any person that's not white. You don't know any person that's not white.
So reducing migration, you know.
Tell
so do
me
you think
all
that,
about all the people you know that's not white.
right? Do you? Well, let's not get personal here, but do you?
You don't know
know
shit about people that are not white. Fuck you.
Do you? Do you? Are you gonna let me? Right.
You don't
So
know
now that we've-
anybody that's not white.
Bro, take
You
the
have to-
sand out of your vagina, bro. God dang, bro.
You have to be trolling right now, bro. You have
No,
to
I'm not
be. Come
trolling
on.
shit. You're not contradicting me. You're not contradicting me at all because you know you don't know anybody that's not white.
Right, okay,
Fuck you.
Stampy, calm down, calm down. Right, so do you believe that reducing migration will fix the housing shortages?
Yes.
Okay, so, natural population growth and household formation.
What's
Are you
the
familiar
natural
with these
population
ideas?
growth right now?
Please let me finish my argument before you run in and scream. This is not how you have a civilized conversation, Stampy. Right, goodness me. You need to go back to your lovely world. Okay, the population grows naturally due to births exceeding deaths. Okay, younger people are forming... What's that, sorry?
No, sorry, I just know he's got a YouTube. He's got us on YouTube, right? It cusses this is a troll.
Is it a troll? Ah, no way.
It's not a troll. I'm speaking to you genuinely.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're live streaming on YouTube right now.
I am live streaming on YouTube, but I'm speaking to you genuinely, 100%.
Hold on, I need to see this. Base
I gotta pull
centrist.
this up, man.
I'm not
What's
base
your-
centrist
what-
anymore.
What was it?
Base cent. Oh,
What's
yeah,
your-
I am on YouTube. One person watching. Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, I've got a lot of people watching right now.
Yeah, one people watching. That's funny.
You ain't got nobody watching. I got one at least.
I mean, I got all these people in this channel in my channel. You know,
I've
so,
got them watching me too. So well done.
Wait, what's your YouTube? What's his YouTube?
I kind of understand what's going on here now, right? This guy is trying to get views by screaming and shouting like a banshee
No.
and not having a proper
No,
discussion.
I'm just a few beers deep, and I don't give a fuck about your little condescending little bullshit that you trying to do.
Oh, really? I might
Yeah.
report your stream for all this swearing. It's bad language. It's aggressive.
Oh wow! Oh my god! I'm an adult and I can't stand to hear bad language. Oh my god!
As long as he's got 18 plus checked, he should be okay.
Right. Okay. Can you be civilized? Would that be? Would you possibly
Can
be able to do
you
that?
stop being a
Because-
passive aggressive little bitch? How about
Because
that?
if you listen, if you can't be civilized, I'm gonna have to remove you from my room. Okay.
Oh, because you're too much of a. Is that why?
We've already. Listen, I've already beat you on 1 point, sir.
You've not beat me
okay?
on shit, actually.
You're one.
You've not beat me on shit, actually.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you can't be civilized, then, sir, I really don't
Yeah,
want to
you're gonna
talk
have
to
to
you. Does
remove
any-
me because you can't actually contend with what I'm
anybody
saying.
else,
That's
does
why.
anybody else? Does anybody else want to talk to this man?
I have no room to. I would absolutely love to, but I have no room to.
Oh, you'd
Melinda,
love to, but
would you
you've got
like-
nothing to actually say. Yeah, great. Thanks for your input, mate.
No,
Thanks
it's
for your
'cause
input, mate. Thanks for your
I'm an
input.
American, brother. I have no
Thanks
clue
for your
what's going on
input.
in
You
the
got
UK.
nothing to fucking say. Go fuck yourself. How about that?
I think you're just an angry old man, dude. Just
for real.
pipe down a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think that was some useful input. Like, dang, bro. Like,
Yeah,
settle
that
down a
was
little bit. Take the
empty
sand out of
bowl.
your vagina.
Yeah.
Empty bowl. Well done. Well done. That was good.
Brilliant. Amazing. So witty. so amazing that you said that.
You know what else would be amazing if you went and took a nap, bro? Like literally, you would feel so
If
much
I
better.
went and
I'm
went
telling
to
you
go
right
to
now.
sleep, yeah, you're so funny, mate. That was
I
hilarious.
am really funny, man.
That was
Thank you,
hilarious.
thank
My sides
I know,
are splitting right now. My sides are splitting.
I know, right, man? Yeah, no, I'm a comedian.
Yeah,
Believe it
you've
or
not
not,
said
yeah.
one funny thing this whole time, mate, because you've not got the IQ
I think I
for
just
it.
said two.
Nobody's laughing, man, but you.
I know it's funny. Though.
That's a straight up lie. That's just not true.
I can't hear anyone else but you, mate. I can't
funny.
hear
Hey,
anyone else but
hey,
you. I can
old
see the
Stampy, old
rings
Stampy.
on these screens, on each
Old
person
Stampy,
thing.
hey.
There's not one
It's
person
funny, man.
laughing
You're
but
funny.
you.
I respect it.
Not
You're
one
funny.
person.
You're a funny guy.
Christ, Christ. What do you think
I
about
bet
the
you get a
burqa?
lot of YouTube views.
I don't give a fuck. It's not about the views for me.
Christ, what do you think about the burqa? Do you like it?
It's an oppressive bullshit thing, yeah.
Oh, this guy was homeless as well.
You like
Crazy.
it?
I am homeless, yeah, technically right now.
You're homeless right now. That's kind of good that you've came through that, bro. I'm happy for you. I'm happy
not
that the hold on. I'm happy that the state supported you getting through that. Do you know what would happen under a reform government?
They haven't supported me doing that.
That's so fucked up.
I'm in my sister's right now.
That's so fucked up.
But
You're
this
in
is
the
what
system.
socialists do. This is what socialists do. They out themselves as sociopaths very quickly. Very quickly.
You're the one that's acting like a sociopath, sir,
I'm not
me.
actually. I'm not. I'm
Please,
responding to passive aggressive. I'm responding to passive aggressive bullshit that you don't have the balls to stand 10 toes down on.
Moving on from the ad hominem.
He stood 20 toes down, and you were like, "No, no."
He's fucking left.
Like,
He's
bro,
actually
what
fucking left. He's fucking left right now. He's left.
Who?
He's tired.
This
of you
fucking
yelling, that's
green motherfucker. He's not
why.
even
Oh,
in
he
here
didn't
now.
even leave. You just lied to you.
He's left.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm Anglo. What the fuck
He
are you
kind of
talking
does
about?
look Jewish, actually.
I do look
pretty sure
kind of
you're
Jewish. I do actually look kind of
I'm gonna
Jewish.
go to
But I'm not Jewish. I'm Anglo.
I've spotted you, bro. It's over.
Not that it would matter if I was Jewish anyway, because that wouldn't change anything I'm saying.
Right, Christ, you need to stop shouting. We need to speak civilly, okay? We're trying to have a debate here. Just because you were losing doesn't mean you need to get angry, okay?
I'm not losing shit.
Sorry.
I was sorry, what were you saying, Josh? I'll let you go.
I was just saying, obviously I joined and there's just a bunch of arguing. What's the actual point of the conversation here?
So Christ Scourge was losing a debate on immigration and basically just got really angry about it.
I did not lose a debate about it at all.
And it's actually quite hilarious to see a fully grown man melt down on Discord like this.
If
But,
you can tell me how I lost it, tell me how I lost
Chris,
it.
what was your... Wait there, because obviously I missed it. I don't want you to tell me the full whatever you said, but what... Can you give me a quick rundown of what your thought is on immigration?
I mean, he was just talking about how immigrants are... his words were they caused the housing crisis.
No,
and I was
that's
just
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yes, it was. Would you like
No,
to
it's not what
rewind
I
your
said.
stream and listen?
That's not
Would you
what I
like to
said.
rewind your screen and
Yeah,
listen?
you can actually.
Rewind your
Bring
stream.
it up and show it. 'cause
Rewind your
That's not
stream.
what I said. That's not
You
what I
said
said.
you haven't, Emperor.
Stream it into
No, I'm
here.
saying they
Rewind
didn't
it.
cause the housing
Rewind it
crisis.
now. Rewind it now. I did not. That's not what I fucking said. That's not what I said.
The housing crisis was not caused by immigrants, and that's where
I
he
did
went
not
wrong.
say it was
If you
caused by
Do you think
migrants. I
if
did
you
not
were
say
taking
those
like 5 million
words.
people in the last 4 years, and we've built like max 200,000 houses
Listen,
a year,
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
think
that we
it's
don't need to
contributing?
stop illegal immigration, right? I'm not saying that. We need to find.
I
We need
did
to
not
make.
say
I'm talking about
illegal
I'm talking about legal
migration
immigration.
either.
Okay,
It's
mass
about legal
migration.
migration.
My
I said
apologies.
mass migration. You've done this twice.
Okay.
This manipulative
Jesus
bullshit.
Christ. Stop shouting, Jesus
No, I won't.
Christ.
I won't fucking stop shouting unless he stops being
Well,
a fucking
I'm
passive
gonna
aggressive
make you
shit.
stop shouting, Christ, you little bitch. Right.
Emperor, what's your word? What's your political whatever?
What do you mean? I would consider myself to be a democratic socialist. That's what I would consider myself to be.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I've been involved in trade unions my whole life. I would consider myself a democratic socialist. But if Christ is going to stop shouting,
You might
I'll
be
mute him.
retarded.
Right.
So you're middle class is what you're telling me.
No, I came from a council estate. My father died of a drug overdose whenever I was 12. I'm a pretty working class person. Always have been.
Okay.
But moving on from that, so where even were we in this debate before this guy started?
You
acting
couldn't
like a
even
lunatic?
actually articulate my argument at all.
Would you like to articulate your argument? Maybe do it a little
I
bit more
said it very
sensibly, so I
clearly.
can.
I said it very
Just so that
clearly.
you don't get, just so that you don't get tripped up again, like I've done to you twice. You
You've
can
not tripped me up
elaborate your.
anyway. You've not tripped me up anyway.
I will give you the opportunity to restate your argument.
I said mass migration increases demand against the lack of supply of houses. That's what I said.
Okay, well, that's not what you said, but I'll let
That
you.
is what I
rephrase that.
said. That is exactly what I said.
I'll let you have your rephrasal of your argument. Okay, that's fine. So
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, I'll let you have that. So
You ain't gonna let me have shit. That's what I said.
well, I'm allowing you to have that. Okay.
You ain't gonna let me have shit. That's what I said.
This is what the Democrats do.
Can you respond, Emperor?
Well, I don't disagree. Well, now that he's rephrased it, I don't disagree with him.
I didn't
Yes, it
rephrase
increases
shit.
demand.
That's exactly what I said.
His initial argument was that mass migration caused the housing crisis.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Because basically what he said was that mass migration caused the housing crisis, and I was trying to debate the point that that it didn't cause it. Yeah, I mean it might be a contributing factor. I can concede that, but this man is just a lunatic, So if anybody else in the chat wants to debate with him, that's fine. But I'm not going to talk to him.
I've heard.
That's not what I said.
Listen, I've heard him speak about this before, and he frames himself as one of these like rational people that's only thinking of it. He's like, I don't like mass immigration. I don't have a problem with immigration.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, it's clear. No, but the point is that it's clear that you have these ulterior motives of understanding of like, you can dog whistle, but obviously you don't want migration in the way that.
What you have to do is do all this passive aggressive reframing of what I say to make your point, but that's not what I actually said.
Save our women, save our children.
Okay. So let's move on from housing because I can see that this has caused you to shit
Yeah,
your
you're gonna
pants.
have to move on from it because you realise you're actually wrong.
Yeah. If you want to, go in the shower and clean up and then come back, that's okay. But if not, we can move on to something else.
I can see you're floundering and you're flailing around to try and make a point and seem like you're actually cool, but everything that you say is not even fucking funny, mate. It's not even funny. It's not intelligent and it's not even funny. It's not even fucking funny, mate. You're pathetic.
We were having a really intelligent argument before you started acting crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, what the hell are you muted, man? What the hell?
I know, I had to speak though. I couldn't speak. He was just shouting, Right. So give me. All right. So what was the other issue that you thought that immigrants caused? We'll move on because this one's making you
I
emotional.
didn't say there was another issue.
You said multiple issues, and I said we'll deal with one at a time because I can. As
There
a
can
human
be
being, I can
multiple
only deal
issues
with
that
one.
they contribute to because the volume of people creates a supply and demand issue. That's what I said. And that creates different issues for different services, not just housing, but also schools, hospitals, things like that.
Right. I agree, but let's say, for example.
Oh, so you agree that that is true?
Wait. Obviously,
It's
it's
a
true.
different
but if
guy
you bring it
addressing
to-
It's obviously true, is it?
It's a different.
Okay, Christ, I'm going to mute you until this person responds, okay? Because you can't be trusted. You're like a little child. You need to be kept quiet. Okay, what were you saying?
So I agree that if we were to bring 700,000 new immigrants tomorrow, it would be a weight on the infrastructure that the infrastructure just does not have the, fucking capacity to manage. But my point is that that's a shortfalling and shortcoming of the infrastructure, not of the idea that immigrants shouldn't be coming, just of the idea that we shouldn't be letting people like Rishi Sunak have 700 million to themselves just to spend on sweets, right? So.
I mean, I've always
Tax
said
the
that
rich. Tax the fucking rich.
hold on. I've always said that the best way to handle immigration is just limit things to only the highly skilled and highly educated. People with proven work histories or educational
Limited
history.
immigration, not mass migration.
I'm not done, bro. He's not done. Please let me finish. Shut the fuck up and let me finish. I think that ideally with the numbers, what you'd want to do is basically link things to the rise or growth and rise or fall in the GDP. Because ideally, if the GDP is higher, you can take in more immigrants, more capacity for assimilation. Where if the GDP is lower, you don't want
Listen. Please let me speak, okay? So my response to your argument, Tails, is the UK has whether by their own or with with other allies, has destroyed the Middle East, has destroyed countries under false pretenses like Iraq, has destroyed countries like Libya and Syria. And I think that we have a collective responsibility to take these people and to house them safely after we have destroyed, murdered. We sent. Hold on. Hold on. They went into Iraq under false pretenses, and they killed 1 million people in Iraq. 1 million people.
It doesn't matter, dude. Who did that, bro? Who did that?
I mean, can I address?
It was the politicians, dude. If anyone is gonna arbor, like, if anyone should arbor people in their houses, politicians.
Tails, can you let other people respond? Can you just let people one at a time, please? Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Right,
at the time, British people thought that this was a genuine pretext for invasion. You know, we didn't know that the intelligence that they had was false or terrible or whatever intelligence they had at all.
Who had this intelligence?
The US, apparently.
And who gave the US that intelligence?
Responsibility for all this. Why, Emperor Zoltan? Why don't you house them yourself? How about that?
Listen. I know who. I can answer that question. It was the higher ups and the top brass that knew, but all the younger ones, if you watch Jarhead, you know the difference is that they were sent to war on false pretenses. Just as
we're basing our political opinions on a film called Jarhead.
Christ, shut the fuck up, okay?
Can I address what Zoltan said, because it was addressing my point.
Yeah, please.
So, I definitely agree with you that there's been a lot of fuck it upness in the Middle East. I think, however, you also gotta understand, even without that fuck it upness, Islam and the Muslim culture as a whole is a pretty backwards and awfully violent one.
Yeah,
Listen.
listen.
Let me please.
Okay.
I promise you this is going somewhere.
Okay.
I
Please try and
a good portion of my high school years so desperately afraid of death that I sought any religions that I could to try to give me any meaning. So I did read the Muslim ritual text. I did read the Old Testament. I even went as far in the Abrahamic shit to read the works of the grimoire of Pope Honorius and the Book of Tobit, the weird shit, the out there shit. So I guess what I would say is somebody who at least has a working knowledge of the books that they believe in, and who has been there on engineering trips to Iran, to Saudi Arabia, to Israel, and to Palestine on different engineering tours. I can tell you this. I think that the plan to take the Palestinians, to take a lot of these Muslims, to remove them from that place, to spread them as far as we can around countries where the culture is deeply strong, and dissolve their culture, hopefully over a few generations, is the right move. I mean, I don't like everything Trump says, but trying to dissolve the Islamic culture over time seems like a better option than just straight up killing people, And I do think we need to focus on not sending them places like Europe where they're going to be disruptive. Send them to places where the culture and the identity is so strong. I'm not finished. Shut up. I'm about to finish. Just send them to places where the culture is so strong that they either assimilate or they die.
Okay, Tails, so Tails, where is it that you are from in the world? Where do you live?
I mean, I have properties all over the fucking place.
Where are you from? What is your Hold on, please let me speak. What is your nationality?
German and Russian, actually.
So you're not from America? No, you're not from the States.
I was not born in the States. No,
you live in.
I currently, my major property that I live in is in the United States, but I was not born there. No.
You know what? Christ is typing, so I'm gonna unmute him and just let him speak.
Yeah.
You can speak, Christ. Right. Where I was going with that is, the majority of Western countries are built on immigration. The British immigrated people to India. And the people in this call have the audacity to sit here and say that Indians shouldn't be allowed in the country.
Why does China have mass migration?
Because they don't. I mean, I don't know the specifics of China, so I probably couldn't answer that question.
Oh, that's very convenient.
Yeah, I don't know this, but give me your knowledge, please. I'm all for learning. I will learn off of a very smart man like you, Christ.
Because it's not actually relevant to having a thriving economy.
Christ, I have a new rule in this room. You are not allowed to swear. Okay, right? Continue.
That's pathetic.
Well, you better follow. You better be a good boy and follow my rules, okay?
You are pathetic, Christ.
Yeah, sure, whatever you want to say, mate. But realistically, you've not actually rebutted anything I've actually said. You've actually agreed with me. Some of the people here agreed with me that mass migration actually does increase the supply and the demand.
That was the point.
So, realistically speaking, I've not actually been defeated in what I'm saying. You just have a grandstanding. You're just grandstanding your little point because you're a passive-aggressive, little pathetic person. That's what it is.
I will agree that THC salt's kind of
swearing
like
there, Christ. Good boy.
I did not swear once.
That's fine. I'm passive aggressive.
Good boy.
Listen, I'm passive aggressive, and I don't care if you swear at me. That's fine. I don't have any prissy
I didn't
problems.
swear.
You can hate me. That's all right. Oh no, I literally do not care. But the point is that realistically, my problem isn't with your point. My problem is the way that you try to put it across because you're fucking annoying.
Okay. Well, that's just you being an egomaniac, I guess.
No, you are.
Okay.
Like it's not. I have no ego.
No, I mean,
multiple times.
so
I'm
Christ,
like,
George, I'm gonna hit you with the real shit. I wouldn't fucking engage with THC Salt because he's like a known troll. He's just baiting you, no doubt. Like that.
I really don't care. It's just very, it's a very low.
Okay, so let's. So Christ, let me.
Yeah.
Let me. Hold on. I'm messaging someone back.
Yeah, fucking go ahead, man. We'll let you take your time.
You know when you were talking earlier about like, oh, if we brought in 700,000 people tomorrow, that would be a big problem. Well, guess what? We have about 500,000 people coming in every single year.
Right.
That's a big difference, bro. That's a big difference.
Right.
I don't know if you're good at maths
houses
or
are
not.
being built every single year?
Did you pass GCSE maths, Christ?
Yeah, I'm asking you actually, how many houses are being built every single year?
Order, right?
Order!
You can't tell me, can you? You can't tell me, can you? You can't tell me how many houses are being built every year.
There needs to be 300,000 to meet the needs of
How
the
many
United
houses
Kingdom.
are being built though every year?
Like I've said, there needs to be 300,000
Yeah,
houses built
I'm not
every
asking
year.
how many there needs to be. I'm asking you how many are being built.
Christ, please, for the love
Let's
of God.
move away from houses.
For the love of God,
I was going to move on to healthcare and prove why the mass migration is a net positive on healthcare, but
Is it?
Positive.
How is it?
Yeah.
Are all of them doctors, are they?
Wait, listen, the housing thing that you're
this
talking
guy's got psychopathic eyes, by the way.
Wait, I'm trying to speak, bro. I'm literally trying to speak, please.
Sorry.
I think you're
What is the problem here?
absolutely right.
What is the problem here? Why is everybody starting sentences middle of mine, bro? What's going on?
Do you know what, THC, I'm going to mod you so that you can speak. Mute people.
Thank you. So basically, what I'm saying is, realistically, right, 700,000 tomorrow or 500,000 in a year is a lot. Whether or not 500,000 in a year is different to 700,000 tomorrow is a more extreme example. 500,000 is a lot of fucking people, and they all need feeding and housing and clothing and training and getting jobs and a little Honda Civic and a fucking bullshit iPhone, right? But the point is that this isn't a problem with too many immigrants. This is a problem with too little housing. So just build more houses.
How long do you think that takes?
Well, with your little scrawny muscles, bro, probably a long time. So go do some fucking gym.
Are you building the houses, mate?
Yeah, I am actually.
Are you?
Yeah,
I don't fucking believe
Christ, you don't even have your own fucking house.
I am building my own house, actually. And I'm building
You're building your own house. One house
Christ,
for you.
Christ,
For
you
you.
happen to have a previous
You're
for
building
domestic
one house
violence.
for you.
Yeah. Just
Christchurch, I can tell you.
Guys, we are going to see Christ on a national newspaper in a couple of years for some heinous crime, I can tell you.
You're really not.
This is a crazy man in the making. I might actually tune into your YouTube channel.
I'm terrified.
Yeah, you should get on it.
Like,
Give me the views. I'm happy for it. Thank you.
The views. Oh, he's like Charlie Veach. That's what he's like. Right.
Are you part of the EDL? Christ.
Yeah, I just don't really give a fuck because you're all of you are pathetic and you don't really have any strong arguments against what I'm saying. In fact, a lot of the times you're actually agreeing with what I'm saying, but then you're trying to deflect to try and make it out like you're not actually agreeing with me, but you actually are agreeing with me.
No,
Christ, are you part of the EDL?
No.
I'm not trying to have like a massive argument with you. You know, earlier you said you're not trying to have a Barney with me, right? I'm not trying to have a Barney with you, and that's why I'm saying I agree with you on certain points. However, the point I'm making is that you're taking it to say, don't bring more immigrants in.
No, but you're saying one point. Okay, so you're saying there's not enough houses right? That's one point of the equation. But the equation has multiple parts to the equation, including the supply of the houses. How long do you think it takes to build the amount of houses it would take to supply 500,000 people coming in every single year?
And I think that's an interesting point to make. I think one of the biggest things you have to look at there is not just resource cost, but manpower cost. I think manpower cost is offset by the fact you're bringing in immigrants.
Exactly.
But like resource cost is something to consider. But I think right now we're kind of in a position where like I think either side of this needs to like suggest what they think the actual resource cost is, because I feel like you're both dancing around what your suggestion
Can I say something here
is
about
for what that costs.
How many of them are builders?
You know, honestly, a lot of them fucking have no real intellectual skills, so they do have to do labor.
Christ, do you know the statistics? Christ, do you know the statistics of the amount of Polish people that come over that go into the construction trade? Do you know the statistics on that?
A lot, because they aren't smart enough to do much more.
Do you know the statistics on that? You're talking about whether or not they're in the building trade. Do you know the statistics on that?
Tell me.
A fucking lot is the answer.
But you didn't give me a number.
I don't need to give you a number. You can look it up yourself. It's a lot. I forget the exact number. It's a lot.
That's very convenient of you.
But whether or not it's a lot, whether or not it's a lot of builders, or whether or not it's a bunch of fucking illiterate retards that don't even have teeth, right? It doesn't matter, because you can train them, and it's easy to do.
Why couldn't we do that with our own people? That's weird.
Because our own people don't fucking want to. They're all claiming universal credit and they're homeless like you.
You are fucking retarded, mate. They don't want to be on universal credit, you stupid cunt.
You clearly do. I mean, do you work? What's your job?
Because the immigrants are taking our qualifications as well.
Mate,
What
you
is
guys
your
try to
job,
pretend like
Christ?
you're socialists, but you shit on people that are actually working class. You're middle class little.
What is your job, Christ? Answer my
I'm
question.
I'm on welfare, and I agree with his
Hold
line
on,
of questioning.
I just looked this up. It looks like what I'm reading here is that in 2024, immigrants accounted for, as an average of nations, 66.5% of pure labor participation is immigrants.
Oh, child!
So what's that doing to the native population?
Hold on. However, immigrants...
It's building us fucking houses, Christ.
And
That's
what
what it's doing.
percentage of the immigration population are actually part of that?
You seem so bothered about houses, and you're being told that these people are here doing jobs like building houses, and you just can't accept that. That goes to show your own cognitive dissonance. You need to lay off of the drugs, my friend.
To be fair, though, they only make up about 19.2% of the total workforce. I
don't even know why Christ is still here, to be honest with you.
Hold on. What percentage? Hold on. What percentage of the total amount of the immigrants that are coming in per year are going into those actual professions?
Right.
So approximately 39% of EU migrant workers in the UK construction sector are from Poland.
Yes, that's not what I asked, though, is it? That's not what I asked.
I know what you're asking. I'm looking that up right now.
17% are in the construction industry of
So out of
Polish-born
the
immigrants.
500,000 per year, what percentage of them are going into construction?
What percentage of them are being stopped from working? Are being stopped from working? They're not allowed to work.
It's 66.5%.
Are you aware of the legislation surrounding people who come here
also
working?
admitting that they are taking the jobs as well? Those positions?
I would love them to take the jobs that people like you don't want to do, yeah.
I would love to do those jobs, actually.
I want to address this.
Go out and do it then.
No, but
They won't let me do it.
I've literally already addressed this, right? I said that even if they're all toothless, illiterate retards, we can train them, brother.
They can train anyone.
Even if they're retards, you can give them an education.
They can train anyone. They don't have to be immigrants.
But yeah, but that's my point, is that we can listen. You're crying about the wrong, right? And the reason why I was talking about scapegoating earlier is, like, have you ever been down a road and seen that there's too many potholes? Have you ever been sat outside of the NHS waiting room for 12 fucking hours?
And it's amazing that that's still the case, even though we've got all these immigrants, isn't it? It's weird that we've still got those problems, even though we've got all these immigrants doing all the jobs that you're saying.
I'm trying to finish. You
Hold
don't need
on.
to. You don't need to. Right. So let me finish. Right. So you've had these issues with Britain, right? You've had to pay too much for your gas bills. You've had to pay too much for your rent. You've had to pay too much tax. You've had to pay council tax that never got used on the NHS or the police or the fucking waterways or on the roads or anything, right? And it's pissed you off. Everybody's pissed off, right? It makes sense because the roads haven't even been paved. But when you see footage of Rishi Sunak talking, well, actually, we inherited a lot of Labour policies that were diverting money to poorer areas and fun. So I put a stop to that. Like, he's talking about deliberately taking public funds from the poor to his back pocket. And so when he pops up onto the rich list with 700 million in his back pocket just to spend on fucking sweets, right? You don't need to think about the average fucking dipshit immigrant that may or may not be getting a bit of a hotel room or a fucking a bit of money every month, a bit of welfare. Like what, a scrap at the bottom of the barrel? Some leeches at the bottom of the barrel, like you, me, and the immigrant at the bottom can manage to get a little bit of fucking, substance and fucking vulture of the carcass. But there's rich fat cats out there with palaces that fly in the fucking sky like Donald Trump and Rishi Sunak, and you don't have your iron sights aimed at them because of their fucking scapegoat machine. Take a look at yourself, you fucking idiot.
I also want to fucking hit you with the answer to your earlier question really quick. So, while I couldn't find an exact percentage, the number of immigrants who entered into the labor force in 2024 was 30.9 million. And also,
there's not 30.9 million in immigrants in the UK. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like half the population of the UK.
Shut up, but you didn't let me finish. This is talking about the entire fucking Western world. This is including all of Europe.
Well, that's irrelevant to the UK, isn't it? That's irrelevant to the UK.
It is not irrelevant to the UK when genuinely what we're seeing is if 66.5% of the labor force is fucking of the labor force, not even just the total workforce, is these fucking immigrants, and in total millions of them are joining the labor force. When you're saying only like 500 fucking thousand,
so that's taking away jobs from people within the country, right?
What I'm trying to tell you is that if you're worried about them taking jobs in the country, don't worry about it. By taking these jobs, they're most likely creating more jobs unless you have government corruption.
That's a very good point.
Address the government corruption. Address the government corruption.
I'm happy to address both of them. I'm actually against both of them. Both of those things.
That's a government issue, not an immigrant issue.
I'm not like an unnuanced thinker. I can actually address both of those problems at the same time.
Please do that. I mean, yeah, no, I agree with you. We can address both of those problems. What I'm telling you is if the problem is immigrants are taking jobs and that's not creating new wealth for the nation, that's a government corruption issue. Address that shit.
Mass migration is a government corruption issue, yes.
Oh my fucking god!
Everybody laugh at that angry man. Everybody point and laugh at that angry man.
No, seriously.
Yes, the politicians are allowing it to happen. They're creating the incentives for it to happen, yes.
Brother, do you know how economics works?
Yes, very well.
If these people are coming in, right, and they are doing jobs, that in theory
he's an expert in economics
value in a capitalist system, yes? So if that surplus value is being created and is not being reinvested into the citizenry and economy such that it is creating more jobs, that is not an issue of immigration by any stretch.
It is actually a part. That is a part. That is the mechanism. That is the mechanism of corruption that they are using to create that situation. That is the point.
You're being goofy. No, it's a misallocation of spending, plain and
This
simple.
phenomenon has been noticed by people even back to Aristotle's time. Marx has even spoke about it.
Listen.
Oh my god, if you're taking the words of Marx, brother man, you need
please, give me a second. Give me a second, right? Give me a second. The way that you are talking about immigrants in general, saying they're stealing jobs from the locals.
You've already all admitted that yourselves.
Listen, I get that, right? But you don't need to interrupt, firstly. Let's have some fucking parliamentary procedure, right? Let's just fucking talk, right? So what I'm saying is that realistically speaking, if you get beaten to the post at the job interview by a man with no qualifications, no GCSEs, doesn't even speak a lick of fucking English, is probably illiterate, then I don't fucking know, go get some skills. Go get some qualifications.
So you're just going to shit on the working class of this country for some other foreign person who's never even paid into the country themselves at all?
Nobody's saying we're shitting on the workforce. We're saying that.
Yes, you are. You're doing it to me right now. Right now, in front of everyone's eyes. You're doing it right now.
You're
Jesus
entitled.
Christ.
Hold
You're
on.
entitled.
Hold on. I'm gonna interject. Does it sound too windy? No. Did you say no? Okay, good. Because I'm outside. Right. Oh fuck! I lost my point. Right. Sorry.
You never had one.
I lost my point. But I'm it's all right. I do it all the time. If you say it, then we'll abandon what we're talking about because your point will be more important. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just keep going. I've lost my point. That's so annoying. Basically, the fucking point I'm making, right, is that if some immigrant beats you to the post, you're not entitled to go and be given the job.
Wait, why
just
is he
because you were born
entitled?
on, wait. Listen. Let me.
Why
let me
are
fucking-
immigrants
let me-
entitled?
Let me just mute you for a second, right?
Because a lot of them, we bombed their countries.
Listen,
just putting that out there.
The person that the business owner wants to hire is who's entitled. And if you're not the one that the business owner wants to hire because you don't have the qualifications, you can't demonstrate the skills, you're not willing to show up on time, you're not doing blah, 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 right? Like, you are being beaten to the post by people that you think are like, oh, blah, 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 just because you have been born on the island, you think that you're more entitled to the job. If he's got more qualifications, more experience, or in any way actually turns up to the interview or wants the fucking job, he deserves it over you do. You haven't been going to interviews. You've just been crying online on Discord.
Can I speak?
I mean,
You know what
shit,
I mean?
man.
And then
I
your
made
whole point
plenty
about,
of
like, oh,
money
shit,
as
on
an
the
engineer, and I
working
wasn't
class.
beat out by fucking immigrants. Maybe take more
you-
intellectual work.
Yeah, and your point about, oh, you're just shitting on the working class, bro. I've worked in a slaughterhouse. I've worked in a factory. I used to work at McDonald's. I've worked in a fucking fish and chip shop. I used to put up those big fucking wedding tent marquee fucking things. I've 5 different working class
Started
jobs. All of
fucking
them were
fixing
right?
toasters, and now I have over a fucking $1 million in my bank account just for using just liquid. It's not an immigrant problem. It's a you not taking more intellectual work and applying yourself. It's you not taking a trade where you're not
So
going to be
you're trying to
overtaken
tell
by any
me
dumb
that
fuck who
you
can take
support the capitalist class doing all this, right?
No, I'm not a capitalist.
You're saying
by
you're
any
oh you're
stretch.
not
I
a
just
capitalist.
don't
You're a
buy into
millionaire,
that
but you're not a
Marxist
capitalist. Is that
comment.
right?
I'll tell you this. I have my own theories on the market. I don't buy into the hardcore capitalist bullshit, and I don't buy into
you're
that
not a
Marxist
capitalist,
shit either.
but you love it when all the immigrants coming in taking all the jobs from all the other people, and you just fuck all them off.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
you shut the fuck up, man.
Being a millionaire or having a million liquid, which is barely even a millionaire these days, realistically, right? If
Yeah,
you're
but
having that much
realistically,
money,
that's
like,
actually not a lot when you run multiple businesses.
yeah,
You know, like a lot of that money
bro.
is tied up. Yeah.
Exactly. Like when I hear you say a million liquid, it's like, yeah, you're doing successful, but it's like you're not like this guy thinks you're Johnny Got Rocks, and it's like, well, that a million is not what it used to be, you know. So
Yeah,
fucking,
again, especially when you have a lot of different businesses in STEM, like that's a big thing you got to realize is like fucking like, you know, if I dissolved my businesses, like if I just said fuck it, I never want to make another dime in my life, I could like theoretically have like 400 million right now in my bank. But that's not what I'm doing because you know I'm contributing to the economy just like these immigrants.
You don't hate the player, you hate the game, right? The game's
exactly
fucked just because doing what you do means you get a million fun tokens, and this cunt doesn't have any fun tokens, and he's going to cry about it. I don't have any fun tokens. I have minus £580 in my bank. So when you think like, oh, I'm being shit on because oh, he's making jokes about me being homeless, bro, I've been homeless, and his points are correct. You think you're an economic expert, and you're just crying at the bottom of the barrel, waiting for someone to throw you a scrap, bro. Go and do something. Provide some fucking value to somebody somewhere. You worthless clown.
Exactly. Like, get into more intellectual work where some retard immigrant isn't going to overtake you. And if they do overtake you, they probably deserved it more than you, dude. It's not like DEI is a thing anymore. We fucking
most people deserve the money that you have more than you have it. To be honest, you deserve it. To be honest, to be quite frank.
I mean, I worked for my fucking money.
Oh,
dude.
you worked for it all, did you? You didn't exploit anyone for your billions, did you? You didn't exploit anyone for that.
Yeah, I don't have any employees, dude. I am a one-man
show. Oh, yeah, sure. It just materialized out of nothing, didn't it?
No, I sold research and designs, actually, that I built myself in my lab.
Listen, I
haven't had a single employee for my whole career.
Hales, I bet you that Christ would be quite happily let you into his country illegally because you're a millionaire.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I'd be paying all the taxes on it.
Exactly. No, he wouldn't even tax you, bro. He would let you exploit illegal immigrants. That's what he would do.
Oh yeah, let me. Yeah. No, that's the thing though, is that like I've actually never had an employee in my entire fucking years of working. And it's because I'm a scientist. I do private science in my own fucking lab, and I sell research.
You're amazing, man. Oh my
You're
god.
just bitter and
I'm not
jealous, bro.
amazing,
I
dude.
love
I
you
just
so much.
fucking got
I
into
want
a
to
good
suck your
trade
cock,
and worked
actually. Do
hard
you
at
want to
it.
meet me back outside? I'll suck your cock, actually.
Nah, bro, because you're weird and cringe and clearly Marxist.
You
I don't
suck
want
it enough
commie lips
yourself.
on
You
my
probably
dick.
need some rest.
I don't want
You know what I mean?
commie
You probably
lips
need
on
some
my
rest
dick.
because
Get the
you
fuck
suck
out
it
of
so
here.
much
I don't
yourself.
want no commie lips on my dick. Get the fuck out of here, commie piece of shit.
Wait, give me a second, right? Give me a second, right?
Yeah,
Obviously,
take your time to breathe, man. That was funny
You
as
guys
shit.
are literally shilling for the
listen.
status quo and the capitalists, and you think you're the good
listen.
guys. That's what's crazy.
No,
I said,
I'm not.
give me a second,
I
bro.
think a
I
lot
said-
needs to
I
change.
said,
I
give
just
me
think
a
your
second.
points are fucking stupid.
Listen, I said give me a second, right? You can give me a second. If you hear a man say give me a second, if you said give me a second, I give you a second, bro. Don't treat me like a dog shit just because you're online, bro. That's not fair, right? So, firstly, fucking, what you need to understand is just because you're broke and don't have anything going for your life doesn't mean you have to hate on this guy for providing value to somebody somewhere, right? Yeah, he's got $1 million liquid. Yeah, if he fucking, dissolved his business, is blah, blah, blah. He's a scientist. He's doing well in the world. And you're like, oh, wow, you're so intelligent and brilliant. I want to suck your cock. Bro, I fucking hate Tails. I can't stand the guy. But I'm not going to hate on him just for having done well in his life. That's ridiculous, That's just fucking stupid. What, do you think people should just not work hard to become scientists and fucking make money for themselves?
And that's the thing, man. Like I agree with THC. Like we fight a lot. Like I don't exactly like this guy either. But I'm never gonna turn around and be like, you ignorant poor person. You're just poor and cringe.
That's what you're doing to me right now, actually.
No, it's not.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just saying your points are dog shit. I'm telling you.
Oh, my points are dog shit. None of you have actually really been able to go up against them at all. You've not given any sound rebuttal whatsoever. All you've done is attack me personally. That's all you've done is attack me personally. You've not actually given a rebuttal to anything I've actually said.
You haven't accepted a single thing, and so we devolved into attacking you because you weren't able to accept.
That is not an argument. That is not an argument. That is not an argument.
No, you weren't willing to accept an argument, so we made fun of you. That is exactly what happened. You fucking cringe load.
Wait, look at his actual Discord name. Look at his actual Discord name. It says based centrist.
That's what it used to be. Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking cringe.
He's been radicalized by TikTok, guys. He's been radicalized. It's all good.
He's a based centrist, is what he is. Fucking idiot, bro. Listen, do you know centrists are shown statistically to be the most politically illiterate people?
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Well, what does that make you?
They don't care. Their head in their sand.
Ridiculous.
They've got their head in the sand. Like, do you know what? Do you know why? Do you know why it actually makes a lot of sense, right? I'm going to tell you why it makes a lot of sense. Because you feel entitled to the status quo. You're telling us that we buy into the status quo of the capitalists. You're crying at the capitalists, saying, "No, I'm supposed to get the job. I'm British," because you're just fucking entitled. And so your idea of being a centrist is you're keeping your head in the sand and avoiding the reality because you want things to go well for you. And so as long as you're comfortable, you'll be happy, and that's what centrists are like. They don't even get politically aware because they don't need to know any of the issues. They don't want to know any of the issues because they're comfortable. That's why they're a centrist. They believe in the status quo. That's what centrists are.
And I started from jack shit, nothing, man. If you wanted to, you could have gotten into high school, done well, maybe fucking applied yourself to getting into like a reasonable trade or something that the state will
Listen,
actually
you have to
fund
keep
you
muting
for
me because you know you're fucking
and then
bullshit.
actually
Everything you say is bullshit. That's why you're muting me constantly.
He was
Bullshit.
talking and you fucking started speaking over him. You need to stop doing that, Christ. You're just being irritating. You're nothing but an annoying, I mean, I'm almost at the point where I understand why you're unemployed because I wouldn't employ you.
Yeah, exactly. You're fucking
your
awesome,
attitude makes you unemployable. You are unemployable, sir.
Yeah. You need to go to the doctors about it, honestly.
You should be a communist.
Listen. He should be on limited capability for work-related activity component. That's what I'm on. I can't deal with managers telling me what to fucking do. I can't deal with colleagues telling me, being cunts to me. I'll go fucking crazy. And so it's just better not to exacerbate the symptoms of my schizophrenia and my paranoia and all this other bullshit if I just live and dictate my own life. So I'm on limited capability for work-related activity component, and it gives me about 1.2k a month. And that guy would do well. Normal universal credit is dog shit.
Hold on.
Right?
You look like an asshole laughing at somebody having schizophrenia, dude. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
Look, guys. Look, he's clearly the antagonist in this room. You got to give him his time to speak.
Let's let him say his piece.
But can we ask him like something useful then? Since you're railing against him being a centrist, so can you let him explain to us why it's best to be a centrist at this time in the UK?
Anymore. I changed that. That was the original. I can't change that handle anymore. I changed my main name.
What changed? What changed for you?
perspective.
The reputation follows him around like a stink.
That's fine, whatever. If you want to bring me up on it, I'm not trying to shy away from it. It's fine. I did used to be a centrist. I'm not. That is what it is. But
so which way did you move? Which way did you move?
I guess I'm fairly on the socialist element of things, but I don't necessarily subscribe to all the Marxist ideas, I suppose. But
guys, I'm gonna go. It was nice speaking to you.
Yeah, see you, bro.
And fuck you, Christ.
Ah.
Yeah, he had nothing constructive to say whatsoever.
Dude, we all argued against your points. Don't be fucking cringe.
You
brother.
did not argue against my points whatsoever.
Don't be cringe,
actually.
brother.
No, you muted me, and you never actually argued against my points whatsoever. You just attacked me personally.
Listen, we spent a good hour trying to address you before.
No,
we
you
started
haven't
muting
actually.
and
You haven't
fucking
actually
on
at
you.
all. You've attacked me personally, but you've not actually addressed my points whatsoever.
Man, look, fine. Here's what we'll do. If you want to restate your points, we'll bring up the exact same fucking arguments, make you look like a clown again, and then when you can't handle us making you look like a clown, we'll mute you and laugh at
All
you.
the
That's
points
way
that
it's
you've
gonna
ever
work.
said has
Pretty
literally
much that
backed up
into
my own points.
What I'm saying to you is you can make the same arguments. We're going to argue against them again. You're going to be too cringe to actually take our arguments. You're going to whine about it, and then we're going to mute you and laugh at you because we know your behavior by now, dude. We're just telling you you're fucking cringe.
And so what I'm telling you also as well is that like we've given you more attention than your father obviously ever did, right? So you don't deserve this level of therapy. Like we should charge for this, right? Like we're passing out all of your ideas. Listen, we're passing out all of your ideas and paying so much attention to every little point you're making, and you're really ungrateful by saying that we're just personally attacking you. No, we didn't personally attack you. We character assassinated you, right? We fucking character assassinated you like fucking multiple times. You're not paying reverence to the level of attention we're giving you, right? These are genuine digs that we're giving you, bro. We're not just saying funny glasses, stupid hair, man. Like we're talking and dialectically responding to everything that you're saying, and then we're giving you so much attention and floor space, and you're still bitching and whining about it. You're like the whiniest
It's also
person in
pretty
the world.
fucked up to laugh at somebody for having schizophrenia, dude. Like that's
You guys are laughing at me for being homeless, so go fuck yourself. I don't really give a fuck.
I never laughed at you for being homeless. We actually
You've been literally weaponizing my economic situation against me the whole fucking time.
Not true. We literally told you that we don't think it's cool to make fun of people for being rich or poor. You were the one who attacked me for being fucking like a more wealthy person, you fucking Marxist weirdo. What are you talking about? You were the one who said shit about people being rich or poor.
This is all on my stream, by the way. So this is all just on record, by the way. You guys are literally just gaslighting.
Fuck your head, dude. Stream how much of a
like,
pathetic
Tails
loser you are.
Tails said a million liquid, and this guy was like, fucking, what's the word? Fucking, we need to redistribute the means of production, and it's like, that's not who the capitalist, like a million liquid is not who you redistribute the means of production from. This guy's like just a normal guy. That's like middle class these days, you know?
Okay, I don't want to say that. No, hold on. That's not true at all. No. The fact is that just I got lucky where I got out of high school, I got into school for like a really good fucking set of trades, and I took that as far as it could get me, and it got me pretty far. I've never hired anybody. I'm lucky in that I have a small private fucking laboratory, and I just sell my own research and shit. But I'm not middle class. I would say that I am definitely like I'm well off. I am not fucking uber.
Right, listen to me, brother. I know it hurts your feelings to hear that you're not upper class. Upper class doesn't work by I've made a bit of money for myself. Upper class works by actual class system structure rules, right? So you're not upper class until the aristocracy tell you, or until you've gone to the right school with the right last name. You can't make $1 million and then think that you're upper class. That's embarrassing. You're middle class.
I was saying I'm a business owner, so that like there is a fundamental.
I'm not middle
difference.
class. I'm definitely well off. Like you're not upper class. You're middle class. Deal with it.
Okay. I mean, sure, whatever.
Middle class.
I don't think that
class is.
argument honestly matters. I think what
Even-
honestly
even-
matters
even
is that we
David
never
Beckham-
made fun of this guy for being homeless, right?
Even David Beckham until he became a knight was middle class. You're
Again,
middle class.
I just want to restate, we never made fun of this guy for being homeless, right? That never happened, not fucking once.
Wait, the other guy, the Scottish guy, he said, fucking...
Scottish? He doesn't look Scottish to me.
No, the
Hold
other
on,
guy.
No,
Wait. The one thing that was said, where he said, you are claiming to be an economic expert, but you're homeless. And I laughed, and I've been homeless in the last 3 months. No, it wasn't 3 months. 6 months. So realistically, you just
Oh, I
are
wasn't here
crying.
for that. I don't think, man.
Like,
At least I didn't hear that shit because
I
I'm
found
working
it
in the
funny, and
background.
I found it funny and true, and I've been homeless. So you're crying. You're like, oh, you're just shitting on me for being homeless. But
Well,
I've
shit,
been
man.
homeless
You
as
know
well.
what? I'll hit you with this. Don't make fun of people for being homeless. That's not cool. That's just not
But
fucking cool. I don't think you should make fun of people's economic status. A lot of that shit's fluff.
Nobody made fun of him for being homeless. It was that he was being so belligerent for so long, trying to act like he has some like understanding of economics. And it is true to say doesn't have an understanding of economics if he fucking is homeless. It's true. He just doesn't. He doesn't understand it. If he did, he makes himself some fucking money.
I don't think that's true at all, man. Like, I'm gonna
truth.
hit you with this. Like, fucking Diogenes sat in a pot and pissed on people, and he knew a lot more than some people do nowadays, man.
Right, that's because you worship Greek philosophers.
I don't necessarily think,
like
again, we should take homelessness into account.
You've got some like naive debate bros worship of fucking like Greek philosophers going on in your head, and you think Diogenes was actually a great man just because people worshipped him.
I don't think he was a great man. I think he was an intelligent man. I think there's a difference. I think there have been plenty of bad intelligent men.
Because there's a cult of personality in Greek politics, and people like to fucking worship certain figures. You're like, oh well, Diogenes did it. He lived in a fucking boogie shit in this, and he knew a lot. And it's
motherfucker,
like,
I could bring up a more modern homeless person. Emile Choran spent the last fucking years of his life sitting on a bench, not even knowing who the fuck he was, completely homeless and out of his mind. And he was a smart enough dude.
Right, yeah, obviously, right. But the point is that you said he's gone out of his mind, so he's not smart enough anymore, is he?
Well, I mean, he suffered from a little bit of that fucking dementia towards the end of things, if I recall
Well, yeah, so
correctly.
he's not smart enough. When you've got dementia, unfortunately, your smarts leave you. Sorry, bad deal, right? Same with if you're homeless, sometimes you might be making a lot of claims about the economy, and somebody might go, yeah, but aren't you homeless though? And then it'll sting because you're like, well, that's not fair because you know what it is, and it's like, yeah, but realistically,
I don't think your status as a
They're
homeless
right.
person necessarily affects you, like your knowledge of economics. You know, that's what I'm trying to get across here. Is I just think
Obviously,
you're
right? But
approaching
in this
this
guy's
wrong.
case, it does. I'm not saying it's a rule.
Oh yeah, no. In this guy's case, he is clearly uneducated about economics, but that's like correlation, not causation. You know, he can be a retard and like at the same time like also like just be homeless, and that's fine. Just because he's not like educated enough to read beyond like what seems to be some like Marxist trash. And like a very bad understanding of capitalism, you know what I mean? But I don't even like capitalism either, though. So that's the big thing for me. Is I don't like that shit either.
When I was homeless recently, I didn't cry. I didn't think I'm a king of economics. I didn't think I knew shit about economics because I was homeless. It's proven that I'm quite shit at the game of Monopoly if I'm homeless. It's just proven.
You're arguing to be humble, and I get that. I think humility is important. Yeah. No, I definitely agree with the humility
Can
angle.
someone unmute Christ? I want to hear his point. He's talking in the fucking.
Let's just say if I played for England for 5 years and never scored any goals, then I can't claim to know very much about fucking scoring goals. And so if I've never fucking, if I'm a grown man and I've got no fucking house and I'm quite shit off, I can't claim to know very much about the economy because I'm quite shit at doing the game itself.
Well, you're undermining your own point, mate, because you've just explained that you've failed in every single aspect of everything, and you're trying to school me on economics as well. So who the fuck are you?
Okay, man, calm down. I've been the one mostly bringing up the fact that you're like an economic retard. I mean, I don't even agree with everything. I don't give a fuck.
What I'm trying to get at is he's undermining his own argument. I don't care if I'm an economic expert or not. I'm not trying to say I am. I'm saying that I have certain knowledge of certain things. I'm telling you what it is. You've not actually been able to rebut what I'm actually saying. You're just attacking me personally over and over and muting me over and over and over again. Not me able to actually speak.
I have already told you, if you want to bring your points back up again, we will argue against them again, like we did before. But we did address your points, and we're willing to do it again.
You both sound like you have ego, bro. Listen. You both sound like egoistic, bro. Listen, you are not a nobody, bro. And if you try to be somebody, bro, you wish you would to be a nobody again. Oh my god, bro.
What the fuck is wrong with you now? Can you
don't
mute that guy?
follow
He's making anime voices. That's cringe as fuck. Get that dude.
I'm never
get him.
dealing with that.
But do you not realise what
Not
you were just
dealing with
saying
that
completely
fucking shit.
undermines your whole shit? You're trying to school me on economics when you just literally laid out all the groundwork of why you don't know fuck all about it yourself.
Well,
that's
I
my
mean,
point.
fucking, if you want to play that route, take it from somebody who's made their money in the economy. You're
Yeah,
not
you made your little money, mate. I don't
on the
really
economy.
care. Like, do you not know that, like, supply and demand, what it means?
I do, in
You
fact.
do know what it
How
means.
does that
He's a
apply to the
genius.
current
He's a
situation?
genius.
Sure.
He knows about supply and demand. What
Yeah,
next?
holy shit. This man's probably read The Wealth of Nations once. I should be fucking quaking in my boots. I should shit my pants and die. This dude's
It's not a
read the
rebuttal.
fucking
It's not a
manifesto.
rebuttal.
You know what? He's going to ask us if we've heard about trick.
Yeah,
he's gonna,
what
he's gonna
rebuttal?
ask us
You
if we've
just
heard about
asked if we know
trickle-down
supply
economics
and
next.
demand. There was nothing to rebuttal. What point are you
So
trying to
how
make by
does that
asking me
relate
if
to
I know what
housing
supply
and
demand is?
immigration, mass migration? How does that relate?
Fucking, you're asking a series of questions.
You're
What is
literally
the point you're trying to
short-circuiting and
make?
you can't answer the question directly.
No, but hold on. No. I am saying you're asking a series of questions here. I think it's more useful for you to just make a statement on whatever your belief is so that we can rebuttal it.
Well, the statement is the less
Okay.
supply of housing you have and the more demand you have by increasing immigration, which is increasing the demand on housing, that increases the price of housing and rents.
Right, I agree.
Right.
So
again, can I approach him with what I said? Because my point's pretty contained.
So let me just ask him one thing. Right.
Okay, hit him with a question, and then I want to approach him with my.
You're gonna hit me with a question. You're not gonna hit me with a rebuttal. You're gonna hit me with a question.
I think he wants a clarifying question. Yeah, I think he wants to clarify.
Tails is not me. I don't represent Tails. He wants one thing. I want a different thing. I have all the ulterior motives in this guy. Listen to me, right? The fucking country itself has enough land mass to house a lot of people, right? And what it doesn't have is enough houses. And all the houses are hoarded, very expensive, very portfolio maxing stuff happening in the apartments in London, people owning shit and owning second houses and not renting them out. And then there's entire fucking caravan parks, just all holiday homes, and you're not allowed to live in these lovely luxury caravans
Exactly.
because they're only allowed to be lived in 8 months of the year and all of this other bullshit, right? So what I'm saying is that we don't have, you're saying under the current system, if we brought in 500,000 immigrants to this year, we're fucked. I agree. But that's under the current system.
We're talking about the current system. That's the fucking point, mate. We're talking about the current system.
Dope. Hey.
Wait, I'm talking
So,
about.
hold on a second.
Wait. I'm talking about a hypothetical system where we just build some more fucking houses. How about that? We use Rishi Sunak's and Boris Johnson's money to build some fucking houses. How about that?
I want to approach with my thoughts now.
And how long is that going to take?
Hold on. In my opinion, I think that reasonably the best way to structure things is as follows. I think that the problem with immigration is more on the lens of who we're taking in, you know what I mean? And how we're doing that. So one example that I gave you earlier is that
Yeah, you're talking shit. I don't like elitist tales. Like earlier, obviously, you know, the whole fucking money nobody gives a fuck, like that's like that. Nobody thinks that's elitist, but the idea that you only want to bring in like the skilled, the qualified, the talented, the beautiful, that's just elitist in my opinion. I think human life is worth anything in this world. So it's like if you're bringing in anybody, then
so why aren't you housing all the immigrants yourself, mate?
What, me personally?
Yeah, you.
Because I've got one bedroom.
Yeah, exactly, you stupid cunt.
So what's so stupid about me not housing them?
Because you're not going to fucking do it, are you?
No, but Rishi Sunak.
And how long is it going to take to build all these fucking houses?
It's not that long to take some, and the thing is, we can postpone, like you're saying, 500,000 turn up tomorrow. It's a bad deal, so we can postpone a load of them and say.
So we should reduce mass migration. Is that right?
Temporarily.
So you agree with me?
Temporarily.
I never said it should be indefinite, did I?
But my point is that mass migration itself is not a bad thing. And so the idea of right now, like Uber is so fucked, like the if we brought in this many immigrants, we don't have enough houses. Bro, that's like saying...
So as we've established, you have not actually rebutted what I'm saying. In fact, you're actually agreeing with it and you realise that mass migration is an issue and we have to scale it back.
Oh, I can't go to the doctors, there's not enough nurses, and so I should just not go to the doctors. No, they should fucking pay more nurses, and they should pay nurses more wages, right? It's like, you don't understand who's hoarding the wealth and who could distribute it a bit more. Like, you don't understand. Rishi Sunak has 700 million fund tokens. 700 million. How many fun tokens have you got? But it's not 700 million, and you're asking me why I won't personally house any of these guys? Bro, I've got minus 480 fun tokens. Minus 480.
Let me speak. Let me speak.
I thought it was minus 580.
No, it's minus 480. I don't go above. I don't
no,
have five.
Earlier you just said 580. That's why
I didn't. Sure. You misheard me, bro. But either way, fucking point is, the fact of the matter is, I'm not going to sit here with my minus 480 of fun tokens crying about whether or not some immigrant in Dover is getting a shitty hotel room and maybe $1,000 a month and a fucking blah, blah, blah. I couldn't give a fuck, bro. I care more about the fact that Rishi Sunak has 700 million fun tokens, right? Boris Johnson probably has similar in all these properties and offshore accounts and fucking blah, blah, blah. They avoid tax like crazy, and they're the real reason.
Who's the
why there
fucking
isn't enough
retard that
housing.
modded this guy?
They're the real reason why people aren't, you know, they're the real. So when you're talking all this bullshit, blah, 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 fucking blah, 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 like, you're just bitter and useless. That's the problem with you, Christ.
Can I speak?
Can
I speak? Okay, I can speak. I never said they weren't a problem, ever. I said they are part of the problem. I've said it from the very beginning. So what the fuck are you even saying? You're completely gaslighting the whole situation because I've never even fucking said that.
You said they were irrelevant.
I did not say they were irrelevant at all. I never said that.
There you go, you're muted forever. Shut your fucking mouth, liar. I'm not unmuting him now. He's going to sit there muted for the rest of his life. Go ahead, go fuck off to another channel, bro. You lie and you get fucked off. I heard you earlier. You've lied now, and I can hear you as a liar. Everybody knows you're a liar. You're a fucking pussy, and I don't like it. Go fuck yourself. And if you want to sort it out, bro, I know you're from England. You can fucking message me in the DMs. We can meet in an MMA gym, and I'll slap those little glasses off your face, you little gimp.
That's crazy.
Now that's something I want to see. I beg you, live stream that as well.
He said, I did not lie. You have lied. You would never. Bro, you literally said that it was irrelevant for me to bring up the politicians earlier. I was cycling. I remember it vividly. I was on my bicycle on the way to the supermarket, and I was saying, you need to be focusing your iron sights more on Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson and the things the government elite have done to the country rather than the immigrants, because of the scapegoating situation of them bringing in them, lots of them, and deliberately short funding the housing so that they can't, you know, they deliberately underfund the police and the NHS as well. And obviously, too many people causes a bigger strain on the police, because 500,000 people, I don't believe they're more proportionally going to be a criminal than any English people are, but I believe they're about as proportionally criminal as English people are. So 500,000 of them, some of them are going to be criminals, and we need more police for that to be manufactured, you know, to be held. But they won't put the funding into the police because it causes more problems and it scapegoats the issues. It's deliberate underfunding, and you don't understand this because you've been scapegoated and race baited to an obsessive degree.
So, you Tory voter?
Oh, let's hear what this player has to say. Go on, I'm going to take it back. I'll unmute you because I believe in second and third and fifth and fucking 8 billionth chances. Go on.
You're removing context to make a point. I don't fully remember. Okay, so I'll take it on face value. Maybe I did say that, but I know I would have been saying it not to say that it's irrelevant completely that these people are doing these things, because I don't believe that at all. These rich people are the ones making these moves to make it happen. And they are also a problem with hoarding wealth, hoarding houses, all that kind of shit. But they're part of the same equation. I'm trying to say that the mass migration is also part of the equation. That's the whole point I've been making the whole fucking time.
Right, but when they bring in too many people, and then they don't make enough houses, right? They're deliberately underfunding the housing to make people like
that's what I've been saying from the beginning.
This isn't a very good point. I'd like to actually make my fucking point from earlier that you just think is so elitist, because
yeah, I'm sure you would. Basically, the point is that you don't understand that they're deliberately underfunding the housing so that you point your iron sights at the too many immigrants coming in. You see, like you poor man stand on a hill, you see 5 houses, and then you see 500,000 immigrants on the shores, and you think, how am I and these 500,000 immigrants going to fit into these 5 little Peppa Pig houses on the hill? How's that going to happen, right? So
you get fucking scared and you say, no, go back to your countries. There's not enough houses. Leave us alone. There's not enough houses. Meanwhile, you're ignoring the dragons like Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson that have stolen all the wealth and are the reason there aren't enough houses. The reason it takes so long to build houses is because these guys give the contracts to their stupid friends who make it 15 million to build a roundabout, even though it would only cost about 20 grand with some fucking wheelbarrows and a couple of blokes. But, you know, wheelbarrows full of tarmac, but they're fucking making it cost 15 million because they're giving the contract to their best buddy who happens to be a Freemason and a House of Lords geezer and shit, right? Like, you don't understand that they're deliberately funneling wealth out of the infrastructure, leaving us with no housing and pointing at the shore saying, look, there's too many immigrants. No, there's too many rich people taking all our money. Too many rich people taking all the money. There's two sentiments in this country that people need to understand. There's the stop the boat sentiment given by this dipshit here, and he's trying to rationalize it, and he's just a fucking idiot. Or there's the stop the yachts sentiment. Now, who was it that voted for children not to be able to eat during coronavirus? Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, and all of their Tory friends. So the government. Who was it that gave tax kickbacks to the oil giants during the coronavirus when they had a captive population of people sat at home paying their heating bills? So they hiked the prices up thousands of percentages, posted record profits, made more money than God. They're oil giants posting record profits. That's a big deal. And they're talking about fucking, you know, we're going to give you tax kickbacks. The oil giants didn't have to pay tax on the record profits they'd made from the average working class person. And so the hard ability to be able to fucking get housing isn't because of the average immigrant getting a house. It's because your wealth and your spending power and your ability to build houses and everybody's middle class ability to do anything is being sapped away by people like Rishi Sunak. And so when you're sat there telling the fucking people on the shores, go away, there's not enough houses for you, you need to turn around, point at the rich people and say, hey mate, can we build some fucking houses?
Yes, because it's all intertwined together. That's the point.
But you're pointing your iron sights at the wrong people.
No. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying because you're uncomfortable with the idea that we have to maybe deal with mass migration as well. You would like to point your finger at the rich people, and I like to point my finger at them too. But we also have to deal with the mass migration. We don't have to deport them. We don't have to treat them badly. We don't have to hate them. But we have to understand that mass migration is a mechanism of these rich people that creates part of this situation. That's why that's when you even said it yourself. We should limit it as well. So you agree with me as well.
Who are the rich people? What people in specific?
Like fucking Rishi Sunak that he's talking about. All these fucking people he's talking about.
You think that Rishi Sunak encouraged immigration?
No.
What about the Rwanda policy? Did that encourage immigration?
It discouraged.
Oh my fucking god.
Did that encourage immigration? He said he was going to send them back to Rwanda. Did that encourage immigration?
But did that not get scrapped?
Christ, answer my fucking question, or you're just going to get muted again.
I just said it discouraged it. You asked me if it encouraged it. I said it discouraged it.
How, you told me that Rishi Sunak encourages immigration. You're fucking
Rishi Sunak was not the mastermind behind that policy.
Right, listen. Stop shouting at me right now, okay? Right now.
Oh, sauce, mate. What are you going to fucking do, you little dickhead? You're going to do fuck all.
Be a good boy, okay? Right.
That's crazy.
Way.
That was intense, brother.
Right. Answer my question now. Don't shy away from it. Did Rishi Sunak encourage immigration? Concede your point.
Rishi Sunak himself probably did encourage immigration.
Yeah,
but the Rwanda policy did not encourage immigration.
I don't know why I have such a soft spot for this guy, bro. I don't know what it is, bro. Like, it just fucking, like, look at his face, bro. How could you be mad at him, bro? He's just, like, look at his fucking face. Like, you just imagine him skitzing out in a mental hospital. He'd be like the fucking, like, he's just going angry.
Yeah,
He's like,
weaponize my mental health against me. Do that. You're such a good socialist and progressive, man. You're so amazing. I'm not being a victim, I'm just pointing out your hypocrisy. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, I know that's what you're doing. I know you find it fun because you're a sadist. I get it. I don't give a shit, man. I'm having fun on an evening. Like, who gives a fuck? I'm having fun completely demolishing you. Yeah, you've completely embarrassed yourself the whole time. Yeah, for sure. You have not. You've not done shit, mate. You've not done shit. Muting me does not mean you've done shit. That means you're being a petty tyrant. That's what it means. You've not rebutted shit. In fact, every single argument I've made, you've agreed with in the end. Yeah, I have to speak over you because you're obviously retarded as fuck. If you feel that responsibility, you take them yourself, mate. That means you're culpable too, mate. I'm going by your logic. You take them then. Why can't they do it in their own country? Why don't we help them do it there? We can build it up again. I'm not the one virtue signaling about it. That's you. I'm not crying about. I'm crying about the mass migration into this country. You're the one crying about everyone else's fucking country. But you're expecting it of me, aren't you, though? You're expecting it of me, though, aren't you? Well, I'm on the homeless list right now, and lots of immigrants are also on that list. And that makes it more difficult for me to be able to sort myself out, even though I've been a taxpayer since I was 18 years old. I'm 34 years old now, and a lot of these immigrants have only been here for a year or less. No, I've only been on here today because I'm bored as shit. I've been written off work because I've got some mental instabilities at the moment. I tried to kill myself 2 months ago. That's why. I don't like to use my personal life as a leverage in an argument, but you're forcing me to say it because you're being a cunt. That's why. I don't care about your life story. You're the one that's fucking trying to force me to say something. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say any of that. I didn't blame immigrants for my mental health. I never said any of that. Ever. No, I did not say that. I said the housing list is built up with all the people that want housing. That includes immigrants. Therefore, they're clogging that up for people who are native as well. I do not blame them for my mental health at all. When? Quote me. Quote me where I fucking said that. And that's the quote where I said the immigrants are responsible, is it? No. No, I had to bring that up because of the reasons, the things that you were trying to attack me on personally. I had to explain why I'm in the situation I'm in, because you don't know fuck all about me, obviously. But I don't want to actually use that as leverage in an argument because it's manipulative. I don't want to actually do that. But you're putting me in a position where I have to actually say shit like that. Right, okay. I didn't say it was the immigrants' fault. I didn't actually hear what you said there. Sorry, say that again. Say that again. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm getting aggressive because of the amount of people piling on and being passive aggressive and attacking me personally, but you're not going to tell them to stop attacking me personally, are you? You're going to attack me instead for being angry about it. That's a gaslighting tactic. That's a gaslighting abusive tactic. That's what you're doing. I'm having a lot of fun, actually. I am getting a bit angry. No, you're not being cordial. You're not being cordial at all. Okay, that was a funny joke. I'll give you that one. I've challenged your point of view, and you see that as pure rage. Yeah, I've been angry at certain times. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm not someone who's sitting here trying to gaslight you all about what I'm doing. I'm telling you straight up because I'm an actual honest person, unlike some people in this chat. I wouldn't be speaking to a classroom in this manner because they're not talking to me like you're talking to me. So don't gaslight me on that level. Do not fucking gaslight me on that level. I wouldn't speak to fucking children like that because they don't understand the situation. But I'm talking to you as another adult and you're talking to me like a fucking dickhead when you've actually agreed with the vast majority of things that I've fucking said and you're trying to pretend that you haven't. Yes, you are talking to me like a dickhead. Don't fucking gaslight me. It's all on record, mate. I've got it on stream. You've been talking to me like a dickhead the whole fucking time. Really? I'm the one that's made this night interesting for you guys. Otherwise, you'd be talking about pedantry bull. And you know that. You'd be bored out of your fucking minds if I wasn't here. So shut your fucking mouth. Sure, whatever you want. whatever. Yeah, I probably should. It is a bit warm in here, to be fair. Yeah, my sister left it for me. My sister left it for me, yeah. My sister loves me very much, actually. She's done a lot for me, actually. I don't know, some fake plant stuff. Yeah. It's not a living room, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because why is this relevant to anything? You're just trying, again, you're trying to attack me personally. You're trying to get under my skin on some retarded level because you're just pathetic. You're just actually a pathetic person, a very pathetic person on every level. Oh, really? You were trying to drag it somewhere less contentious by insulting me. Yeah, great. Amazing. All right. I don't give a fuck what you think, mate. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is, but you have been personally attacking me the whole time. This is all gaslighting shit. It's all very... I would hate to be in a relationship with you, mate. Every single girl that's in a relationship with you would be a fuck... They would fucking hate your guts, mate, every single time. You would not be in a relationship with nobody, mate. Nobody. Yeah, I would fucking know. I've learned it from this conversation. Any girl would fucking run 10 miles from you. Yeah, I am. Nah, you're not fighting no one. Yeah, sure. That's what you tell yourself when you're alone at night, fucking crying and wanking by yourself. Yeah, no, he can't fucking handle what I'm saying because he's not got the wit, mate. He's not got the intelligence. He's not got the wit. He doesn't have nothing, mate. Yeah, exactly. I've literally mocked you for about 2 hours, mate, for sure. And you've had to mute me. You've had to mute me just to have some semblance of authority. I barely said shit. You said loads of shit. I barely said shit the whole time. No, I haven't. You've been directing your attention at me. That's why you think that. But I've not been saying shit. You've been muting me half the time. Yeah, you'd be screaming too if someone was being a fucking mental dickhead to you. Sure. If that's your little child mentality of things, yeah, sure. I don't need to protect them. You don't need to worry about my vocal cords, mate. That's none of your business. Oh no. It's not really that bad. Okay, well, we know where this guy stands. Wow. Way to fucking undermine every single thing you've ever said. That's funny. I don't do groupthink. I fuck my sister, guys. I fuck my sister. I think it's great if you fuck your sister. There's no moral implications there. Wow. You actually said that. We're on stream right now. You know you're on my stream. You just said that publicly, man. Wow. That is just... You're special, man. You're special. You're a very special person, I have to say. No, I'm not really that worried about it. I just don't want to be coming out here saying that I would fuck my sister. That's a bit mad. Oh, other people, not you. Other people. Right, yeah, got you. Yeah. Oh, but if she was attractive enough. Oh, you don't know. Very interesting. You're like giving rapist mentality right now. You're like some kind of rapist mentality shit going on. No, I'm saying mentality. I know it's calling you a rapist. I'm just saying you've got a mentality that is very similar to a rapist. Yeah, you don't like it when it gets put back on you, do you? You don't like that, do you? Yeah, you don't like it when I employ the same tactics against you. You start having a little meltdown, don't you? Yeah, you are. You are. And I was calling it out because it was right to call it out, yeah. I was screaming because you guys were muting me and you were also not misinterpreting me willfully and you're reframing what I was saying and being manipulative as fuck. That's why. I don't really care, man. It's a fucking Discord call. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? So you think that I'm disgusting, but not him saying that he would be okay fucking his sister if she was attractive enough? Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay then. That's okay then, guys. That's okay. That is very sad. That is very sad. Oh, really? You're dark and wise, are you? Oh, you've killed your ego so much that you're actually an egomaniac now. Yeah. Wow. I think that speaks a lot to your character to be doing that. No, I've done lots of drugs myself, but I think it speaks a lot to your character that you do it like candy, for instance. Hmm. Yeah. But it didn't give him any self-awareness, strangely. Yeah, it affected you massively, but not self-awareness, though. Do you understand there's a difference there? There's no difference. Okay. I know. We're talking about this motherfucker wanting to fuck their sisters and shit. This is some hillbilly shit we're talking about right now. No, we're not going to forget that, actually, because it's very important to understand this person's character. You ain't going to fuck shit, mate. Yeah, try it. Mate, I know I would literally slap the fuck out of you every day. I don't give a fuck. I'm not... You know you're not even going to do that anyway. You know, even saying that is pathetic, because you know you're not going to do it. Yeah, and what? And what? You're not going to do shit, mate. You're not going to meet me anywhere. You know you're not going to meet me anywhere. You're not paying for no train. You're not paying for nothing. Where? Posturing. Where? Where? I'm in North Wales. Where? How tall are you? 6'2". I'm 5'11". And you're 200 pounds. I'm 5'11". I'm much less weight than that. Yeah. So you still want to fight me, okay? Yeah, let's do it. Let's prove to everyone that you're so fucking bad that you can beat someone smaller and less weight than you. That's amazing. You're so manly. You're so manly, mate. You're so manly and masculine. I can't believe it. I'll still fight you. I'll still fight you. I don't care if I win or lose. I don't care if I win or lose. The point is, you know you're being a dickhead. No, it's not going to happen, mate. It's not going to fucking happen. Come on now. It's not going to happen. You're not going to do shit. You're not going nowhere. You're not going nowhere. You've got minus 500 in the bank. Minus 500 bank. You're going to pay out money to come out and fight me. You're a fucking stupid idiot, mate. You're idiot. You're idiot. Oh. 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 Yeah. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. What are the rules? What are the rules? We're not doing DMs. Tell me what are the rules? Oh, you don't want to talk about it here. You don't want to talk about it here. There's no real conversation going on. What the fuck are you even talking about? There's no real conversation going on. Right, okay. Immigration in of itself is not a bad thing, but mass migration is a bad thing, and we have to limit mass migration. That's the issue. I don't know. Oh, I can't speak. What? I am the greatest eco warrior. Oh, I can speak again. Okay, hello. He's got every condition under the sun, boys and girls. I'm taking the piss out of you, you dickhead, obviously. I'm obviously not being serious, are you stupid? Listen, all these other lads in here know what's up. They know what's up, mate. They know you're a fucking coward, mate. They know you're a fucking dickhead. They're sitting there laughing at you. They know you're a fucking dickhead, mate, obviously. Am I wrong, though? I'm not a dick about it. You've been a massive dick about it the whole time. For sure. With minus £500 in the bank, yeah. For real. We all believe it. I'm not trying to jip anyone in here. I tell people straight up what I'm going through. Yeah, I'm not trying to say I'm got it all going on like I'm the best person ever. I'm not trying to pretend like that. You're the one trying to pretend like that. I'm not trying hard, mate. You're trying hard. You're not building shit, mate. Everyone knows that. I would literally align with an Arsenal fan for this. I don't even follow football, mate. So I'm not a football person at all. I'm just saying it to take the piss. I'm from the north, near Manchester. Exactly. Yeah, it's mad. All those immigrants in Manchester and that's crazy. Oh, really? That's why all those girls. That's why all those young girls are getting touched up in the town centre. Yeah. It might be that my microphone is really loud, to be fair. I might need to turn it down. Am I speaking at an okay level right now? That's okay. Okay, alright. I'm going to explain why it's wrong. When you're sexually activating people at a certain age, you're basically blurring the lines of the sexual boundaries that can potentially make them into abusers themselves or create dysfunctional sexual attitudes within them that can completely change their lives forever. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm a victim of sexual abuse myself. So when you're sitting up here telling people that, oh yeah, you can just fuck your sister and it's all good if they're consenting, what you're saying is you're saying that I'm okay with the rape and the torture of other people just because it makes me feel good. That's what you're saying. That's the underlying part of what you're saying. Doesn't matter if it's consenting, because it doesn't matter if they're consenting. I'm saying it doesn't matter because you're blurring the boundaries. That's the point. And when you blur the boundaries, that's what opens. Who are you, mate? Who are you to set the boundaries? How about that? Are you? Do you think we said it for no reason? Do you think we said it for no reason? I think they're fucked up. I think they're fucked up in the head, yeah. That's fascism. That's fascism. Fascism. Wow. You are tapped as a motherfucker, mate. You don't even know it. Sex fascism, man. That's what someone would say about rape. Oh, you don't want me to rape someone because you don't want me to have sex with them? That's sex fascism. No, it's right though, because it's blurring the lines of what is sexually acceptable. Therefore, you are opening the floodgates. You're opening the floodgates to that. If you shat in your own mother's mouth, it might be a different question. Yeah, I know. That's kind of how you operate, isn't it? Fucking hell. Listen, lads, can you at least back me up here? I'm not the insane one, right? Am I the insane one? Yeah, exactly. I knew it. Oh yeah, we're the normies. Yeah. And it's beyond all the other shit. This informs... You only need to know this opinion. You only need to know this opinion to understand why all of his other opinions are bad. To know this one. You know what I mean? No, I disagree with all your opinions, and this one is a good example of why. Well, why don't you go live in Pakistan then? They all fuck their sisters there, mate. Oh, you love circumcision as well, do you? What a surprise. Well, that's what they do in Muslim countries, mate. Well done. I don't have a hard-on for him, mate. It is evil, just like incest is evil. It is evil. You're taking advantage of somebody else in your family for your own sexual gain. It's not rage bait, he's actually tapped. Even the foreigner is like, what the fuck? Because most of us are British in here. Most of us are British in here. That's what I mean. Sorry, mate. What is it? Gaggio. Gaggio. Sorry. You mean THC is a good example of that? Yeah, for sure. Listen, I'm inviting a Kenyan woman to come over and sleep with me because I've been seeing her for about a year. You don't really know shit about anything that's going on in this world, man. You're actually like an insane person. Like you. No, not a long distance. She lives locally. She's from Kenya. She lives locally. She's an immigrant. Because I don't actually hate immigrants, funnily enough. And actually, I have. Yeah. Well, I have conversations and sex with them sometimes. It depends, you gotta have that charm, you gotta have that charm. You might see her come in, actually. You might see her come in when she comes over. You think I believe in all that shit? Do you believe in that? Is that what you believe? Do you guys believe in all that shit? Do you believe in race mixing and all that shit? Listen, Gaggio. Listen, Gaggio, we've got to work something out here because THC thinks it's okay to fuck his sister. lad. You know what's up, lad. You know what's up, lad. What do you think about the Somalis, mate? Ah, it's not great though, is it? Could it be just that cultures have different cultures to them? Different nations have different cultures to them? Right, cultures just don't exist, right? Cultures just don't exist. Yeah, you do it all the time as well, mate. What the fuck are you even talking about? You do the same shit. You think the same shit about all kinds of people. Like, you just think like all British people, or all people who think like me think all the same, or you apply stereotypes all the time, but you just do it in a convenient way for yourself. I don't even really care to be honest with you. I don't even know why you even deserve to even explain to you. No, let's keep talking about it, please. Okay, at least we can agree on one thing. We can agree on one thing, and that's legalizing the fun drugs. Okay, I can at least agree with that. I can guarantee I'm way more fun than you are on drugs, that's for sure. Yeah, because I'm not on drugs. Mate, you're not fun in any context, ever. As if. You've not... People laugh at what I say. People laugh at you. Nothing, I'd keep it in my bank account. Nothing, I'd keep it in my bank account until I needed it for something. I lived in Leeds for several years, yeah. Yeah, it rubbed off on me, yeah, for sure. I'm a general northerner. I'm a general northerner. I grew up around Manchester, lived in Manchester. Sure. Yeah. Unless it's your sister, obviously. The only thing I'm interrupting is you and children. That's the only thing I'm fucking worried about, to be honest with you, mate. I didn't make an accusation. Welcome to 2025. Well, all of a sudden you're all about borders when you were just talking about how you should let every fucking immigrant under the sun into the fucking country. England would not get steamrolled by Wales, man. What the fuck are you talking about, man? No. England is way bigger than all those three countries combined. I just think that they would probably just starve us all to death. They would probably just starve us all to death. They would fight. They would not only just fight, they would starve us all to death. And England's a lot bigger and more resourceful than like all those countries combined. So it'd be a pretty fucking tough fight. And you're basically asking all these people to sacrifice their lives for your ego trip. That's what you're asking. It is your ego trip. Mm-hmm. Maybe I am fat. What? Who cares? I've got high cholesterol. Listen, I'm a fat bitch, but that doesn't change anything about what I'm saying. I'm not actually fat, by the way, but I just think it's silly to call people fat if they're making an argument. Oh, she's Jewish and fat, is she? Well, what? How does that change what she's saying? No, I'm an Anglo. I'm Anglo. I'm probably Norman ancestry, actually. I'm probably Norman. I'm traumatized. I'm a Mormon, I'm a Norman, and I'm Mormon, and I'm traumatized. I did actually grow up Mormon. That's true. That doesn't mean you're not Mormon, though. I'm Anglo. I could pass for Jewish. I know I could pass for Jewish, but I'm Anglo. I can't hear anything that anyone's saying. There's too many people talking. Hey, I might pretend to be Jewish to get a Jewish girl. I don't know. I may get some of that Jew gold. Wait a minute. When are you going to apologise for all the Africans that enslaved other African people? When are you going to apologise for that? It was racial because it was tribal. Tribals are racial things. They were enslaved other tribes, and the tribes were considered like other races. I'm not overcomplicating it. I'm putting it very plainly. I know he won't answer because you need to apologise. Apologise to all the black people right now for what you did. You were the Jews. No, I'm the Jews. I'm every Jew. I'm every single Jew. Okay, but they're also the slavers. The Jews are the slavers. Yeah, but that's for stupid people. God is obviously real. Who? Oh. Stop muting people. I don't care. Islam deserves to be insulted. What are we talking about right now? Can I just ask very, very quickly? What is the crux of this? Like, what are we actually talking about here? Yeah, I'm not gonna get the main point of it, though, am I? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Right. And does he think what commonality does he think he'll have in other countries with other people? But where does he want to go? Sweden and Norway. And he thinks he'll have more in common with them than the Americans. Do you know how many Muslims are in those countries? Oh, you don't? Well, you probably should. Okay. Hmm. What do you think they believe so differently? What beliefs specifically do you think they have that you have too? No, but you're not saying specifically. You're just saying vague shit. No, but what do you think is similar to you? What you believe specifically that the people in Denmark will believe? Yeah, but what specifically though? What specifically? You think they all love that there? You think they all love that there? Hmm. Okay. I think you're being very presumptuous. Hmm. I wouldn't say exactly, but I just think you're very presumptuous about what you think they would believe and you would believe, and I think you're very presumptuous about what that would actually look like in reality. I suppose. But I think you're probably going to be rudely awakened to the fact that a lot of people in these countries are starting to wake up to the fact that these immigrants and stuff like that are like fucking over their country in a massive way, and they don't like it. True. True. It's not even just the UK. In Europe in general, people don't like Americans as well. Do what you want. I just think you're presumptuous. That's all I'm trying to get through to you. I'm just a guy. I think it's called narcissism. I'm not sure though. How did you become more enlightened than everybody else? Yeah. Josh, you keep following me, mate. You know I'm the content, you know it. Wait, who's this? Coca-Cola? I don't know if I remember you or not. There's nothing special about me. That's just why you're all in every single chat that I go into. Yeah, sure. I agree with that. No, Rig, don't go, because you're sound, you. Oh, whatever. I don't care. She's British. I wasn't trying to be sensual with her. I'm not like you guys. I'm not desperate as fuck. I'm not chomping at the bit for every single time I hear a woman's voice in a Discord call. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe it. There's a woman in here. Like, Jesus Christ, man, get a grip on yourself, lad. Yeah, you're talking about yourself. Yeah, I understand that. Josh, how did that fucking conversation go in there, man? That was fucking mad shit, wasn't it? Mad, wasn't it, though? They were... Are they? I'm the content, that's why. They got no life, mate. They got no life. I come in here... Go on, sorry. Really? No way. What a mad cunt. So, like, I come in here, like, I haven't been in here for months, right? Just because of my situation, what I've been going through and whatever, yeah. I just haven't been doing any of this. But my sister went over to America with her American boyfriend today. So I was just like, you know what, I'm on my own. Fuck it, I'll just come in here and just have a laugh. And I fucking went in there with them. And it was just a fucking minefield, man. It was just like, what the fuck, mate? No, it was funny, but like I was just like, mate, it's just bizarre, you know what I mean? It's like I got them on record, just full on gaslighting me, basically, like pretending they didn't say things that they said and blah blah blah, and also trying to say that I said things that I didn't say and stuff like that. Like, it was just mad, mate. That's why I was giving them all them looks, you know what I mean? I was giving them all them looks on the camera because I was just like, what in the fuck? Mate, that THC guy is next level, mate. He's a full on that. He's got to be a narcissist, full on, man. He's got to be. How do you reckon? The UK? Where's that? In here? Oh, Leafy. Leafy is in the fucking in here. Apparently, if that's really Leafy. I don't know if you know Leafy. He's like a fucking old. Oh, okay, he's gone. Where's this UK one? What is he talking about? Are they still in there? I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can spend another fucking 4 hours talking to this fucking dickhead, man. I don't think I can do it. What's up with you, dude? Yeah, they're good, right? Should we start our own room? Oh, have they stopped me from being able to have my own channel? Why is that? Is it because I was trying to kill myself? Or was it Discord? Oh, annoying. Didn't expect that. The stream is muted. I don't think it is muted. It shouldn't be muted. Hold on, let me find out. I'll join a thing. I'll join a thing and find out if it's muted. Hopefully it shouldn't be muted.
I really want to interject because one, there's more to the story because in 2019 they also set it on fire, which didn't do anything, and then it also closed down because of COVID. So it feels like a weird thing to pull from. And two, the investigation was full of so many like just correlative aspects. There was no causation at all. Like there are way cooler conspiracy theories out there. I don't know why you're clinging on to this one.
Well, you're talking about that it was in a fire. I just want to know what was the significance of mention. Why would it be on a fire?
2019. So 2019. Why? Why would they set it on fire? Because they thought that there was something there, and then they.
I got to dip out. So see ya.
That sounds good. Take it easy, man. Good talk.
Oh, everyone's gone. Oh my god. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Sexual white chocolate. How's it going?
What?
Sexual chocolate. Isn't that a part of a movie?
It's a wrestler.
Eddie Murphy?
No, oh, maybe it might have been in those movies, but there's a wrestler called Mark Henry who used to be called Sexual Chocolate.
Yo, is that Mark Henry's a beast?
Yeah, Mark Henry is a beast. A big, manly beast.
What's the video of the guys saying that this woman looks like Mark Henry? And all the other
That's
guys
so funny. No,
cannot stop themselves from laughing.
Oh my god, you do not want to be called Mark Henry, that's
like
for
good
sure.
singers?
Good singers.
Stop sending music on the go.
Adele's a great
Stop
singer.
some
Stop
music.
sending YouTube links, because
No, just play the Spotify. I'm on the Spotify right now.
exactly.
Teddy Swims.
I don't
This
think
sounds
Teddy-
white as fuck. Okay.
Teddy Swims is really good. Yeah. He looks like he
Awesome.
counts for him, I'll be honest. Yep, Lose Control is really good. Genuinely. Yep. Shut
Something I
up,
actually
bro.
have listened
Bro,
to. No,
shut
this
up.
is something I have listened to.
No, it's
Rico.
not. No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Yes, it
No,
is. It's literally in my playlist. Lose
It's not.
Control, absolutely.
It's
Yep.
not.
It is.
It's
Oh,
not.
I know what
Yeah,
this song is. Oh my
appreciate
god,
that
this
guy's
is like
voice.
some normie shit. Oh my, this is so normie.
What's wrong with
What's
being
wrong with
normie?
normie shit?
Yeah,
It's
it's
fucking
normie for a
typical as
reason because it's
fuck.
good. Yeah,
It's not
typical because
good.
it's good. Like
It's not good.
typical. No,
Guy has a,
bad
got a
things don't
great
become
voice.
typical.
No,
Yeah,
it
bad things
being
don't become
normie does not
typical.
make it good. That just means that
It
lots of
is.
low IQ people like it. That's what it means.
Enjoy it. Yep.
I enjoy a good voice. Come on.
Yep.
It's not that you can't sing, it's that the music is very bland.
You're just the sheep of the other herd.
Oh, I have heard this actually.
You can say that to make yourself feel better, but it
No,
doesn't
you're
work
the
out.
one who says that to make yourself feel better. What are
I'm
you
not
talking
feeling better about shit, mate. I listen to Diana Ross, man. Diana Ross is sick.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I know you don't know who that is because you don't know music. That's why.
Never did I claim to
You
know
don't know
music.
Diana Ross, so you don't
You
know
listen to this.
If I know
I
what-
listen to music. That's the point. That's the
This is
difference.
another one you'll probably
This
hate
is
too.
music.
This
Diana
is not
Ross is
music.
also
This
normie.
is normie.
It is.
This is for people that don't understand
Please,
music. That's what this
Kelly.
music
Oh,
is
it's
for.
normal music. It's normie music. Okay,
Exactly, it's
music.
normie music for people that don't
Yeah, it is
understand music.
music.
Exactly.
Okay, so I do
100%.
music. Yep.
Jelly Roll, exactly.
heard
The
Je-
same kind of shit. The exact same
Dude,
shit
Diana
again.
Ross is also normie. What the fuck? Are
No,
you on?
Diana Ross is not normie. Tell me who's listening to Diana
She's
Ross
fine.
right now. You didn't even know who she was until I just fucking said it and you googled it.
You don't
What?
even
No.
understand.
I just said when you said that, I said she's also normie.
I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Got the world
Oh yeah,
Please
you mean
ban
one of
this
the
guy.
biggest hit songs? What the
Please
fuck?
ban this guy. Please
Not
ban this
normie
guy.
shit.
It's not about
Yeah,
how
one
many
of the
people
biggest
know
hit
it.
songs, not
It's not about
normie.
how many people know
Holy
it. It's about the quality of the music.
That's not what normie means.
Aphex Twin is amazing. Love Aphex Twin.
Bro, he's the
Also,
most normie ambient artist of all time. What are you talking
Aphex
about?
Twin is not normie. What the fuck are you talking about? No,
Of
almost
course
nobody
it
knows
is.
who Aphex
Most
Twin is.
normie.
Almost
ambient
nobody knows.
artist
Are you
of all
trolling?
time.
Okay,
Nobody
man,
knows who
you
Aphex Twin
seriously
is.
pisses me
Ban
off.
this
That's
No,
guy.
so
he's
Ban this
funny
guy.
as hell. No
Ban
one
this
knows
guy.
him with his 200 million listens.
Yeah, usually. Ask
Holy
most
shit.
people on the street who Aphex Twin is. They're not going to tell you who they are.
I feel like most people in the street might not know Jelly Roll, I'll be honest. I didn't know he's
They'll
got his
know
name.
Jelly Roll before they know Aphex Twin any day of the week.
No, no way.
What do you mean, no? You're chatting absolute out
Do you
your
know what
ass,
no
mate.
is? Do you know
This
what
is a
no
great
means?
tune. Great tune, great tune.
Do you know what no means?
Huh?
Do you know what no means?
I don't care to know what no means.
Okay, then. Why are you even
Trying to
corrected
find
if you don't
what the
care
fuck.
to engage with what yes or no means? What the fuck?
I'm just
Suppose
fucking
this would
winding
be
you up, mate.
not
Just
normie.
calm down, calm down.
Nah,
now he's
shut the fuck up.
moving up. How many listens? Oh, this guy's got too many listens. He's not. He's too normie.
True, too normie.
True.
400,000 listens. So. Wait, what song was he even?
Isn't that that artwork is Gustave Dior?
I mean, that's like 5-digit amount of listeners. That's so many. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's too normie.
Yeah, it's too normie, man. It needs to be like one listen.
You didn't have to unsend the Jelly Roll.
Pardon?
It just sucks though, doesn't it, right? It's just like Jelly Roll just sucks. Aphex Twin is sick, and Jelly Roll just sucks in comparison.
Why would you even compare their music?
Because
How
I
many
compare
listens does this
music.
have? Oh,
What about-
7,000 listens. We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're
7,000.
getting there.
Yeah.
What about their musics are comparable?
It's not to compare them to say they're the same genre. It's just to compare them to say what is quality.
Did I say that? Hello? Did is that the question I asked you? If they are the same genre?
Oh my god. No, it's just they're not quality. It's boring.
Holy fuck, that's a big moth. Ah!
Sport's scared of a moth.
He
Yeah,
flew in the
moths
air.
are kind of scary though,
He
if they're
flew at
big.
me.
You
Babe,
think
he's
you
gonna
would lose
get
the
you.
fight?
Babe, that is
Hit him with
gonna
the
eat you. Fuck. Come here. He flew away.
The follow-on sort of idea to that is industrialization tends to cause liberalism, right? It tends to cause liberalism. It tends to cause this thing where people are more focused on individuality and optimizing their own situation rather than having these external systems that existed previously.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the take
And
there
when
is
people,
like I would agree with you. The take in response to that
is that women are people and not objects and deserve the right to focus on their careers if they want. And so if we're trying to address,
you're presupposing arguments. You're presupposing arguments
no,
here.
I'm not
Nobody.
saying that.
Who
I'm
said
sorry.
that?
Please don't
Who
interrupt me.
said that woman? No. I don't. No. You don't get to do that. Okay. You don't get to strawman people. And, no. Excuse me. Okay. You do not get to say. No. Excuse me. Okay. You do not get to say that anybody in this room was saying that women are objects.
Did I say that?
You
Women
just
are
said
objects.
that.
You did.
No, I didn't. I said that
You
my
did.
issue with isolating that specific perspective is that there's nothing we can do about it. Because the only way.
You're presupposing that argument. Please.
Her her thighs as well, like her not having too crazy.
Yeah,
Can't
it's the
be too
totality.
crazy.
We all
like-
agree it's the totality. Yeah, but
You know what, guys? I've been streaming for a long time. I've been streaming all day. I've been streaming all this fucking debate bullshit. I'm not sure if I can be bothered anymore. I'm getting a bit tired. I'm getting a bit drunk. I might just carry on just sticking around. I don't think I need to show this. Maybe the Mr. Girl, I don't know, maybe the Mr. Girl server could be fun. I don't know. But I might just call it quits here. I might call it quits because I'm getting a bit tired, to be honest.
Half of me is like, yeah, but half is not.
Well, if you want my opinion on this, we had a huge surge of immigration in the last 20, 30 years, and that's been
Who is this
despite
fucking British
voter-
person?
Who's talking? Who's this guy?
He's talking.
You think you're gonna be
George
more
is
British than
talking
me?
with Member. Stop! I'm listening to George.
Okay.
Please. Wait, just
Guys,
wait.
some
George, continue.
moderation here.
I'm kidding. I'm winding you up. Come on. Sorry.
George. George.
Lame.
Okay, so what was I saying?
No,
Yeah,
I
so
don't know.
we've had like record immigration
Yeah.
in the past 30 years, and it's a very mainstream perspective. In fact, the voters have consistently voted for less immigration each election. You can see this in all the polls.
Yeah.
And both the parties have delivered the opposite of that.
Yeah.
So I don't think
Right.
it's reasonable for you, the child of immigrants, and me. I'm literally, my mum's an immigrant. It's not unreasonable for British citizens who were born here to say, hey, listen, we agree with the majority of the public, like
Yeah.
it's too much, and
It's called democracy,
this is not
bitch.
unacceptable.
Stop
Yeah,
talking. Oh my god.
Sorry.
no, exactly. I
So
mean,
annoying.
exactly. So that was my that
Yeah.
was my.
I guess
You don't
it's
need to
true.
feel the same.
A lot of people who like look very 100% British are like they're not you sometimes immigrants from like other European countries.
Yeah, and like it's just if you look at it from an economic perspective, like even immigrants, and a lot of them are like, okay, well, yeah, I came here legally, but I have kids now. A lot of them will still vote for reducing immigration because it just makes economic sense. Like, you don't want to bring in hordes of people to
Yeah,
undercut
they don't want to be
wages,
get fucked over either.
Yeah.
So, I don't think you should feel guilty about that.
Feel what about that?
Guilty.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I feel better now.
Cool.
I
Just to be clear though, so the only mixed race women in the ethno state will